Hello, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the third day of our plant medicine track. Hope everybody's feeling energetic. If you're feeling overwhelmed by stimulus and interactions, the Zendo project is offering some support for participants. We're going to start today with a dear colleague and friend of mine, and it's my pleasure to introduce him. His name is José Carlos Bouzo from Spain. He is a clinical psychologist, and he has done his PhD in pharmacology. He published a series of peer-reviewed articles, has a large record of publication, has been involved in the study of MDMA, of cannabis, medicinal cannabis, ayahuasca, and he's also the scientific director of ICEERS, this NGO that promoted the World Ayahuasca Conference and that has a spot in the marketplace. So please welcome José Carlos Bouzo.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. And thank you, Bia, for inviting me to this conference. The title of my talk is "What Do the Spirits Do Towards an Understanding of the Psychological Mechanisms of Transformations." Of course, I will not talk about the spirits, but what I will try to do is a translation of what happens when somebody takes ayahuasca or takes some other plant medicine or a psychedelic. How can these benefits can be translated in psychological language or in a scientific psychological language. In the history of psychotherapy has been always very worried about outcome. You have a disease and you go to the psychotherapist, and the main focus, not only in psychotherapy practices but also in psychotherapy research, is if your symptoms decreased. And in classic psychotherapy research and practices, we have always and also be focused in symptoms modification. But if we look at the different factors that depend of the outcome of psychotherapy, there are many ones. This is a classical figure from Assay and Lambert that says that only 15% of the outcome in psychotherapy can be attributed to technique and model factors. Another 15% can be attributed to expectancy and placebo effects. The 30% can be attributed to therapeutic relationships. That means what is the relationship between the therapist and the client. And the 40% of the outcome can be attributed to client variables and extratherapeutic events. So in classic psychotherapy that was very focused in techniques and all this fight between different models, different techniques, at last, all these different models only and different techniques only explain 50%. This is what in psychotherapy research is called the Dodo Bird effect. Everybody has one and all must have prizes. A quote taken from Alice in Wonderland. It doesn't matter what kind of approach or what kind of technique do you use. You will find at last the same result. That means 50% of the whole of the treatment. If we go forward, we can try to work in another 15% of the whole process that are expectancy and placebo effect. And in the 80s, there were this author, Jeremy Frank, with his daughter, that published this book named Persuasion and Healing, where they studied all the different psychotherapy models and also did a transcultural research looking for what have in common the different healing processes. And they found that it doesn't matter in which country of the world do you stay, if do you achieve a good psychotherapeutic outcome, there is necessary to have a confiding relationship between the people who, the psychotherapist or the shaman or the medicine man and the client. There should be a healing sitting. There should be a rationale, a theory, a model that explains how or why the changes are occurring, not just by random effects. There should be a therapeutic ritual, and in psychotherapy, in usual psychotherapy, there is a ritual where two people that don't know each other go apart from the social setting, and one person in a state of money talk his problems or her problems to an unknown person. This is very strange in the story of humanity, this kind of psychotherapy. But this is a kind of ritual also, and it's based on rationale, and it's very necessary to create expectations of change and solution. That is hope. Hope, I think that is the main or one of the main factors in psychotherapy practices. So we can put the focus in the outcome variables, or we can put the focus in process variables. That is meaning, what are the different processes that are underlying the outcomes? What is happening? What are the psychological processes that are put in to the table when we are doing psychotherapy? And since the 80s, one of the main process variables that have been studied is what we call the therapeutic relationship. That means, what is the relationship that the therapist and the client establish? And the client and the therapist should have the same objective. If the therapist thinks that what happens to the client is different from what the client thinks that is happening with himself, probably there will not be an understanding, and we will fail in this variable. That explains a lot of the whole percentage. That is a 30%. In the past, we did a clinical trial with a small sample with women with chronic post-traumatic stress disorder, and we of course passed all these outcome variables, but also we use a questionnaire, the Helping Alliance questionnaire, that is used for trying to understand how is the Helping Alliance relationship. And we found effectively that after the administration of MDMA, there was an increasement in the Helping Alliance questionnaire outcome. So maybe the therapeutic alliance is a very important process variable in order to understand the final outcome in the positive results. And at last, we can put the focus in the client variables and extratherapeutic events. Well, this is what we are now researching in my foundation. Sorry. from what is named the third therapy generation. That the Hexaflex model belongs to that kind of therapies, where it's understanding that psychological inflexibility is in the core of every kind of psychological problem. When someone goes to the therapist or goes to the shaman or goes to the group therapy or whatever, because he or she has a problem, in the core there is something that is named psychological inflexibility, that is a difficulty to disattach from the feelings that the subject is experiencing, and when he or she is attached to that kind of feelings, it's difficult to progress in psychotherapy. And psychological inflexibility has some is connected with other different factors, by example, with dominance of the future or past, with lack of clarity or contact with values, with a lack of action or impulsivity. People's attachment to the story of oneself. There is a cognitive fusion. All the thoughts that pass through his mind or her mind is like the person understand that is the truth. And there is an experimental avoidance. People do lots of things in order to try to not front the problems, and people can start to drink alcohol or take drugs or do some problematic behaviors that at last finally do is doing things worse. So this model tried that psychological inflexibility can turn to psychological flexibility, where people can have clarity and be contact with values, he start to do something to change, where the thinking and that are passing through the mind, well, not considered that are not always true, and that there was an acceptance of what is happening in their life, and to have a sense of the self, like or as an observer. So one of every of these factors, there is a rating scale in order to measure it. And this is what we have been doing in several studies. By example, psychological flexibility has items like, by example, my painful experiences and memories make it difficult for me to live a life that I would value, or I'm afraid of my feelings, I worry about not being able to control my worries and feelings. If we can change of these thinkings about oneself, we are moving from the psychological inflexibility to a more flexible psychological thoughts. Or another questionnaire that is used in this model is the experimental, is the decentre questionnaire that assesses experimental avoidance, that has items like, by example, I'm better able to accept myself as I am, I can observe unpleasant feelings without being drowned into them, or I notice that I don't take difficulties so personally. There are other measures of the Hexaflex model. By example, for the lack of clarity or contact with values, there is the engaged living scale that measures valued living. Valued living is the values that we have regarding ourselves, regarding others, and regarding life. And life fulfillment is the degree in which we follow our values. We can have several values, but when we are in the reality, not everybody, not always are congruent the values that we have with the actions that we do. And there are another for measuring, by example, attachment to the stories of oneself, there is the experiencing of self-scale that have several measures regarding the self. Self in general, that is the self like where we consider that we are when we are in several settings. Self in social relations is how our sensation of the self changes depending of the social setting where we are. Self in close relations is the same, is how we consider ourselves the same person depending with who we are, and positive self is the sensation that we have the same sensation of self independently of the setting, the social relationships of whatever other reason. So, using these different variables, and of course, combining these variables with classic outcome variables, we have been done several studies at ICERS, and I will present the results of these studies. We have been a study with people that have been never take ayahuasca and will take ayahuasca for the first time. We did in the past lots of the research with people who have a long history of taking ayahuasca compared with people who have never take ayahuasca, but we have very little information regarding what happens when one person will take ayahuasca for the first time, and what are the reasons why this person stop of drinking ayahuasca. Not everybody that start taking ayahuasca keep their use of ayahuasca, and this may be by many reasons. This may be by the price of the ceremonies, this may be because the feds they don't like, or maybe because there are secondary effects or side effects, or maybe for many different reasons. So we did this study where we assessed with a psychiatric interview before taking for the first time, and we then a follow-up at 1 month and 6 months after. We also have this study where we take the measures of these people who have never take ayahuasca but will take ayahuasca for the first time, and compare the measures with subjects that have taken ayahuasca at least 30 times in their lives. We also did this study that Deborah Gonzalez talked about it the other day, assessing people after attending ayahuasca retreats. We have this other study where we did the classical study of comparing subjects with no experience in ayahuasca use with long experience in ayahuasca use, and we also have this other study assessing these same variables after holotropic breath work. Well, in what we found in the psychological inflexibility questionnaire in people who will take ayahuasca for the same time, that there is a little improvement in the follow-up measure regarding the pre-assessment, but this little improvement decreased at the 6 months. It seems like if normal people these were normal people with no with any important psychiatric disorder, we didn't find anything interesting in that measure. But when from this sample we extracted the ones who had some kind of psychiatric symptom in the psychiatric interview, is when we saw the dramatic benefits and the dramatic changes in the AQQ2 questionnaire. So it seems that it's people with psychiatric problems who benefit better of the ayahuasca experiences and who drop or who can able to improve their scores. This is very interesting because here we compared this sample that will take for the first time, but they did not took yet, and we did not find any difference compared with long-term users. The only difference that we found was in a personality trait that is called self-transcendence. This is a very interesting result for me because all the previous studies that have been done before were comparing long-term users with a matched sample of non-users. And we found differences in personalities. But in this case, so we don't know what are the reason of these differences in personality. But in this case, these were the group that in few days will take an ayahuasca compared with people with at least 30 ayahuasca experiences. And there are not any difference in personality, only in self-transcendence. And it's curious because the variable that we see that is changing a long time after ayahuasca use is self-transcendence. And in a previous study that we did with Neuroimagine, we see that self-transcendence was the only personality measure that correlated with some changes in cortical modification. So the changes in self-transcendences is related in some way with the use of ayahuasca and the changes that in the brain produce ayahuasca. Well, in this study that was done in the temple with a very big sample of 92 persons, we also see a change in the centering. And when we separated the sample by pathologies, we also see the other slide was for healthy people. This is for people with pathologies. They also changed it after a 3-week retreatment in the temple. But when we separated by specific diseases, we also changes in these measures of in these process variables in the centering and in psychological flexibility. And we also saw changes in the principal outcome variables. So like I'm finished, my general conclusions of all of this is, in general terms, there are no difference in classic psychopathology symptoms between users and non-users. The process variables that we saw that are more consistently modified are EQ, AQQ2, and some aspects of the selves, also some personality traits. And it's possible that people with pathology are the ones who obtain a better benefit according with process variables. And I encourage all the researchers to include process variables in the researchers in order to try to understand why people change at last. Well, thanks to my team, Daniel, María Sousa, Alba Francesca, Deborah González, Jordi Cantillo, Irene Pérez, and Marc Aisala. There were all the people who participated in all these researches. Thank you very much, and sorry for...
Questions? Who wants to make questions can come here.
Do you have correlate between the values, living one's values and that self-transcendence? Like, is there any measure of that, if that self-transcendence leads to that living?
Well, these are results from some different studies, and we did not use the same variables in all the studies. We start to use these variables 3 years ago, and we are little by little trying to include some of these variables in our researches, but no, we have the results in some of in the first research that I show you. We have the results, but we did not the correlation. We don't need, these are preliminary data. We did not perform the correlation analysis. We will do it in some day when we finish the studies and we start working with all the data. Those of these are our preliminary ones.
That's okay. Really good talk, thank you. I'm curious, one of the big variables in ayahuasca work is the quality of the ceremony and the quality of the songs, the icaros, et cetera. How do you account for that in the research, or how would you suggest accounting for that in the research?
Well, this is the 1 million question that I have no answer. It's very difficult to, in the study of the Temple of the Way of Life, they do the ceremonies in the same way. So in some way, all the subjects have been passed through the same processes. And in the other studies, this is not so well controlled. By example, in the study we did the follow-up from comparing the scores in people before taking ayahuasca for the first time, and then at 1 and 6 months at the follow-ups, the subjects came from different ayahuasca providers, so it's very difficult. But in the study of the Temple of the Way of Life, that there is a very big sample and the process is very similar. In that way, we can see that this variable is in some way controlled.
Thank you. Thank you again, José Carlos. We have a little 5-minute break, but starting soon.
Alô? A apresentação vem sozinha, né?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our next lecture. I would like your attention. Our next presenter is Siddhartha Ribeiro. He is one of the most important neuroscientists of Brazil. He is the head of the Brain Institute in the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte in the northeast of Brazil, where a series of studies are being conducted about ayahuasca. One of them was presented here by Braulio Araújo yesterday. They also have a few posters on the marketplace. Siddhartha has been a long-term activist on issues of legalization of medical cannabis and recreational cannabis, and he's an expert he originally studied bird singing, and he studies sleeping and dreaming and consciousness, cannabis and ayahuasca. Welcome, Siddhartha.
Can you guys hear me in the back? Yeah? Well, thank you, MAPS, for the invitation. Thank you, Bia, for the vision, for the stamina also. Put it all together here in the plant track. What I brought today for you is a discussion, some facts, some ideas. It's a discussion that has a scientific angle, but it has a political, sociological impact that we need to take into consideration. And I want to begin with this notion that perhaps one of the most ancient medicines that we have is cannabis. But before it was medicine, it was probably other things, right? It was probably our first true paper, rope, fabric. And we have evidence for millennia now that it was used for medical reasons. One of the most interesting of those evidences is this mummy found in the southeast region of Russia called Altai, near Mongolia. This mummy was found in '93. The burial site is very rich. It was covered with lots of gold adornments. And among the possessions there was a pouch of cannabis. And this mummy had a primary tumor in the breast with metastasis. So there's this possibility that the cannabis was being used for treatment, either of pain or of the tumor itself. The maiden, the Siberian ice maiden. She's also covered in tattoos, and there's a discussion that this may be indicative that she also played some shamanic role. Amazing tattoos, by the way. Nowadays, we have medical cannabis being used in several countries, in several states in the United States. So the medical use of cannabis became, in the past 10 years or 15 years, a really billion-dollar question. This is a big market, and then the question that arises is, which way should we go? Should we now get the plants and purify all the components and serve them as medicine, or is the plant still of any use? So the question is, which one is better, the whole plant or the isolated active principle? Most psychiatrists in Brazil, and I'm talking about a very specific cohort here, will say, well, there's no question about this. We know that the purified compounds are much better because you can control the dose. And then they will say, well, the plant is non-scientific, we shouldn't use the plant. And the reason, my motivation here is to question that. Not to go necessarily against it, but to question it. What is the science behind that assumption? So if we're going to talk about purified compounds in the context of cannabis, we need to talk about delta-9 THC, and we need to talk about our hero, Raphael Mechoulam, the guy that first identified the psychoactive properties of THC in '64. You see here that the publications went up and then went down again. At the end of the '80s, the receptor was cloned, the first receptor, the CB1 receptor, there's also a CB2 receptor. So for the first time we knew what in the body can receive that action, right? And then soon later, the first endogenous cannabinoid was discovered, right? It was named anandamide because ananda is bliss in Sanskrit. Also in the laboratory of Raphael Mechoulam, Israel has been in the forefront of cannabis research for decades now. And you can see that it exploded. I remember going to the Society for Neuroscience meeting that occurs annually in the United States. It has like 20,000, 30,000 scientists together every year. And I remember going as a student, as a PhD student, and I remember the moment in '96 when there were 10 posters about cannabinoids. And now you go there and it's a whole session. It's hundreds, sometimes thousands of researchers just doing that, because the CB1 receptor is at the crossroads, a metabolic crossroads of many neurotransmitter systems. It can recruit the G proteins, it can recruit part of the proteins of other receptors. So it's really at the core of what the brain does. So it's not surprising that cannabinoids have so many different applications, right? So there are receptors, CB1 receptors in the brain, and also CB2 receptors throughout the body, and possibly other receptors. We know, still learning a lot about this, right? And the notion is that each of those substances, THC, CBD, CBN, and many other cannabinoids, will have very specific actions in those receptors. This is the popular notion. This is what usually the psychiatrist will say when he says, well, I have this drug here, this drug is specific for this receptor, and it's going to do something marvelous to you. But in fact, when you look at the affinities of the different ligands, in this case the endogenous ligands, the endogenous cannabinoids, to the different receptors, we'll see that it's quite promiscuous, it's quite messy. So the medical discourse of specificity is usually false. It's usually not based in real science. Right? So I'm a biologist, I'm not a medical doctor. I'm arguing against the overuse of science for medicine. Medicine should be more upfront about what it doesn't understand or how complex things are. And then Raphael Mechoulam, probably the least suspicious person in the world to talk about this, came up with this concept of entourage effect, in fact, in a paper with Ben Shabbat. And what is this concept? The concept is this, that the plant has over 70 cannabinoids and dozens of terpenes and many other substances that have medical implications, and that when they are together, they can have possibly better effects than when they are separate, right? They can buffer each other's dangerous effects, and they can boost each other's positive effects. This is not a concept that is coming out of the countercultural movement, political movement. This is a scientific concept proposed by the guy that's pretty much created the whole field. So this should be taken seriously. Again, I'm talking about psychiatry in Brazil, which I know better. People really dismiss this notion as if it was non-scientific, when in fact it's coming from the roots of cannabinoid science. Now, let's give an example of what that means. We know that when people are psychotic, they should not have delta-9 THC. Delta-9 THC is very dangerous for people that have psychosis. However, they can have cannabidiol, CBD, all right. If they smoke pot that is very rich in CBD, some indica strain, they will be fine. This is antipsychotic, and now this is work of Brazilian psychiatrists, the work of Zuardi, the work of Halak. So I don't want to just say the bad side of it, there's the good side of it. No, it's true that there's non-psychoactive substances in cannabis which can be medicine for psychosis. So the debates, when people say, oh, marijuana should be forbidden for psychotic people, that's a wrong statement. The question is, which marijuana? Containing what? Right? On the other hand, we have people that are depressed, and we know that both THC and CBD have antidepressant properties. So then a mixture will be all right. Now, if we have to regulate, if we say, well, what is the marijuana that is safe for the general population? That marijuana is the one that contains a good mix of delta-9 THC and CBD in similar amounts, okay? And this is usually what you find. Most strains will have a mix of those things. So here, the moderation, to be in the middle, is the safe thing, and to be in the extremes is not the safe thing. Which means, if we are to only have purified compounds, these compounds can be dangerous for risk groups, while the plant tends to be much more tame. Right, now this is not something that is out of the mainstream. CNN did a complete U-turn on this issue. 10 years ago, they were having stories against medical marijuana. Now they are completely for it. Sanjay Gupta actually apologized for the CNN audience, saying, I was really mistaken. There's a lot of evidence. We should be legalized right away. And they're talking about the entourage effect. Because when we're talking about the entourage effect, we're talking about the good thing of having the whole plant, right? How many components are there with medical properties? Well, over 100. You see here different cannabinoids with anti-inflammatory, immunosuppressive, anoretic, bone stimulant, anti-epileptic, and so on. So in fact, the problem for the industry here is that it's a single plant that represents a whole pharmacopoeia. And that's not going to give a lot of money to the industry if the plant is used. Therefore, you need the discourse that the plant is non-scientific. right? And we're not even mentioning the terpenes, the perfumed components that exist in fruits and exist in marijuana that can actually make it cross the blood barrier, the blood-brain barrier easily, and it can also contain some of the negative effects of THC on working memory. So the terpenes can add on this. Many, many different terpenes with different properties. This is a very good review, Ethan Russo's review. So we even know that when Marinol, which is pure synthetic THC, was used to control pain and spasms in multiple sclerosis, it was found in the end that it was much better to have a mix of THC and CBD. That the CBD alone is not so good, so it's better to have the mix. And this shouldn't come as a surprise. Nobody will argue that it's better to take vitamins than eat fruit. Right? Nobody will say that, oh, it's anti-scientific, you shouldn't be eating this fruit, you should be taking the vitamins as pills. So this is the crazy argument that some psychiatrists are starting to make, and we should be very aware of that. Now, on the airplane, I decided to find how many studies are there talking specifically about cancer, so linking to the Siberian ice maiden, the use of cannabis for cancer, right? So for years, we've known that if you're undergoing oncological therapy, cannabis can help with your symptoms, can help you eat better, sleep better, feel less anxious, and so on. But now there's mounting evidence that cannabis is anti-tumoral itself. It acts on the cause of the problem and not just on the consequences of the problem. This is the current situation. There are 18 publications on the use of cannabis, on the successful use of cannabis or cannabinoids for glioma, breast cancer, lung cancer, colon, liver, melanoma, prostate, thyroid, non-melanoma, skin cancer, and pancreas. So this is just mounting. Now we're poised to see another U-turn in policy because high levels of cannabinoids, even injected in the tumor or taken orally, will become and are becoming actually clinical practice. Now, what about the entourage effect? What is the evidence that if you combine things, they get more potent? So this is an interesting study, right? This is the relative invasiveness of tumor cells in the medium, in the plate, in the dish. And you see that in the control, you have this 100% level. With THC, comes down. With CBD, comes down, but not as much. But when you combine them, it gets even stronger. So this is the entourage effect. This is what it is about. When you combine them, they get stronger. This is another study, also with glioma, with a model of glioma, and this is a combination with radiotherapy as well. So you see here the dose of radiotherapy, and with the untreated, and then with CBD, and then with THC, and the combination much better. And again, for this other cell line, the combination is much better. So it seems like the best thing is do radiotherapy combined with cannabis, with cannabinoids, which come together in the plant. So why would you purify them to then put them together again? That wouldn't make any economical sense, unless we're talking about profits. This is say it again? Oh. So here we see the tumor volume, right? With untreated, it keeps going up at 21 days. It's really big, 50% bigger. If you add the cannabinoids, much less, just the irradiation, but it goes up. The irradiation only doesn't do it, but if you combine irradiation with cannabinoids, then you have very good effects. So this is the future. This is where we're going with this, and that is against the regular discourse, right? So what is the situation here? The situation is that we have a plant that has over 70 cannabinoids, dozens of terpenes, and depending on how you mix them, you can have completely different effects. So in one plant, you have many different kinds of medicines. So the shaman, the Siberian ice maiden, had several different strains in her hands, probably. So, some were good for delivery, some were good for working out and doing a lot of hard work, some for sleeping, some for having a conversation, having fun. Depending on these combinations, you're going to have completely different effects, right? Different plants for different effects. That's exactly what the industry doesn't want to hear, right? And now I want to draw a parallel with dogs. Dogs did not exist 15,000 years ago, and marijuana did not exist as it is now 15,000 years ago. These are inventions of the Mesolithic and Neolithic periods. The humankind, our ancestors, started to select the strains that were most useful and generated finely tuned strains for specific usages. You don't want that dog with your baby, right? You don't want that dog defending your house necessarily. So so again, people say, oh, dogs are marvelous. We made dogs marvelous. So why is it that marijuana is so effective for so many different diseases? And so, oh, God sent us marijuana, is such a miracle. No, we created marijuana. So just the idea of making it illegal is absurd because this is the inheritance that we have. A lot of hard work. Could you ask, are dogs beneficial, dogs harmful? Should we legalize dogs? That wouldn't make any sense. But these are the questions that we are asking about marijuana. And we should be very aware of that. Thanks, but Bia's going to cut me, so I need to go fast. Just to continue, when people say that cannabis in natura, you know, the whole plant is dangerous, but isolated active principles are not dangerous, this is scientific, this is a lie. Because we've known these elements here these components here for maybe 40 years, 50 years, and very limited scientific knowledge about them, but this is tried and tested. This is safe and sound. This has been for years. It's like saying that natural birth is very dangerous, but cesarean birth is very, very safe, which is not true. I want to finish, if you give me 3 minutes more, talking a little bit about ayahuasca, because ayahuasca is, by definition, an entourage effect. It's a combination of two plants. You have components that act on different receptors. It's not that specific, acts on a variety of receptors, elevate the levels of neurotransmitters, right? So a lot of testing to get to this combination, you know, through centuries in the Amazon. And now we know from the work of Steven Srin, who's here, and he's going to talk, he's going to give the last talk, no, the second to last talk today in the same room here. Please come. This is work using, looking for the effects of harming, one of the components of ayahuasca, on neuronal proliferation, and it's showing that it induces the proliferation of cells that will lead to neurons, that are precursors to neurons. So this is a substance that can induce, you know, let's say your brain is going to grow on that substance. Okay, and this is a paper that is deposited in archives. It's also from Steven's group, showing that another component, this is not a component of ayahuasca because this is 5-methoxy DMT, but it's similar to NN-DMT, and it's showing that it affects protein expression of a variety of different functions, in particular plasticity, dendritic sprouting, you know, changes in synapses. So imagine what those things are doing in combination. This is the next project that Stevens is already preparing to run. And just to give an idea of what that could mean in terms of therapeutics, this is the work of Braulio de Araújo that he presented, he's also here in the room, presented yesterday, and Fernanda Pagliano, the first author of the paper. You see that what happens, the antidepressant effects of ayahuasca after 7 days, much better here than the placebo, and this is not what you get with a pure compound of ketamine. I'm not saying the ketamine is bad, I'm saying it's less effective than this complex mixture. Now, to make it even more complex, and give me 1 more minute, because she's going to like that. Ayahuasca is not just the substance, it's also the setting. It comes with a tried and tested setting. So just to build on what Jose Carlos Bozo just said, we need to focus on the whole therapeutics and not just on the substance, right? This is also what Thomas Insel said yesterday, that it's much more complicated than the dose of the drug you're taking, right? So we need to focus on what you're taking as a substance. We also need to focus on the sets. Are you genetically fine to take this drug? Do you have a polymorphism that we should worry about? And we should worry about the setting, right? We should worry about the technologies, the social technologies that make something safer, boost the good and mitigate the bad. And to finish, which one is better, whole plant or isolated active principle? Well, let's be scientific about it. It depends. Thanks.
Hello? Oh, questions?
Muito obrigado.
De nada.
Bom dia.
Bom dia.
So I find it very interesting how you're saying about the THC and the CBD. So in San Francisco, I don't know if you know it's very, very easy to get marijuana and
Really?
yes. But it's very popular to get the highest THC percentage, and you could get like 27, 29, or even higher. And it's very, very popular, and it's selling very well. But I'm just wondering, are there any studies as far as the effects of smoking that kind of marijuana? And also, if there's no studies on that, just some ideas in your head of like what are the possible side effects of smoking something like that. So with such a high THC property, and usually then those strains, the CBD property is very, very low. It's maybe 1%, maybe 2% or even lower. So.
I think you have a very good point. The day legalization really becomes reality in the whole world, we will need to regulate those things carefully, right? You can drink beer that is 7% alcohol, you can drink beer that is 12% alcohol, but you cannot drink beer that is 80% alcohol, because that's poison, right? The difference between, it makes a difference between poison and medicine. In the case of cannabis, it's very clear that if it has high levels of CBD, you can up the THC, because that's going to be safe. But if you up the THC and you don't up the CBD, then the people in the risk group, the 1% of the population that is psychotic or prone to psychosis, these will be at risk. And this is something that the anti-prohibitionist movement needs to embrace completely. We need to understand that to be pro-legalization is also to be pro-regulation.
Right. Thank you. First of all, before my question, which was similar to the last one, so I'll just add one little bit of information. I'd just like to tell the people that there are Brazilian psychiatrists that don't believe that the isolated active ingredients are better.
There's
so I'm
here.
one of them. So
actually, all of them are here.
Yeah, probably. So, but we are. I am an exception in Brazil. The point I wanted just to make was about the importance of controlling cannabinoids in terms for public health. So saying that THC is dangerous for people with psychosis is probably not an argument for keeping marijuana illegal. No. It's on the contrary. You can only control that and protect people if it's legal. So I just want to add that point.
No, I think you made a very good point. When people say, in Brazil, the conservatives say, oh, if we free marijuana, liberar, to use the word liberar, to free marijuana is going to be very dangerous. Marijuana is really, really free right now, free of any control, free of any regulation, no quality control, we don't know what's in there. So we needed to know what is in there to regulate. And again, it doesn't have to be only CBD. The terpenes, which are so good and perfumed, they can also tame some of the negative effects of THC in memory. So we can make a flower that smells better and it's better for your health, but we need to know those things. And the only way we can know those things is to remove it from the black market.
So I wanted to thank you for bringing up this topic because I think it's very important and there's not a lot of talk about it here. And I wanted to ask, it seems overwhelmingly the studies with psilocybin are with a purified compound rather than a mushroom itself. Do you have any comments about that?
This is interesting, right? We are not aware, I'm not aware, I'm not aware of other components in the mushroom that may be interesting for the experience. On my own experience, I have the impression that with ayahuasca as well as with mushrooms, the other things which are there, which make you, I'm going to say something people will hate me, but the stuff that makes you sick in there has a spiritual function, right? If you go down first, if you clean yourself, if you have to face your own dirt to then come out clean, that sounds a lot like Christianism to me. That sounds a lot like I suffer first and then I go up. I'm saying this respectfully, but again, it's my impression. Now, that's dealing with the more psychological effects. Now, are there components in the mushroom, not psilocybin, not other stuff related to psilocybin? Are there other things which are important? We don't know.
And what about freeze-dried ayahuasca for research? What is your opinion on that?
Everything for research is good.
Thank you, Siddhartha. Hello, everybody. I would like to introduce our new speaker, Jordan Slowshower. He's a resident psychiatrist, but he also has training in anthropology. He's based in Yale University, and he's creating a psychedelic science group in Yale University. And I believe this is his first presentation on his ongoing studies. So please welcome Jordan.
Good morning, everyone. It's a huge pleasure and honor to be here today, and especially part of the plant medicine track, so thanks, BF, for organizing that. Today I'd like to share a talk that grows out of my experience over the past several years training in psychiatry here in the United States, as well as developing a deep interest in psychedelic science and healing, as well as research, and thinking a lot about how the field of psychiatry and psychedelics is going to come together in the future. So I have 3 objectives for my talk today. The first is to outline very quickly a few key differences between the psychiatric and a proposed psychedelic paradigm of healing. The next, to briefly discuss a few challenges in bringing those 2 fields together. And then lastly, to propose a model clinic idea that would successfully be able to integrate psychiatry and psychedelic healing and research, utilizing what I call critical paradigm integration. So for the first part, just to touch on a few points, my training in psychiatry, we were taught essentially what's called a biopsychosocial model. And in this kind of a model, we're encouraged to think about biological, psychological, and social factors that contribute to a person's illness, and think about their treatment on those various levels. This is quite a nice model when all of those factors are thoughtfully considered and if you can actually intervene on those different levels. But I would make the critique made by many that we're currently in an era of biological psychiatry where the biological aspects of illness and biological treatments are certainly given the most attention and the most resources and funding. And so in this kind of model, the brain is considered the central locus of mental illness. And the treatments focused towards the brain are such as medications and other modalities like ECT or TMS. Patients receive those interventions in a rather passive manner, expecting the medication or intervention to work on them. And most of what we're addressing with those treatments, I would argue, is mostly symptoms. We elicit symptoms from the patient, and most of the medications aim to treat symptoms. And I would think for that reason, most of our medications and treatments are chronic and ongoing. So I think there's some frustration that we're really just addressing the tip of the iceberg. And with many patients that we see, I think Dr. Tom Insel yesterday actually had a nice quote. He said, people aren't really buying what we're selling in psychiatry right now. And I think that reflects some dissatisfaction both amongst providers as well as patients that's driving this interest in psychedelic healing as seems to be a different model. So what is that model that we're hinting at? In trying to think about that, I think it was important to think about to have a really full understanding of what psychedelics are, what plant medicines are, the different ways in which they can be conceived. And so for this, I turned to a paper by Ken Tupper and Bia Labate on the ontologies of plant medicine that show that to take an example of ayahuasca, the exact same substance or material can be conceived of in a variety of different ways. We can consider the same thing to be a plant spirit medicine, an entheogen, an energetic medicine, an evolutionary or a cognitive tool, a psychedelic that brings forth unconscious layers into our conscious, or it can be conceived of as a serotonin 2A agonist combined with an MAOI inhibitor, a hallucinogen, a Schedule I drug. These are all different discourses around the same thing. Why am I bringing this up here? I think these different levels really actually reflect different ways that we can understand ourselves as people and reflect different layers of our being, of our existence. And so we can really use these medicines to target ourselves at these different layers, as I think is really nicely illustrated by Alex Gray's painting of the sacred mirrors, that we exist as sort of much more complex beings than just brains on legs. Or, we're beings that have brain, minds, hearts, bodies, spirits, energetic centers, all of which are connected with each other and with broader social and ecological environments in which we live. So translating that kind of an idea back into a healing paradigm would require us to update the biopsychosocial model. We would need to keep the biology, of course, double down on the psychology and the social factors that are already paid lip service to, but then also add, I would argue, a number of components that aren't traditionally considered much in psychiatry, mainly the spiritual, energetic, and sort of a deep ecological approach to both thinking about our patients' illnesses and then the treatments that we could offer. So that's the more sort of deep, complex understanding of suffering, and then targeting treatments at all those different layers of existence. And I think in doing that, and this is the power of plant medicines, that they work on these different levels, we can really address root causes of illness. And I think that's the promise here, right? Is that we can no longer just do chronic treatments ongoing. We can address a person's problem in a deep and profound way. And one point, just to distinguish, again, amongst the passive approach I mentioned earlier, there's maybe some debate around this, but I argue that this kind of deep healing would require the active participation of the person who's engaging in this kind of healing and taking a plant medicine or a psychedelic. So critically, the next part that I just want to argue is that I think to move in this direction of what I'm talking about, we're going to really need to connect the different ontologies of plant medicines that I offered earlier. We need to understand how these medicines operate on each of these levels and how each level is connected with one another, so we can better offer treatments targeted at the different levels based on our formulation of the problem, and understand how these different layers interact with one another. And I would argue that psychedelic science and the field we're in is uniquely situated to start bringing together these previously disparate ways of knowledge, and it's really one of the most exciting parts of this field. All right, so I don't want to spend too much time, but there are a few challenges to bringing together these models that I'm talking about. I mean, there's many, but I'm just going to highlight a few that have been salient in the work that I've been doing. In terms of theoretical challenges, I think given the different ontologies that I mentioned, there's a challenge around developing a coherent narrative about how does a plant medicine or a psychedelic work. And there's a lot of set shifting that goes on depending on the audience you're speaking with. And so when I've been, in my lab in Yale University, I have to basically use a biologic paradigm. If I'm talking to friends or some other people, I might use any of those different ontologies flexibly, moving around. But that becomes a little bit of an issue when writing grants and talking to patients. And I have felt a pressure or tendency to go back to a more biologic ontology. And I think we need to start being able to articulate the more complex model that I'm trying to get at here. And of course, the real practical aspect of that is that if we're describing what we're doing just in terms of a biologic paradigm on a grant, then the therapeutic intervention that we're going to select has to reflect the way you're presenting the knowledge and intervention. So, and I sort of feel like that's what's happened with ketamine, right? If we just use a biologic paradigm, then the intervention is just that you bring someone in and give an infusion and hope that their depression gets better. But there's very little working with the person, processing, thinking about the experience, or any other element of what might be happening with that kind of a treatment. Methodological challenges are many, and I'm grateful that Siddhartha just presented on the entourage effect, which is one. The other that's been frustrating for me in developing a psilocybin protocol for treating depression, especially when the aim at this point is around rescheduling, is pharmacological reductionism. So the tendency to try to isolate the compound as the thing that makes the difference between placebo model and the treatment. And of course, that totally obscures the complex interaction that occurs between a psychedelic or plant medicine compound and all the more metaphysical factors that are used with it and enhance the therapeutic experience. Of course, the psychotherapy, the music, other shamanic practices, prayer, intention, all of that stuff gets washed out or considered a confounding factor in that kind of a model. And then lastly, numerous ethical challenges, and this has also been talked about. Professor Toffoli mentioned this in his presentation quite a bit, but just to share my experience from the World Ayahuasca Conference in October, where numerous delegates from indigenous communities in the Amazon spoke very powerfully about their serious concerns about ayahuasca and plant medicines coming out of the jungle, being appropriated, being used without their input. And I think this is something we need to think a lot about as we move forward, trying to move these medicines into a more mainstream psychiatric model. So lastly, I'm going to outline now sort of a model clinic idea for how do we actually take the psychedelic model of healing that I proposed earlier, and as well as the aim of paradigm integration that I mentioned, and try to put that into a model clinic. So this kind of clinic, in order to achieve those goals, would have to have several aspects of its mission. A clinical practice, of course, treating patients, a research mission, a knowledge generation and sharing mission, that around education and training, and then, of course, thinking about funding and access to treatment. So I'll get more into this. In terms of the structure of the clinic, I would really like to have a hybrid model between an outpatient clinic and sort of a retreat center, or a place that people could come for slightly longer stays. But of course, the way that this would look depends on our context. So in the current US context, this could really only happen as a more limited research clinic. Post-rescheduling, which is more what I was envisioning initially, then we could have a more flexible use of whatever medicines would be rescheduled. So given the complex nature of this kind of task, and I'm sure there's people in this room who are building treatment centers and retreat centers who are thinking along these lines, but it feels like a very complex task, and for that I felt like I needed to think about an overarching ethos to guide the mission of such a clinic. And so I came up with this term, critical paradigm integration, to reflect a few key tenets. The first being an emphasis on multimodality and interdisciplinary collaboration. The second around knowledge generation and dissemination. And the last with the ethics of having a critical perspective, reflexivity, and openness. And I'll mention these in subsequent slides. So in terms of the clinical approach, this is where the multimodality and interdisciplinary collaboration come in. This is also where the more complex way of thinking about expanding the biopsychosocial model, along with more spiritual and energetic and deep ecological approaches, comes in, especially in terms of clinical formulation, and that's how we think about a patient's problem. So again, bringing together different practitioners, using their different theoretical backgrounds, their diagnostic approaches and therapeutic approaches to create a really comprehensive idea of a person's suffering, and then develop a customized treatment plan based on that complex understanding. And I'm personally a fan of a narrative approach with this, and sort of the circular elements, thinking about how a patient, thinking with them about how they became ill and how the treatment plan that we're together building is going to help bring them back to a state of health. I'm not going to go through this, but a multimodal kind of treatment plan would have, again, different approaches that are able to target various aspects of existence, as I kind of showed with Alex's painting. Everything including forms of lifestyle change, different forms of psychotherapy with or without psychedelics, right? This is the key point I'm trying to make, is that this isn't just taking psychiatry and adding psychedelics. This is a rethinking of the model, it's a psychedelic-informed model of care and approach. And so a variety of different therapies, medicines, and other approaches. Of course, there would be an emphasis on treatment integration. There's whole talks about this, so I'm not going to go into detail, but just to say that this would be an ongoing process, the way that I look at it. I have a tapestry there thinking about integration as taking a powerful experience that might be had on a medicine or on a retreat or through therapy, and slowly integrating that, weaving it into the fabric of your life and existence which I think, again, takes active participation of a person and an ongoing effort to do so in a meaningful way. Lastly, beyond the clinical practice, I had a mission around knowledge generation and dissemination related to connecting those different ontologies. So this would involve both a research agenda as well as other forms of knowledge generation and sharing, utilizing values of critical perspective, reflexivity, transparency, and openness. I don't have a lot of time left, so just in terms of the research agenda, different kinds of research, but the thing I'm really interested in is the first one, the doing outcomes research on the model of care. And I think this is one way to avoid some of the problems of pharmacological reductionism that I was talking about earlier, is to just build up the model of care that we have, that I'm envisioning, along with other people collaborating and developing that vision, and then testing the model of care versus psychiatric treatment as usual. And if we can show that this model of care we're proposing is effective, cost-effective, et cetera, then that's going to be very beneficial for our field, getting insurance companies eventually to even pay for these kind of therapies down the road. And while we're doing that kind of research, we can be collecting data on all kinds of other specific treatment variables to learn more about the effects of dose, frequency of dosing, set and setting variables, and do regression kind of analyses to start sorting out what are the most potent factors in the model itself to promote scale up of the model in the future. Again, this is sort of a model proof of concept clinic. And then lastly, qualitative research and non-clinical basic and social science research, hopefully in collaboration with an academic institution to further these kinds of important research that we've been hearing about all weekend. And lastly, so as not to prioritize just empirical Western science, other forms of knowledge sharing I think are critical in this kind of work. So I'd envision the clinic as sort of a center for critical dialogue, a place where different stakeholders, people from different disciplines, a shaman and a psychiatrist could sit in the same room and have a dialogue about what a treatment plan should look like, what we're doing, maintain a reflexive approach, maintain openness to critiques from different sides. And in that way also continue to generate more information. The clinic's practices would be able to improve through that. We'd be able to dialogue with other clinics around the world doing this kind of work, and hopefully build more greater knowledge base in general for the field. And just lastly, to end, I think given the overall mission of this clinic, there would have to be, I think responsibly, an aspect of policy engagement in this work. We're a clinic that would be prioritizing plant medicines, psychedelics, and so I think certainly having a policy mission that protects both the medicines and the environment in which they grow, as well as the indigenous people who are the knowledge keepers of those medicines, would be critically important. So environmental justice and indigenous rights, and then a big thinking for me about treatment access and who has access to these kinds of treatments. Again, moving beyond just a retreat center model where only the rich can go down to the third world, but starting to bring this here and thinking about how we're going to expand access to this treatment for many different people who would benefit from this kind of treatment model. So with that, I'm going to close. I covered a lot of ground. I hope to elaborate on a lot of these topics in a forthcoming book chapter coming out of the conference. I think there's a lot of really tough unanswered questions within what I've presented here, but I do feel strongly that there's an immense potential to this kind of approach, and I intend to continue working on this for the years to come. So I would welcome your questions.
Hi, Jordan. Congratulations for your talk.
Thank you.
Well, this question was going to be destined to Thomas Insel yesterday, but unfortunately they didn't open for questions, so it's going to you. The challenge is for you now. So one of the original prescriptions for LSD when it was legal, it was to be taken by psychiatrists and mental health professionals to get insight into altered states of consciousness, especially psychosis. So I would like to hear from you about what is your opinion regarding the importance of psychiatrists taking psychedelics in order to understand all you have just mentioned. Thank you.
So that's I feel like a question that's been asked at many conferences, and all the speakers try to find some sort of way to dodge that that question in one way or the other. So, I mean, it's obviously a really good question. I think that well, let's just say I think I agree with the approach that MAPS is taking in their training of therapists for their MDMA trials, in which that they are creating a very structured and safe environment, and providing MDMA is part of the training in there to be a therapist, and they strongly feel that it's important to be able to relate to a person who's going to undergo that kind of treatment. Whether again, I'm sort of trying to propose a broader model of care that I don't think would require every practitioner to have some personal experience in order to grasp what I'm talking about, or provide a psychedelically informed approach to care. So maybe some who are providing the direct treatments, but not everyone would need to have that experience.
Hi, thank you so much for your talk. So as far as active participation in addressing root causes, I think that's something that in the psychedelic community we take for granted. And I'm wondering, and it's definitely a problem that they're not buying what we're selling in traditional psychiatry, but even in traditional medicine, they are buying what we're selling, but it's not necessarily the best model of care. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on how to move beyond the basic bio and behavioral approach to adding psychosocial and ecological to traditional medical practice, and encourage these to be considered in a clinical formulation for this moving toward an interdisciplinary model of care.
Mm-hmm. So in terms of the multimodal sort of formulation that I was talking about, I had a couple. I've been thinking about how that would work. I mean, I would like to have different practitioners from different disciplines coming together as part of a treatment team to address a person's problems. And so whether that would be done actually in a team-based almost interview to formulate with a person their problems from different perspectives, or sort of a more sequential kind of a model where, say, you'd have an intake with a psychedelic therapist who then, based on his formulation, would refer you to a psychiatrist, a naturopath, a herbal medicine healer, and a shaman for further formulation and treatment planning, but really trying to build a strong clinical team that represents different perspectives so that you can formulate a person's problems with them together and create a sort of narrative approach is what I've been proposing.
No.
Yes. It's okay. Oh, thank you. Inspirational, really. I was inspired by Rick's comment yesterday that he's looking forward to his real career coming after he's done with what he's doing now. And I kind of feel the same way, and I think you're helping to provide a model for me. I'm a psychiatrist. I've been working here in the Bay Area with people with cancer and their family members for the past 25 years. Just a quick question on your treatment formulation, your narrative. I find a lot of my patients really say what I thought I heard you saying about coming back to health and coming back to where they were pre-morbidly. And I think what we see with a lot of people, particularly when they get wonderful multimodal, I can't speak English, but psychedelic healing, that's an easier word to say, come around to a very different place than where they started. Does that happen in that circular model? Because there's healing, there's growth. You know all these things, but I just was questioning that circle.
So I guess I got the circle sort of from the idea of the hero's journey a little bit, and that people, we have different points in our lives, and probably when someone's coming to us in psychiatry, they're usually not at the top of their arc, but trying to. And again, I think Gabor Mate in his workshop had some questions about a narrative approach, and so I don't know if everyone would agree with me, but I do like a narrative approach where you would sit with a person and try to So in terms of what I mentioned, the challenge around developing a coherent therapeutic narrative, you could develop that with a person based on their own understandings of their illness, and then how is the treatment we're going to provide along with psychedelics going to sort of bring you through. Yeah.
Hi, thanks, Jordan. I had a question about the interdisciplinarity of the model that you're proposing and this question of the sort of holistic or the sort of integrated model. And there's a lot of work in interdisciplinarity studies that's coming out at the moment that's talking about it less as let's build one coherent sort of, model, but interdisciplinarity is actually sort of interrupting different knowledge practices as creating tensions, and those tensions sort of feeding into sort of new questions and ideas. And so I just wanted to sort of open that up for discussion with you in terms of like this idea of a whole kind of presupposes that there's one group that's defining the whole and other people are invited to sort of partake in this already predefined whole. And to what extent can we have a whole if we really have true interdisciplinarity?
That's a great question. I guess my first question would be, can you sit on our board of advisors to to help us think through problems like that? But I mean, that is actually a really good example of what I'm thinking about embedding anthropologists like yourself and people with critical perspectives in the work that we're doing, the clinical work, to have a reflexive approach, be thinking about what we're doing, what are the problems with the model before it would even get implemented. So I mean, that alone just highlights why I want to have that, but I do think, yes, I'm sort of trying to propose like one big conglomerate, but my personal feeling is, like, as I said, this is sort of a model, like one model clinic, like that's trying to establish a proof of concept, which I don't think really something like this quite exists right now. So sort of taking one stab at things and then continue to move and change over time.
Thank you, Jordan, and congratulations for advancing mainstream psychiatry in Yale. Five-minute break. Sorry, it's half an hour break.
check.
Yeah, it is. If it's off, then there's no light, then it's then you're
So, Charlie, is there more you want me to say?
No, that's fine.
Good to meet you. We should have fun. That's the idea, because what the hell? What?
I'll mic you up right now.
Oh, you're a good man.
You'll be all set.
Thank you for your help.
So this goes on your head just like this. This part goes over your
Been
head.
there before.
All right. There you go, and you can adjust it up. There you go. So it's comfortable for you.
And, I got a
put
pocket.
This pocket over here.
Yep, I can do this. I don't think I cut the thread. Does it have
You
a
can
clip?
put back pocket or yep, clip.
Put it on the clip for me.
All right.
I'll hold that.
Jacket. Actually, let me go behind your jacket.
You can go anywhere you want.
Here. I'm gonna drop this down the back here.
Okay.
Okay. So we get to fall. We're wiring you up for a sting, huh?
Yeah, well, okay. Yeah. So you got any good drives?
I think you guys have a.
Oh, yeah, I left them home.
Here we go.
And we can flip that and I'm set.
You're good and it's on.
you.
All right, now you're concealing.
I see where you come from.
Arizona.
Carry a gun?
No, not usually. I do have one.
We don't have one. Yeah, they could come up. Right, right, and then we'll give them the little blipper. Right. All right. Good. No, I want them to come up. So, as the moderation, or should I just join them in the seats?
I think the stool is good for you.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll have to move it and come up and speak.
Yeah, no, we'll move the stool, and then I'll go to a chair.
But then who will sit? How many presenters are there?
4, 5, including me.
Oh, 5, including you. So we just need
That's good the way it is. Choreography, you have any suggestions? Yeah.
I made room for there to be 5 chairs plus a stool.
Yeah, I'll take my computer off. What am I doing? I'm losing my thing. Maybe you can do it.
Can you put it in do you have a coat pocket?
Yeah, let me move this.
Sometimes they fit in there pretty well. There, yeah, just slip in there and that's fine.
Okay.
We also, we could also have you sit it on a stool right here, right next to them.
Yeah, I
higher
don't
up.
want to be higher up.
But then you be
Then
taller
I
than
have
everybody.
elitism and no elitism.
My plane got bumped. I have to go catch a flight, so I'm going to miss the panel. But it's
Sorry.
so nice to see you. And,
Stay in touch better. We should talk. Talk on the phone, whatever.
Yeah.
Come on up.
Yeah.
Come on up.
I love Elaine. Yeah, we'll be in touch. Exciting
Okay.
stuff happening.
All right. I got to focus.
One thing we're thinking is it might be easier for people to do their talks using that mic and quicker.
Going over? You
Uh,
decide what the best choreography is.
Doing their, because then
I haven't done the panel yet. You have.
we
What do you
did one
think?
panel and it was they weren't presenting, but they didn't have slides though. The one panel we did before we didn't have.
We
slides.
have to give them the clicker no matter what.
Yeah, so they can get the clicker.
I'll give the clicker.
And they have, they could use that one microphone.
Is this going to be live?
That could be live, but it's a little awkward. The
You-
only thing
you
is,
decide.
The only thing is that that's a little hard to
I don't have
use.
opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's even too short for me.
Yeah, it's not very tall, so you have to kind of bend over. So maybe you might.
So I'll hand the clicker, I'll announce the person coming up, and then they'll have the clicker, and we should just get them up and tell them what we're going to do.
Great.
And then do
And so
they?
you're
You
doing-
want them here, or you don't
You're
want
doing
them
the
here?
first presentation.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Introduction
We're
first.
doing the first one. We've got a headset.
And then I'll moderate the panel.
Okay, great. And I guess I'll just stand at this space and just introduce what the panel is.
Yeah, great. Or come up.
Or you could
Come right up. Come next to me. Come next to me. I'll move over.
Yeah, I can go right here. Perfect. Okay, great.
And we
Be
could-
cozy.
And then we could give this one to them.
Yes, perfect.
Ashley.
Yes.
We really haven't talked. have we?
I know.
Since that whole bicycle day fiasco. Did you follow Eric's campaign? for
I
mayor?
did. Yeah. It's been fun. Yeah,
Sorry
and
about the bicycle.
yeah, no worries.
Yeah, let's bring them up.
How are we doing on time? We still have 9 minutes.
I know, but we should
Yeah.
let
Who
them
else
all
is
in.
here? The other
Well-
presentation?
Shadi is here. Everyone's here.
Allison. Okay, is this
Allison,
on?
Shadi, they're all there. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll grab it.
You grab it.
Well, that's okay.
Presenters, could you please come to the stage?
Hi, Toddy, nice to meet you.
Why don't you sit here, Charlie? Because you're the next in line.
So, we were just discussing how we're going to moderate the panel and the flow of everything. So they get to.
Richard, why don't you and Allison sit one in three? Raquel, sit there, great. So we were trying to discuss how they were, guys. Richard, choreography, guys, choreography. Hello. Choreography. So I'm going to introduce all of you immediately, and then I will do the opening presentation. Then I'll have Chadi come up, and you're going to have to use a mic. There's a monitor for your slides, and I'm going to hand you this, which is forward and backward. Okay? And you're going to finish up in 10 minutes. I'm going to watch. And then Raquel, I'll give you a little something or other. And then
Would you ask that you do stay behind the
there is a pointer.
And I use the mouse to point
Yeah.
where
There's
all we have is
there's a pointer.
we have no computer.
Look, try it. Watch. It's right on top. It's right
I
there.
see. That's fine.
And
Want to go over the hand wings with you really quick? Basically, you don't need to turn it on the whole way. This yellow light means it's muted, so you won't hear it. So in case you accidentally, when you grab the microphone, you hit it, if you notice that, turn it off. And you're good. Just now, yes. Yellow light means you hear nothing.
Yeah, what?
Sometimes.
No. Turn the yellow light off, and it's all good.
You want no yellow.
No yellow.
No yellow. When you're talking. Correct. Absolutely. It's in case it accidentally comes on. You notice it's on, you can turn it. Okay. Other than that, you want to just hold up in front of your mouth and speak like through it, not just on top.
and you'll have this to move your slides.
Do we have water? Water? Yes, we have some at the podium here. I can,
Where do you want to sit, Phil?
I'm going to sit here first. When he gets up, I'll move over. Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
Now, one question is, for your presentations, how long do you want to give?
10 minutes.
10 minutes each?
Oh, I'm just very.
Well, 10 minutes for the
Well, you're included in the Richard time.
Oh, I.
So 10 minutes each so we can have, because by the time we get the bio and everything done, then we want as much time for audience.
questions only at the end, right?
Yeah. No, 3 with Allison and Richard combined. Allison and Richard combined. Yeah, they're both from the same Kaiser facility. Me, Charlie, Raquel, Allison, and Richard. Four. Yeah. 10. Yeah, once I do the intros, I'm on 10 minutes. Of course, we want enough time for audience. Yeah, that'd be good. Huh. What? 4 minutes? Yeah. Yeah, sure. So you're going to do Bicycle Day again sometime?
Yeah, I will. It just not this year.
Yeah. No, we got a lot going.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
call.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. Great. Great. If you know, study coordinator, we have the best, Libby.
I know.
So if you need help, Libby, she just had a tragedy, but she'll be back.
Yeah, my partner actually lives up in Santa Rosa, so I'm thinking that maybe in the next couple of months, everybody's going to stop by.
It's only a month. But she'll be around working. But come down, of course. You're always welcome. That's a good time for us. We're going to go to Europe in June. The study will be done. That's certainly possible if all goes well.
Yeah. We're going to do our best.
It's all right, I'll do it. Where are you sitting? You're a beautiful man. Okay. Can we put up the first slide? It was just up. Richard, where'd you go to med school?
Oh, I went UCSF.
So you're, and residency? UCSF residency?
I did my residency at University of New Mexico.
I'm just going to have a little, okay, I'm just going to.
I actually did my residency at University of New Mexico because I was following Rick Strassman, because he was doing...
Big mistake.
I know. It was. That was a big
Believe me,
mistake.
I know the man well.
But I actually, when I got there, the whole DMT trial was closed, so I couldn't.
He ruined himself.
Yeah, I know. It sounds like he kind of...
He flipped. He flipped a few times in life. All right, I'm going to do brief.
I think if you just say, just really brief is fine. I don't need
All right. Can we get started?
Yep.
All right, everyone. Welcome back from the break. Our next panel will be moderated by Phil Wolfson, and the panel is entitled Ketamine in Clinical Practice, Varieties, Research, and Opportunities. I'll let Phil introduce himself and the other panel members. Please welcome the rest of the team.
So welcome to what we hope will be a truly exciting panel and discussion. We're going to leave quite a bit of time because ketamine really is a burgeoning field. It's a field in which there are great opportunities, confusion, and a lot to think about and a lot to learn. And with a panel of this sort, you'll get a variety of experiences and opinions, and we hope that will be useful and it will lead to audience participation. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our four panelists. I'll introduce myself. My name's Phil Wolfson. I'm a psychiatrist in practice in the Bay Area for many, many years. I'm the author of the Ketamine Papers, which some people now call the Bible, but I don't like the analogy because I'm an atheist agnostic, so don't call it the Bible. But it's doing well, and we're happy to have it out as a volume that seeks to represent the varieties of ketamine practice and its opportunity. Chadi Abdallah is going to present on science, and he is Associate Director of Research, Assistant Professor of Psychiatry at Yale University, Director of Neuroimaging and Director of Clinical Trials in the Clinical Science Division. Raquel Bennett next is really a progenitor in all of this. She's the organizer of the 2 CREA conferences with an upcoming third, which really brought together practitioners of ketamine work for the first time and set us afire with new ideas, with controversy. And she is a practicing psychologist working with, as she'll describe, intramuscular ketamine, predominantly in different dosages, and is an avid pursuer of this field and a generator of more and more knowledge about it. Then we have Richard Roston and Allison McInnes, who are both Kaiser pioneers, Allison being the pioneer of pioneers and bringing to Kaiser ketamine work in the intravenous matter and really pushing it so that now we have 8 centers at Kaiser doing this work. Allison is a psychiatrist. Unfortunately, I left her out. She's a late but most welcome addition to the program. And Richard is the East Bay Ketamine Program Director for the Department of Psychiatry, Kaiser Permanente. So you're going to get a lot of different kind of views. So let me go back one. So the excitement of this is that off-label psychiatric use of the dissociative anesthetic ketamine, which we'll come back to as an essential property, it's burgeoned. Clinics are coming up everywhere. And there are really kind of a spectrum of approach from using ketamine in what I call a black box approach, where you give the medicine often has profound effects, and you give it in a programmed way, which is bloomed, as you'll see from the variety of practices, into many different kinds of practices, but basically where it's administered without too much regard for psychological change in psychotherapy. The drug does the work. At the other side of the spectrum is what I'm going to particularly focus on, which is assisted psychotherapy, where we can use the medicine in different ways to evoke consciousness and change that's actualized in the moment of the work. Ketamine is being used for as many varieties of diagnoses and existential issues, lovelessness, hopelessness, bad relationships, and the diagnostic entities. We see it as becoming a primary treatment for depression, rather than as it's been rubricized into a treatment-resistant depression format, which means that 2 or more traditional antidepressants have failed. It's been used in bipolar II, PTSD, OCD, and others. We have a large review in the book that is from May of 2016 that Cole Marta and Wes Ryan and Ralph Koech did, if you really want to catch up on the varieties of ketamine. So the strategy of minimizing psychedelic effects competes with strategies that utilize the psychedelic property of ketamine. Okay, blipper. There we go. I'm doing 2 things at once here. So let me go back to the opportunity, if I can do that. What's happening? Get me back. Well, the opportunity is that ketamine is the first. Can you get me back? Okay. Let me go back one. The opportunity is that ketamine is the first really new psychiatric drug in practice on a different mechanism of action that we've had in decades now. So it really changes the field. Initially worked up for the treatment of treatment-resistant depression, it is now in consideration for so many different things, even anorexia. And if you really look at the depression opportunity, I've just tried to lay out an imagination of the numbers of people that we're talking about. 16 million people annually, according to the NIMH, have depression. If 50% come to treatment, that leaves you 8 million. If 4 of those million folks don't work out, because 25 to 50% of people fall into TRD, then you have 4 million potential patients nationally. So if you look at the Bay Area as 1% of the population, that's 40,000 people every year potentially for treatment. If you quibble, it's 2 million people nationally. So it's enormous. Then if you look at how ketamine has been propelled through its various formats, the original psychiatric use was psychedelic, begun in the 1970s. We'll be presenting a lot on that tomorrow. In the late 1990s, the NIMH came to the fore, recognizing it as a potential treatment for depression with a unique mechanism of action, and proposed a protocol using 0.5 milligrams kilogram IV dripped over 40 minutes. So then this was a single dose session with very short-term results on the average, but often an immediate effect, which suggested its potency for treatment. This was extended to multiple sessions. Now often we do 6 or more sessions. We do the same in our oral method or sublingual method, repeatedly for 6 sessions in about 2 weeks' time. This is common in IV fusion centers, and outside of Kaiser you can see the kind of economics of this. Often it's in the new clinics, for instance, in San Francisco, there are 2 new clinics run by anesthesiologists, and they often do put other things together with this. Sometimes there are boosts, so the method is no longer inviolable. There's increasing dosage. I just saw an IV patient come to us, and she had gone up to 2.5 milligrams per kilogram, which is totally psychedelic, even over 40 minutes. So follow-ups may extend out to months and more. There may be psychotherapy, meditation sessions, and often practitioners may have no personal experience with the drug, or they may. So there's Steve Ross has been doing an ER bolus study of 0.3 milligrams per kilogram at NYU. There are higher dosage sessions people do as boluses. The IM sessions that we do range from 0.25 milligrams per kilogram to 2 milligrams per kilogram, even higher. These can be compressed. Terry Early, a pioneer in this, has done as many as 2 or 3 IM sessions in a week or every week, weekly for people, very complex people. So there's no singular pattern in all of this. And I'm hyping my own program. An important addition to our methodologies is the use of oral sublingual administration within a psychotherapy format. And then coming ahead, a misspelling, Janssen is with 2 S's. Janssen's intranasal S-ketamine preparation is patented. We don't know how it's going to be. Most of us think it's bogus. Sorry, Janssen. Go back to pharma world. But we think that the RS mixture, which is economical and widespread use, has no reason not to be changed. And intranasal has its complications in terms of potential for misuse, which brings us to the fact that ketamine is a street drug in widespread use. Tomorrow I'm going to show a film on a Chinese village that became wholesalely addicted because they were making this stuff with the help of authorities and sending it out to the world. A lot of the illicit ketamine does come from China. There's rumor that it comes from North Korea, but we haven't proved that. So there's some IV and IM use in the population. Most people do bumps or snorts, and certainly there's addiction, and there are high levels of use which can produce urinary tract damage. All routes may lead to the K-hole. So I'll go through this quickly. So we have developed, Joanne Andrews and I in our Center for Transformational Psychotherapy in Marin, a practice of using a low-dose trance elicited by lozenges which enable people to stay conscious and work with us. And there's a threefold amazing tendency of ketamine work, which in some ways, because we come from MDMA work, has similarities. We've been operating mostly as a couple, man, woman, handling this. It's a good idea to have opposite sex when you do ketamine because people are in trance or in a state of near unconsciousness. You don't want to have any illusions to having done anything inappropriate. But the threefold tendency is a time out from ordinary mind. So people are not in their usual mind. They have relief from obsession and depressional thinking. There's a reduction or even elimination of negative thoughts and a reduction in thoughts itself. This opens the door to new life, new feeling, as well as doing abreactive work. It leads to an absence of dysphoria, a sense of relief. And sometimes these effects are miraculous. We've had people come off the bed after 15, 20 years of depression, 10 years of depression, and say, I'm a new person. Now, it's also true we have to maintain that. So the miracle has to be supported over time in general. So it's a work in process. We particularly have a history of over 100 patients and many hundreds of sessions and more than 1,000 at-home sessions. Of course, uniquely, we send people home with the lozenges, which can't be abused. You can't stuff that many lozenges in your face. It really is unpleasant. So you can do about 3. If you're lucky, you do 4, and then you drool all over the place. So it's very safe. So our interest is in understanding ketamine's use and its effects in a variety of its applications. In order to facilitate best practices and most effective outcomes, we're doing the first, we hope. What happened to our slide now? Whoa. Wow, that was a ketamine moment. You could feel it. Just everyone went to sleep. So we're really interested in getting data from the whole field so that we can really know what we're doing and really come up with best practices. I can describe that to you later. Ketamine sessions, sublingual and IM, offer a unique opportunity for the development of psychotherapeutic strategies. Wow. This is very exciting, you know. It must be DEA doing it or something, I don't know. Somebody's working with us. Okay, let me try back again. Okay, I'll have to just tell you what this slide is about. Beyond the trance state and the crescendo of ketamine's effects on mind, everyone will eventually have a dissociative psychedelic transformative experience. We'll try this again. With appropriate preparation and dosing, this experience is safe, accepted, powerful, unique, may be powerfully antidepressant. It's an opportunity to think, imagine, and feel differently. Ketamine work at this dosage, you're conscious of what your experience is, you follow it, you may not remember it when you come out of it, but you're out of your body. The essential aspect of this experience is you're formless. The Tibetan Buddhist really desirable state, you're formless. And so you're in your form as energy, and that's a whole new experience for all of us. Unlike ECT, there's swirling imagery of all sorts. So we see this as a profound psychotherapeutic tool used in a dosage format that gives the experience but preserves observer consciousness and minimizes side effects. The IM method is the second path in ketamine-assisted psychotherapy, and we tend to use both low-dose trance and IM together for our effect. Considerations going forward, this is a list, you know, that we'll all deal with probably in our sessions afterwards when we have audience participation. There are issues of economics, issues of administration, and issues of efficacy. So I thank you for all this. It's been a pleasure to put all this on you, and I pass the wand to Chadi. Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us. Is the mic working? I think it's working. Good. We're going to have my slides.
The pointer is on the top.
We will have them. So let me start by telling you what I'm going to talk about today. So today I'm going to actually focus on what we think is the neurobiology of ketamine, mainly how ketamine affect the brain, and before that, how depression and stress and trauma affect the brain, and what we think ketamine is doing to reverse this abnormality. And largely what I'm going to talk about is mainly based on preclinical finding that seems to be supported by clinical and biomarker evidence from human studies.
You're still on me. That egocentric. It's the PDF. Sorry.
Also, so maybe I can.
There we go.
Okay, here we are. I can get started. So this is not the first slide? Oh, okay. Good. Is there a way to make it full screen so we can see it?
Ah.
I like full screen. Okay.
Can we separate the Mac from the other kind of people? This is actually Word, MS. Why don't you just go to the first one and try?
I think if.
Just try.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Good. So that's an indication that ketamine works eventually. Although it's a rapid-acting antidepressant, but it's a slow-acting slide. What we think about depression and the neurobiology of depression is actually most of this study, preclinical study, was done with the mind that these are relevant to depression, but in reality these are relevant to most trauma and stress-related disorder. Most of these preclinical models is really model of stress. What's the effect of chronic stress on the brain? And here we see one of these models. Mainly in summary, we think that depression and chronic stress lead to dysregulation in glutamate in neurotransmission. And glutamate in neurotransmission will lead to spillover, mainly increase of extrasynaptic glutamate. And this increase in extrasynaptic glutamate will lead to excitotoxicity and eventually to synaptic disconnectivity. So if we look at the right side here where we see the neurons, on the top neurons is this from a control animal. So you see the branching of the dendrites, and you see compared to the animal that was exposed to stress for about 4 weeks. So you see a reduction of branching of the dendrites. These dendrites are shorter, and if we zoom in on it, we see that, let me see if I have a pointer. So if we zoom in here, we see that the spines where these synapses occur, we have much less of these spines. So this form of excitotoxicity eventually leads to disconnect between the neurons, especially in the prefrontal cortex. So I want you to remember 3 things about the glutamatergic synapse. First, that the glutamatergic synapse, which is depicted here in this cartoon, the majority of the cortical synapses are glutamatergic synapses. Up to 90% of the synapses in the cortex are glutamatergic synapses. So even when you give a person serotonergic psychedelic, it's eventually they're going to work on the behavior by modulating these glutamatergic synapses. So almost most of our behavioral and psychology is affected by these synapses in the brain. The second thing to remember about the glutamatergic synapse, that glutamate inside the synapse is beneficial to the brain. And this is how, for example, we have long-term potentiation, or this is how we form memory, or at least that's how we think we form memory, that you have this intrasynaptic activation of a glutamate, and this intrasynaptic activation will label this synapse as important synapse, and the brain will make it stronger and will make more of it. Unfortunately, that if we have a spillover of this synapse, mainly overactivation of a glutamate, we have a spillover extrasynaptically. This is spillover of a glutamate in extrasynaptic space will lead to excitotoxicity. So glutamate inside the synapse is good for the brain, and too much of glutamate, which will lead to spillover, will eventually lead to excitotoxicity and the disconnectivity that we talked about following chronic stress. So in this model, if you're subject to acute stress that you can let go and move on with your life, the acute stress is beneficial to your brain, will make more synapses, and will make your synapses stronger. If you're subject to trauma, even if the sexual assault is transitional, but you have this sustained threat in your brain, you are subject to chronic stress, and this will eventually lead to excitotoxicity, and this will reduce the synapses in your prefrontal cortex. So how we think antidepressant work is by, first we think that depression will lead, as we can show in a preclinical model, as we can show in a human. For example, you can measure hippocampal volume, or you can measure gray matter in the prefrontal cortex, and you see a reduction. So we think trauma, stress, and depression will reduce the strength of the synapses and will reduce the amount of synapses. And ketamine and other antidepressants, like SSRIs, can reverse this abnormality by increasing synaptic strength, release of BDNF on other neurotrophic, and recovery of synapses. So for ketamine, it seems that ketamine works in both ways. First, ketamine induced a glutamate surge during infusion, and this glutamate surge could be by disinhibition of the interneurons, because ketamine is an NMDA antagonist, and this is here, we can see it on this receptors, this inhibition of this receptor, which will lead to glutamate surge. And the other, that more recently, it seems that one of the metabolites of ketamine, the HNK, Z6-HNK, seems to directly lead to this presynaptic release of a glutamate and a glutamate surge. And on the other hand, ketamine is also an NMDA antagonist, so it's also protective in a sense, because it's block extrasynaptic NMDA. So if you have a spillover, you don't have the excitotoxicity that you may have under normal condition. So in this sense, ketamine is exactly like acute stressor. It will increase the glutamate release, but the good thing about ketamine that it's acute. What we believe and what we know, at least from preclinical data, that if you give the animal ketamine once a week, or maybe twice a week, or 3 times a week, it's going to be beneficial to the brain. But if you give ketamine to the animal on a daily basis, it's going to lead to excitotoxicity. And this is similar to acute stress. If you have acute stressor, it's good for the brain, it will enhance cognition, and it will make the brain stronger in a sense and more resilient. But if you subject the animal to chronic stress, especially unpredictable stress, on a daily basis, they're going to have excitotoxicity.
2 minutes.
So just to give you a sense of how we can test this in human studies. So here we see data from functional connectivity comparing the brain of major depressive disorder to healthy control. And we see that patients with depression, they have significant, the blue is a reduction in global brain connectivity in the prefrontal cortex. And we think this reflects the synaptic disconnectivity that you see it in the prefrontal cortex of animal. On the left, we see a comparison between treatment-resistant depression and healthy control. And we see, again, in the prefrontal cortex, you have this blue cluster where they show reduction of global brain connectivity in the depressed subject. We treated those subjects with ketamine, and 24 hours later, when they achieved response, we repeated the same scan. And we see on the right that most of the cluster that were abnormal at baseline, they become normal after treatment. So we have no significant difference between depressed and healthy subjects after a treatment in most of the clusters. So if we look at the changes in global brain connectivity, and we see if this is limited to those who responded to treatment or those who did not respond to treatment, again, we see that the increase of global brain connectivity were mostly in those who achieved response. And this is another way of looking at the data. So if we look here On the top left, we see in red the number of voxels that were significantly different before treatment, and we have more than 2,000 voxels. And in blue are the number of voxels that they are significant after treatment, and we were left with only 300 voxels that they abnormal compared to healthy control. On the right, we see that before treatment, the red are the healthy control and the blue is the depressed subject. So we have connectivity, we see a left shift. On average, depressed subject, they have this reduced global brain connectivity in the prefrontal cortex. And after treatment, we see on the left those who respond to treatment, they have normal functional connectivity compared, so we see the overlap between the blue and red, versus those who did not respond to treatment, they continue to have reduced global brain connectivity.
You have to come to conclusion.
One last slide. So this is a replication study that we, in a separate sample, we see the same reduction in the prefrontal cortex, and we see that ketamine increased this global brain connectivity. And thank you.
Raquel? Here's the pointer.
Thank you. Good morning. It's so nice to see my friends and colleagues. Is it not on? How's that? Better? Can you hear me still? People are saying turn it up. I don't have control to do that, but maybe the guys can. Well, I'll keep talking so you can test it, and I would love it for my slides to come up. Oh, you want me to use this instead? Okay. Sorry, I didn't get the memo. I'm going to give you that. Oh, yeah, that's, oh, dear. That's a little better. Okay. Next question, how do I get my slides up? Oh, but they're not on my screen. That's going to be a little bit of a challenge. Okay.
That's my screen.
All right, never mind. It is so exciting to be here today. I'm Dr. Bennett. Can I have the next slide?
Use the pointer.
Oh, to where? There?
Anywhere. Just here.
Phil, will you help me, please? I'm thinking we probably should have practiced more before today, but it's okay. Thank you. Okay, I wanted to say that I am a psychologist and a ketamine specialist. I work in partnership with physicians who prescribe and administer ketamine. I'm not allowed to do that as a psychologist. But my specialty is in working with people who have severe depression or who are on the bipolar spectrum or who are actively suicidal. And I got frustrated with how slow conventional treatment was for this population. And I was interested in what could be done that was faster, and I became interested in ketamine. And in addition, over time, I became interested in using ketamine as an adjunct to psychotherapy for self-exploration. I've been fascinated by it for about 15 years since I first encountered it and first noticed that it appeared to have a very rapid-acting and robust antidepressant effect that I hadn't heard about at that time, and I wanted to find out, how is it doing that? And that somehow led to this moment. So here we are. And I also wanted to mention that I run the international conference on the use of ketamine in psychiatry and psychotherapy. Let's give this a wing ding. Okay, so I'm going to just try to be short and sweet and to the point. I have a couple of things that I wanted to say today. The first thing that I wanted to point out is that ketamine is used in a number of different ways in medicine and in psychiatry and in psychotherapy, and that the populations are quite different and the treatment is quite different. The way that we use ketamine to treat depression has some overlap with, but is also different from, the way that we use ketamine for spiritual exploration. And it has some similarity to, but is also different from, how ketamine is used to manage physical pain. And it's also similar to, but also different from, ketamine for depression is similar to, but different from, how ketamine is used as a surgical and procedural anesthetic. And so in listening to the talks, it's important to be thinking about what what are the goals of treatment for the patient that we're discussing, and what is the route of administration that we're talking about, what's the dosing strategy that we're talking about, and why? Who is this targeted for? I just wanted to make that distinction because otherwise it's easy to get confused. There's a lot of information. I'm not going to talk about all of these, but I did want to point out that there are at least 7 different established dosing strategies for the use of ketamine. I'm going to be talking about 3 of them, the 3 that are mostly used in the treatment of severe and refractory depression and other psychiatric disorders. But I just wanted to point out that there's a lot of different dosing strategies. Unfortunately, we don't have time for all of that today. So let me just clear up a couple of things that I get the same questions over and over again, and I actually have gotten this question a number of times this weekend. So let me just cut to the chase. The National Institute of Mental Health and also recently the American Psychiatric Association have been publishing results about the use of ketamine in the treatment of people with severe depression who are getting what we call low dose, that's air quotes, low dose ketamine administered by IV. And so here's a picture of someone getting their IV low dose ketamine treatment. I'm not going to go into great detail about this, but what I really wanted to say about it is that this dosing strategy has been pretty well established as being a very helpful adjunct to conventional treatment. What I mean by that is ketamine as an adjunct or in addition to psychotherapy and medication. And what's important is that this strategy, this way of using ketamine, is specifically designed to be sub-psychedelic, meaning on purpose the patient is not having psychedelic experience. That's the purpose of this dosing strategy, is to avoid having psychedelic experience. And I have a lot I want to say about that. I'll save that for another day. But I wanted to just point out that when doctors are talking about the use of ketamine in this way, they're thinking about ketamine purely as a pharmaceutical, as a medication where the medicine is doing all the work, but the patient doesn't have to do all that much except show up to the appointment. And it's not uncommon that patients are invited to pop on their headphones and rock it out, listen to music during their treatment. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but I want to be clear that that's a specific way of approaching ketamine treatment, but not the only way. Okay? Let's keep going, because time is short. A different way of using ketamine in the world of psychiatry is using a little bit more ketamine, a moderate dose of ketamine. And in this case, we're using the ketamine as a lubricant for psychotherapy. So the patient is relaxed on purpose by the ketamine, and we're using the time to go more deeply, using the ketamine session to go more deeply into material that the patient has been working on in psychotherapy, but maybe hasn't quite been able to get to yet, or maybe they're feeling really stuck. And I want to be clear that this is a different approach to using ketamine than what I just said a second ago. And I also want to just tell you honestly that I'm not convinced that ketamine is necessarily the best tool for this job, and it's certainly not the only tool for this job, but it's a legal tool for this job. So for now, this is what we got, and so this is what we're doing. It's perfectly legal. Here's a little bit more information on that. And what I want to say about it is that when we're working from this paradigm, when we're working in this way, using ketamine like this, we think that the thing that is helping people with their depression is not only the chemical effect of the ketamine, but also the effect of the deep psychotherapy. So it's the content and the relationship and what happens interpersonally between the therapist and the patient that is helping or enhancing the therapeutic effect of the treatment. This has not been studied, but this is the idea behind it. I just wanted you to know that. Okay. I also want to talk about what we're calling high-dose, air quotes, high-dose psychedelic ketamine treatment. This is where we're administering ketamine at a dose that's approaching the anesthetic dose, where we are inducing psychedelic and mystical experiences on purpose People who work from this paradigm believe that it's the content of the visions, the mystical visions, that have healing properties in addition to the other things that I already mentioned. This has not been well studied. It's controversial. There's a number of qualitative papers about this or anecdotal papers about this that suggest that this is helpful for some patients some of the time. I want to add that I'm talking only here about people with severe depression. I just think this is a phenomena and a treatment strategy that's just begging to be studied more. Let me just show you the next slide real quick. So that's what I want to say about this. And I just want to reemphasize that the basic paradigm here is a shamanic or a psychedelic paradigm, where the psychedelic visions are part of the therapeutic effect in helping people with their depression. How am I doing on time, Phil? One more. Oh dear. Okay. I'm really sorry that I only have 1 more minute, but let me just wrap this up real quick by saying that this is the same information I just presented in a table format, emphasizing that there are different paradigms, different approaches to ketamine treatment. And if you're a patient, particularly a patient with severe depression who's looking for treatment, please ask your provider, what paradigm are you using? What dosing strategy are you using and why? And if you're a provider, what dosing strategy are you using and why? And please be explicit about that and explain that to your patients. I also just want to say, people ask me all the time, which one works the best? And the answer is, it depends. It depends on the person. Different things work well for different people. I wanted to touch very quickly in 30 seconds or less on some of the prominent themes in high-dose ketamine. I don't really have too much time to do that, but ask me later. But people talk, I'm just gonna skip that, but I'll just show you real quick. You can take it in with your eyes. Things that people talk about in high-dose ketamine treatment for depression. Okay, I'm gonna just pop to the very end here and say that I do run the international conference on this topic, on the use of ketamine in psychiatry and psychotherapy. It's in November. It's here in the Bay Area. Please look it up on the website or catch me later if you'd like more information about that. Thank you.
Go together.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to go together?
I'm sorry we missed some of those last slides, Raquel. Those look really fun. Like we would have. So I'm Richard Roston. I'm a psychiatrist at Kaiser. When Phil asked me to talk on this panel, I asked him what I should talk about, and he said, "It doesn't matter, just have fun." And I thought, well, talking in front of 100 people, hundreds of people, is not my idea of fun usually, but so I did think I would talk about the history a little bit of how IV ketamine came to be, because I think it's a very, very versatile medicine. It's a very, very versatile medicine, and it does a lot of different things. It's a dissociative anesthetic. It can work for pain control. People can have very profound experiences with it. And how is it that we are now using this for depression? And how are you, at a large healthcare system like Kaiser, how is it that we are now using this medicine, especially since there's all this potential for psychedelic effects? And it's sort of surprising that an institution like Kaiser would be maybe allowing something like that. So I like to think of it sort of as a gateway drug to other psychedelics within the medical profession. So, yeah, I mean, I think Raquel pointed out that this is the first medicine that's actually in clinical use that has psychedelic effects. Everything else that we've learning here at this conference is all under research. And right now, just down the road, where people are having psychedelic effects. And as Raquel pointed out, the psychedelic effects that people are having are minimal. Where there's this protocol that we're going to be talking about a little bit is developed in a way to really minimize the potential for changes in consciousness that could be profoundly healing. So I'm going to start with just talking a little bit about the research and how that allowed for practitioners in the community to start using this protocol. It all started with a research article in 2000. A group from Yale, Berman was the lead author, stumbled upon its effects just upon chance. They were actually using ketamine as a model for psychosis. And while they were using it that way, they noticed that people were feeling a lot better days afterwards. So they put together this very small trial, just 7 patients, and they made up some protocol. I sort of learned from the grapevine they came up with the 40-minute time because it would fit well in an hour session, so they could get the nurses together. And so they just made this up, 0.5 milligram per kilogram over 40 minutes. And it turns out it's probably pretty lucky because it's probably very close to optimal dosing as an antidepressant, as Jabati was talking about, to get that big glutamate burst. Probably that amount is close to optimal. There are further studies being done right now to sort of see if there's other better dosing. I think it's important to point out that there's the bias against the changes in consciousness even in this article. You can see clinical applicability of this strategy may be limited by its psychotomimetic effects. So you can see the bias there. The research after the 2000 study, that study was pretty much just, I wouldn't say ignored, but not many people in medical establishment really knew much about that article. It was sort of something of interest, but it was in 2006 when it was replicated with 18 patients, and they got the same incredibly robust response that, just taking a group of patients where nothing else has worked, no other medicines have worked, very severe depression, they feel better just a day or two later after using this very low dose. So a lot more study has been done since that 2006 replication, enough so that the American Psychiatric Association Task Force a year ago or so acknowledged ketamine as a very unique antidepressant. And even just last month, there was a consensus statement on IV ketamine use. It was in the journal of in JAMA. And so they actually gave some guidelines around how to use IV ketamine. How much? So I think I wanted Allison to maybe jump in a little bit here to talk a little bit about how that consensus statement came around, because she was actually very instrumental. Allison is the director in region at Kaiser for ketamine therapy. And she's really paved the way for us at Kaiser as well as nationally. So, and she was part of that consensus, making that consensus statement. And I think her telling a little bit about that story might be of interest. So, what's that? Well, I'll show them more on my slides then.
Okay, thank you, Richard.
Yeah.
So, just briefly, so how did this all come to be that we had ketamine at Kaiser? Well, I had been following, I used to be a scientist. I was at Mount Sinai and doing a completely different career for many years. And then I'd been following Sanjay Matthews' work on IV ketamine. And I happened to go to a talk at UCSF by a community provider who said, it works, it's fantastic, but he didn't give any data. And all my scientific background came roaring up to me. And I thought, we could do this at Kaiser. We could do this really well. And we could keep great data and we could really, this is something we could do. And thanks to the passion of Richard and myself and our chief at the time, Mason Turner, we got the impetus to get it going. Right about that time, so in 2013 in Banbury, Connecticut, a series of meetings had started, funded by Big Pharma, with researchers, the people who'd been doing the primary research into IV ketamine. And basically, as we know, ketamine has a branding problem. So what they were saying was, well, we need to come up with a different type of ketamine. We can call it something different. It'll be ketamine-like, and that'll be more palatable as an antidepressant. So in 2015, though, they met in 2014 and they were closed proceedings. And then in 2015, bowing to sort of this enormous pressure from patient advocacy groups, they invited community practitioners, Steve Levine and Glenn Brooks, as well as ourselves. My chief is representing Kaiser, and Dennis Hartman, who is a leading patient advocate for ketamine therapy. And it was at that time that everything kind of started to shift, and the APA made a promise that they would publish these treatment guidelines, which fell short of an endorsement. If you read them, they're not an endorsement, but they are guidelines. Although, shortly thereafter, in an interview on NPR, the lead author of those articles said, "How do you not give this drug to people?" So there's still tensions within the APA on this. So anyway, that's my little 2 bits.
Is that for total? Okay, so I'm going to really go quickly over this. Those guidelines, I just wanted to point out a few quotes from those guidelines. There's still this bias against the psychedelic effects. You can read, if indicated, restraints to manage potentially dangerous behavioral symptoms. It's kind of crazy. We've never seen anything like that while we're treating patients with this. So there's still this bias. I think I'm going to skip some of these slides. Yeah. I just want to put this as a hypothesis for ketamine and how to think about it and its diverse effects. I apologize that some of the writing there is really tiny. The first bubble is its antidepressant effects. Then the second bubble is the psychedelic effects. And then the third bubble is its dissociative anesthetic. So the higher the dose you go, the more of each of one of those effects you get. And so the actual circles, the way I put them, is not precise. We're all sort of trying to figure out where those might lie, but I think it's a useful way of thinking about ketamine, that the higher the dose you go, the more of each one of those effects you get. And there is some overlap, and we do see that in the clinic, that as patients are having some changes in consciousness, sometimes very profound and sometimes very healing. And at Kaiser, we really are very limited in terms of how much time we can, let's see. This is just a slide about how we work with set and setting in our very large system. And we do our best to actually bring about or work with the psychedelic effects and the changes in consciousness. But it's hard to, because we have limited resources. So, thank you.
Let's open the floor.
Yeah.
Any questions from the audience? Dialogue?
Feel free to use this mic for questions from here.
We can't really see you.
I can't see you either, but in my work, that's not a problem. So my question is, first of all, thank you guys for all your work. It's phenomenal, and thank you, Phil, for the book. It is phenomenal, really super. I'm interested in the data behind the potential side effects of bladder toxicity. We read about it. Where does this come from? Is this in chronic users? Is this in addicted people? Or has there been any reports of bladder issues in people who are treated in the kind of protocols that you guys are showing on the screen there? Thank you.
Quick.
Do you want to take it?
Go.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the question. So there does appear to be possibly a link between excessive ketamine use and cystitis, or irritation of the bladder. It's mostly seen, or most of the data that we have about this comes from people who are in residential treatment for ketamine substance abuse. And so the data is confusing because a lot of the people are polysubstance users and their histories are a little bit unclear. So far, we've minimally seen it in people who are receiving medically supervised ketamine. I'm not aware of any reports of people getting cystitis following an exposure from ketamine used for anesthesia. But I am getting a lot of calls, not a lot, I've gotten about a dozen in the past year, from people who have either been self-medicating or using medically supervised ketamine over time for their depression. So it is a concern. We need more information. Does that answer your, so bottom line, we don't know.
We've seen it in one person perhaps on a first-time treatment. The statistic in general is 1 in 100 within the clinical format. And it's generally been reversible.
Part of your informed consent.
It is.
Hi, thank you so much. I really appreciate everything that you all had to say, but I'm curious, is there some, if a person has had a lot of experience, say, with street ketamine, does that somehow preclude getting treatment later? Would that experience sort of make it impossible to have beneficial therapy later with it? Is that something that anyone has ever done any research on? In other words,
we've had a few people who are ketamine wise in our life, but not excessively, and we don't really work with people who have ketamine addiction.
Right.
We're not trying to foment that. We're trying to do everything to prevent that.
No, I'm not so much saying for people who are practicing that. I'm just saying, would the experience make it impossible for you to benefit
Well,
from this later? That's my
no,
question.
because if you're doing psychotherapy, it's different than the other. But if you know the experience and you've done that myriad times, you may not have much of a new effect.
Right. Thank you so much.
Hi, I was just wondering if you knew of the existence of the ketamine analog methoxetamine, which is substantially more potent and is said to was designed to try to minimize the urinary bladder tract effects and whatnot.
How about that? Okay. So yeah, we've looked into it a little bit, and we also have some self-reports about it. So one thought was potentially that because the methoxetamine psychedelic effect, using it in a higher dose range, lasts longer than a ketamine, the ketamine effect, we were hoping that maybe it would have a longer, a more robust antidepressant effect. This has not been formally studied in an academic setting, but I want to tell you that so far we have found that to not be true. I don't know, I can't speak to the cystitis question because we don't have enough data, but there's no evidence at this point that suggests that methoxetamine is a better antidepressant than ketamine.
And also it is addictive as well. I've seen 2 people with methoxetamine addictions, and it's illegal, so we have ketamine. We're happy to have ketamine.
Thanks for that, Phil.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for being here. And my question is, how do you manage the use of other antidepressants, SSRIs, benzodiazepines, antipsychotics for people who are going to be entering a ketamine infusion protocol?
Using the NIMH protocol, people don't change their medicines. People can continue almost all of their medicines while they're getting this treatment. We typically, if there's a really good response, we actually ask people to not change any of their medicines for some months, and then if they continue to do well, we have them slowly come off of it. There was some question about benzodiazepines. I think we're loosening a little bit in terms of how much.
There are a few questions that are out in the world. One is lamotrigine antagonism of the ketamine effect. May be true. If you stop lamotrigine, you have to restart it again within 2 days, or you have the potentiality for the Stevens-Johnson reaction. There's controversy over use of Adderall or other stimulants. That day, we don't do that. And there is controversy over benzos.
Yeah.
You know, we stop them. We don't have people do benzos the same day, but some people use benzos in their practice, like giving Ativan for agitation before that. We don't see the need for that because we do provide the lozenge format, which takes away the anxiety at a low dose. So lots of controversy in the field.
Yeah, so the vast majority of medicine's okay. Gabapentin, Lamictal, and benzodiazepines, there's some controversy around them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for the talks. Considering that in the near future we will probably have psilocybin available for the treatment of depression, what would be the advantages and disadvantages of ketamine over psilocybin?
We're building a toolbox.
Yeah.
In the toolbox, right now we have one drug legal, ketamine. Ketamine is a short-acting, powerful experience. Psilocybin's a longer-acting, powerful experience. It does a different thing. Drugs have signatures. At the same time, we might have MDMA in the toolbox. MDMA is a powerful psychotherapeutic and pathogenic experience. We could use all three. We could bring in a bunch more. So let's enlarge the toolbox.
That's what I was thinking about there. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we're at time now, so thank you all so much.
Thank you.
And I do ask that the participants in the panel please move outside of the room. So if there are other people that would like to ask you questions, that we clear the stage area. Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone. I would ask that you please settle down for our next talk. Find a seat, and if you have questions to ask our panel, our previous panel, please take it outside. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is John Hartberg. He will be speaking on ketamine's therapeutic potential, practical considerations for clinical use. John Hartberg is a medical student at the University of Queensland in Brisbane, Australia, where he is conducting research at a psychiatric practice using oral ketamine for the treatment-resistant depression and PTSD. One second. Can you... Okay, one last sentence of his bio now that it's a little bit more quiet. John previously served as a study coordinator for the MAPS-sponsored MDMA therapy study in Marin County and worked with MAPS to compile data for ibogaine and MDMA studies. Please welcome to the stage John Hartberg.
Cool. Oh, great. All right. Is that on? Can you hear me? Yeah, cool. Well, thanks for that panel. That was pretty incredible. And I'm sorry to cut off all the people that had questions. I know everyone's tight for time here. My body became lighter, and the colors became clearer. Before that moment, I didn't know what was causing the anxiety. It was the first time that I was able to turn the volume down and to finally see things clearly. Now, that is one man's personal experience at an otherwise nondescript suburban psychiatric practice with what has become in a few short years the only widely available psychedelic therapy modality that is legal in the country. Now, ketamine was approved by the FDA in 1970 for anesthesia, but only within the last few years have we seen an interest in ketamine for psychotherapeutic potential. In fact, 3/4 of scholarly papers involving ketamine and depression have been published within the last 7 years. So the question is, why the sudden interest? Well, first and foremost, there's a desperate need for more effective treatment of depression in the most severely ill patients, the treatment-resistant depression. And I think it's also got something to do with something we've been talking a lot about this week, which is a shifting culture, a culture that is perhaps more open to the idea that altered states of awareness can be a beneficial part of the normal human experience. Now, there are currently dozens of ketamine clinics operating across the country. This is just a handful here that I pulled up. And there's probably even more ketamine clinics or more ketamine use being used on a case-by-case basis by curious practitioners. And despite this widespread use, there's, at this point, quite little consensus on its best practices. Now, ketamine can be administered in any number of routes, and as we heard during the panel, the most popular route of administration is an NIMH protocol calling for 0.5 milligrams per kilogram delivered over 40 minutes. But of course, as we also heard, that was a largely arbitrary choice, and so recently there's been more interest in the non-parenteral routes of ketamine administration, namely sublingual, an intranasal spray, and oral ketamine. And so at the private clinic in Brisbane, Australia, that I've been compiling data at, Dr. Angelo DeJonis and his colleagues are utilizing the oral form of ketamine at a sub-psychedelic, more or less threshold dose, and using that in conjunction with psychotherapy for treatment-resistant depression. And so today I'm going to tell you a little bit about what he's been doing at that clinic and some of the advantages and disadvantages of oral ketamine, some of the results of a retrospective chart summary that we've been conducting, and last, why oral ketamine might be worth considering. But before that, before discussing ketamine use, I just want to say that we talked a little bit or heard a little bit about ketamine's bad rap, the desire to rebrand it. And I think a lot of that stigma is unwarranted in this medical application because these are low doses that are being given, and they're among the most or used among the most severely ill patients, especially those with treatment-resistant depression. So these aren't patients coming to the clinic looking for easy access to a party drug, and they're not even explorers of consciousness or something along those lines. They're severely ill patients. Now, one of the difficulties of orally administered ketamine is proper dosing. So with IV ketamine, you have 100% bioavailability. You have a much more predictable response in that sense than you would giving ketamine from an oral route. With an oral route, you actually have something along the lines of a 20% bioavailability, and that's like with a plus or minus 5 or 10% window on either side. In addition, there's differences in the mechanics of somebody's GI system, so whether or not they had previous gastric bypass surgery, which we've had at the clinic a number of times. And so knowing the difficulties of dosing, well, why would you want to do oral ketamine in the first place? And the reason is that it centers around accessibility and friendliness to the patient. So most people don't like needles, and if there's a way to administer a drug orally without having to poke around in somebody's arm, they generally prefer that. And the second reason is the importance of sustaining the remission of depression in patients. Now, ketamine is a rapidly acting antidepressant, but that's not necessarily the same as having a sustained effect. And to be effective in the long term, it seems that repeated administration over the course of treatment is needed in many patients. So this is a particular study from Mount Sinai where they followed the NIMH protocol of 0.5 milligrams per kilogram IV infusion, and there were significant reductions in depressive symptoms. But then they looked at the period of time following the 6th infusion, and at 1 month out, 70% of patients had already relapsed. And so if you can monitor these patients for a longer period of time and continue to give the ones who need it more ketamine therapy, then that can be beneficial. Now, also to note that in 30% of patients, up to almost 3 months out, they had no relapse. And so this points to the wide variability of response to ketamine that many patients have. So this is the general procedure that we use at the clinic for oral ketamine administration. I probably should have included a little bit more detail on this slide, and also ignore that third bullet point. So that slipped in there by mistake, and I'll explain that in a little bit. So the most important part of oral ketamine is an individualized titration method, which begins at 0.5 milligrams per kilogram, which is quite low for an oral dose. And that dose is escalated over the course of several weeks until the patient reaches what amounts to the minimum psychoactive level, the sort of a threshold level. I don't want to say it's a ketamine microdose. It's a bit more than that. Often patients compare it to a glass of wine. Although one patient 2 weeks ago said it felt like he had a six-pack. So, it's hard to tell exactly how people will react to that. And then once that threshold is reached, then that level that they reach after titration is quite dynamic. So that can go up or down from week to week as they revisit the clinic and sort of respond or verbalize the response to how they felt to it. The ketamine is now in the form of lozenges, but previously it was liquid. And so what patients would do would be come into the clinic, and in most cases they'd actually have a psychotherapy session first. So prior to the administration of ketamine, not actually what might be called ketamine-assisted psychotherapy. And then following the psychotherapy session, they would drink liquid ketamine with like an Australian version of Kool-Aid, and sit in the dark room until the effects peaked. They tend to peak with oral ketamine on an empty stomach at something like 20 to 30 minutes, and so at about an hour they're able to leave the clinic with the assistance of a loved one or a friend. Now the protocol has switched since the beginning of the year, and so what Dr. Angelo has been doing is instead of giving oral ketamine in the clinic, the clinic time is used instead for therapy. And the patients are now sent home with generally a 2 to 4 week supply of ketamine lozenges. And those ketamine lozenges are taken 2 to 4 times per week, depending on what the patient needs. And that actually enables a higher frequency of ketamine administration, but a lower dose. And so patients are actually able to decrease the amount of ketamine that they were taking prior to or when it was in liquid form. During this time, patients are taking their regular medication, or they're able to. Now, most patients are able to stop taking regular antidepressants like SSRIs and SNRIs, but the one thing that patients do tend to have is something like alprazolam for breakthrough bouts of anxiety. So instead of taking more ketamine for those sort of breakthrough events, they'll take a fast-acting anti-anxiolytic. So one of the big questions that comes up is safety. And of course, with the new protocol especially, is it okay to send patients home with a 2-week supply of ketamine? And as Dr. Wilson touched on earlier, it would be notoriously difficult to try to abuse those lozenges. You could perhaps swallow all of them at once, but that would still be well under the amount that you would use for anesthesia, and perhaps even under the amount that would result in a psychedelic experience. And in addition, the composition of the lozenges makes it difficult to dissolve them and inject them for another route of administration. So, and also the patients aren't able to get refills at a normal pharmacy of ketamine lozenges. It's kind of a specialty item. Another concern is tolerance to the medication. So typically with this kind of protocol, you might expect that over time you'd have to keep increasing the amount of ketamine that you take, but we actually took a look at the charts, and looking back over the patients, this was a very interesting thing to find, is that the amount of ketamine that they needed over time to reach that threshold actually decreased. And so the 3-month time point here is a time point that's 3 months following the beginning of therapy, which is a time point that generally everybody would have reached the max titration level. And then looking at a later endpoint, which for all of these patients was December 2015. And so most patients either stay the same or decreased in dose. So, that's helpful, especially when considering some of the potential but not proven side effects of ketamine, like cystitis. So the most common side effects of ketamine are lightheadedness, sedation, and moderate dissociative effects. Of course, it's arguable if that's a side effect at all or actually a helpful part of therapy. Less frequently were blood pressure changes, notably hypertension, nausea, and headache. And over the course of several years, and the group of patients that we looked at, there were no long-term negative health consequences that could be directly attributed to ketamine administration. So importantly, that means no hypertensive crises, no evidence of drug-seeking behavior, so patients weren't coming in and trying to redose or calling up the pharmacy themselves. And importantly, there was no bladder damage. And I think this is due to a careful screening process that all the patients go through, and the low dose that was used of ketamine, and consistent monitoring of vitals and regular appointments with a physician. So the question remains, does this procedure work? And so what I looked at was the charts of the patients, and typically in these studies, you would look at validated psychiatric measures to find out if people were having relief from their depression. But in this case, they were only doing those measures upon intake, and so that posed a problem to me trying to arrive there from the outside and find out if depression treatment was really working. So we had to find another measure, and what we did was look back at the charts to see the number of days that patients were spending as an inpatient in a hospital. And in most of these patients' case, they weren't even spending days in a hospital. These patients were spending weeks, sometimes months, as an inpatient in a hospital. And I think just that alone, that we could even consider using a measure like this is pretty telling on really the emergent need for more effective depression treatment. These patients were ones who had up to a dozen or more separate recognized treatments for depression, and nothing seems to work. So when we compiled that data set, what we found is that ketamine overall reduced the number of days spent as a hospital inpatient for psychiatric events. So what you have on the right is major depressive disorder patients without comorbid PTSD and major depressive disorder patients with PTSD, and on the left is a combined data set. And overall, we saw a 70% reduction in the number of days that patients spent as an inpatient in hospital, and that's pretty significant. So I didn't put any like p-values up there or anything, but if you're interested, the p-value is like less than 0.001, so highly significant finding. But the other thing that I have to point out is that clearly ketamine is not a magic bullet. Even after treatment, even after a 70% reduction, a lot of these patients are spending weeks and up to months in the hospital. And so, although this particular treatment method seems to provide relief to a large number of patients, there certainly, there are more methods left to explore, and we haven't reached the end of the road by any means on finding effective treatments for treatment-resistant depression. So we saw similar reductions in hospital admissions, and again, in some cases we actually saw increases in the number of hospital admissions, but overall there was significant decreases. And I guess, maybe if this didn't quite make sense, each one of these lines is actually a person. And so if you take a minute to just think about, each of those persons' experiences, you really see how much of a difference this experimental treatment can make. So even though ketamine currently has this perhaps a Wild West reputation where, a vast number of people are trying a lot of different things, I really think we owe it to patients and to doctors and their families to continue to investigate ketamine treatment, maybe in large-scale studies, and to, at the very least, continue to allow this kind of treatment to happen, because it does provide people with significant relief from some of their symptoms. So just to recap, what we see is significant reductions in depressive symptoms. Often this relief is transient, often relapsing within days or weeks. Ketamine seems to be safe in measured doses in a controlled setting. And currently, and somewhat unfortunately, it's the only publicly available psychedelic therapy modality that's really available to the general public. Unless you're lucky enough to be able to get into a psilocybin study or lucky enough to be able to get into an MDMA study, really this is kind of what we're working with now. As was touched on in the panel earlier, there are wide variations in how to approach ketamine. This approach at this particular clinic is definitely sub-psychedelic, but patients still have changes in perception and visual changes, and really, I see those effects that they have psychologically, the overt psychotropic effects of ketamine to be kind of reinforcing to their therapy. At least that's kind of the feedback that they give me in their stories. And also ketamine, importantly, can be used alongside other treatment methods, including medication or therapeutic techniques. As I think Richard touched on earlier, there are a few drug interactions, but really not as many as you might think. As long as I have a platform to speak, I thought I would just mention something that's sort of been on my mind lately, and that is that psychedelic therapy in general has much more to offer contemporary Western medicine than simply the addition of novel psychoactive compounds. Psychedelic therapy really represents a practice dating back to at least the better part of a century and perhaps even longer. And as we move forward into this world where these medications become more disseminated in society and they become more integrated as part of a standard of care, and especially as they gain the interest of large healthcare organizations, I would say let's be careful to not lose the insights and the practices of the community and those who have worked alongside the compounds for decades to develop their best practices. This therapy happens to be, psychedelic therapy that is, more resource intensive than other approaches, and that's perhaps a necessary component. But that intensity provides patients with a deeper and more meaningful insight, and those experiences for them, I believe, are at the heart of the healing process. Thanks.
If you have any questions, you can come up and use this microphone. Please keep it concise.
Greetings. Thanks so much for talking, especially about something that those of us who are in the real world can actually perhaps go out and make use of. So much of this other stuff is very fascinating and in the future, but this is now, and that's helpful. My question is about the mechanics of the delivery system. So I'm out in the real world. If I call my local compounding pharmacy and say, can you wrestle me up some lozenges with ketamine, what's the likely response? Do I have to go through some special contortions to get lozenges or have them made for me? And the other question is, how many milligrams of ketamine tends to be a good amount of ketamine to put in a lozenge?
The last question is pretty simple. So the lozenges are actually little squares that have sort of like prefab grooves in them, and each cube is 100 milligrams. And so patients can break that off and take it at increments of 25 milligrams. As far as the first thing goes, I would say the best thing to do at this point would be to look on. There are available websites that point you to the nearest ketamine practitioners, and those would probably be the best places to start. And as that map I showed at the beginning, if you're living in a large urban area, there's probably a good chance that there already is at least one ketamine practitioner in that region, and so that would probably be where I would start. I don't think it's probably a good idea to go out and look for it directly from a pharmacy. They probably push you away, but barring the access through an already established ketamine practitioner, if anybody actually knows a doctor or a psychiatrist who is curious and maybe more willing to try some things than others, perhaps introducing them to ketamine therapy and showing them some of the data that's come out within the last 5 years.
I want to be that psychiatrist, though.
Yeah.
Who do I approach
to
make lozenges?
Oh, great. Yeah, talk to me afterwards. Yeah. I don't do it myself. That wasn't an offer, personal offer, but yeah.
Hi, thanks for your talk. I'm curious how you approach concomitant personality disorder and if it seems to predict response.
I wish I could answer that question as well as I want to, but I'm not a practitioner myself, not yet, and so I think that would be better answered by maybe one of the people on the panel. Yeah, but I would be happy to find that out for you, in particular with oral ketamine. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. I think yesterday Dr. Sessa mentioned how I'm a psychiatrist, so oftentimes psychopharm is palliative care, and the MDMA, ayahuasca, psilocybin, one shot, you could make a big difference and not have ongoing use. With ketamine, it feels more like ongoing use is necessary. You're not going deep and changing something. So,
well, having worked in a truly more psychedelic therapy model when I was the study coordinator for Phil Wolfson and Gillian Andrews' study, I have seen the difference between those two approaches, and I might side on one personal favorite, I suppose. But right now, this is something that we do have available to work with. And of course, in this clinic where I'm conducting research, it's not a psychedelic therapy modality per se. Some people have those effects from time to time at high doses, but in general, that's not the goal of therapy. The goal is really, to ease depression symptoms, and then, through the talk therapy work, try to reach people on another level. And I see patients enjoy it. They feel that it's the best treatment that they've had up to that point. And it keeps them out of hospital and keeps people from self-harm. So, if that can be, a bare standard, then I think it's worth exploring. But absolutely, there's a lot of different ways to approach things out there. Yeah, thanks.
Hi, I just want to say thanks for the talk. Just had a quick question, seeing how the different methods of administration are being explored with ketamine. We see the IV model and the oral model you're talking about, but there's also intranasal. I just want to know if you know anything about that in a therapeutic context and how that's...
Right. There's a couple things about intranasal. One is that it has a patent on it, and so it is at this point more expensive and less accessible than just classical RS ketamine. That particular formulation is only the S enantiomer, the S shape of the molecule. And there was a paper that came out in Nature last year that, in mice at least, they found that the R enantiomer actually happens to be more effective. So maybe they chose the wrong one, I don't know. But I can't really speak to that. I haven't seen it personally. But it may very well work as another antidepressant. It seems that, whatever route of administration you have, at any variety of doses, there seem to be beneficial effects. And so I think, with the way things are going and with a lot of practitioners using and exploring different methods, hopefully they can get the information out there at gatherings like this or on the internet or however they want to, and really, maybe we'll come at a better idea of what best practices are. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just wondering if you know of any studies that have compared the dosage to the antidepressant effect. Is there a direct correlation?
There have been studies to that. Yeah, so I guess one that pops off at the top of my head is a study that looked at they looked at a bunch of different measures, and they found that the one that had the strongest correlation with an antidepressant effect was actually the dissociation. And so that points to, higher doses, potentially directly leading to higher antidepressant effects. And it was funny also in that article, they called dissociation a side effect again. I guess, like Rich was saying earlier, there's still quite a bit of bias against dissociation and psychedelic tendencies in general, so, yeah.
Hi, I'm a registered nurse and I do IV sedation, and I work with low ketamine doses, the 0.5 mg per kg. I see that we use that in anesthesia, and I'm finding that a lot of psychiatrists that have ketamine clinics across the country are actually putting people in trance-like states and not sticking to the 0.5 mg per kg. And what are your thoughts on that? Like, what do you think about the low dose where you get into a very light sedation state versus a trance-like state?
I feel like that's a question better answered by an actual practitioner.
Yeah.
I think they'll definitely give you, a more detailed response on that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but again, any number of doses or any level of dose, different routes of administrations, they all seem to have some beneficial effect. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Hi there.
Hey.
Thank you for your talk and for your work. I'm a lay person,
and I don't know about research protocol and stuff, the word relapse struck me.
Oh, yeah.
And as I'm looking at the charts, it seems like you had pretty good, with the lines going, most of the lines were going down.
Yeah.
But there was a relapse within weeks to a month, which seems very quick to me. And I'm wondering about, is there any study going on or going to happen around repeated use of it? I mean, if I have a headache and I take X pill and it makes my headache go away, but then I get a headache in a couple of weeks, does that mean it didn't work? That I know it's not a parallel at all, but I'm just using it as
well, I mean, in this oral ketamine case, we are getting it over an extended period of time. Then I believe there have been IV studies done where they were trying to target that point at which people were starting to relapse. So being vigilant over the depressive symptoms of a patient. But again, actually, if we go back to that relapse study, so this one, again, this wasn't in our patients, this was at Mount Sinai, but what you see is a lot of people relapse, but also 30%, which is quite high, don't, at least in that time frame. So there's a wide variability there, and as far as like looking at the number of times you can administer it, I think it differs between patients quite extensively. Yeah.
As to whether it's okay to do that or not.
As to whether it's okay, it seems to be okay. We've done it before. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
But what doses are you talking about?
I don't know anything about doses as far as ketamine. I was just wondering if they relapse, well, if we give them more and it works, is there over time a cumulative effect where maybe
I see what you're saying. So it becomes
longer and longer
right.
period?
Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. I don't know any studies to that effect, but again, there have been hundreds of studies published within the last few years, and so there might very well be something out there. Yeah.
We are at time, so thank you so much, John. We have a lunch break now until 2 p.m. Enjoy.
do is to move past the frame of belief, where a belief is implicitly set against a real scientific fact, and to focus instead on how human practices, in their huge diversity, make different realities very real for the people who are doing the practices. So one line of this argument is that there is no reality out there that pre-exists the very specific practices and ways in which humans engage with that reality. And that is not to say that it does not exist independently of our engagements, but that how we as humans encounter what lies beyond the visible and the audible realms, what they attune into, what they focus their attention on, and otherwise equip themselves to find, be this DNA, a supernova, a deity, or an animal spirit, is not dissociable from the means and practices that different groups of people have to engage with this reality. So that's, in a nutshell, the sort of ontological turn. Based on this, I'd like to make a case for the importance of decolonizing the science in psychedelic science. I think these discussions are of central importance for the psychedelic sciences because this is a domain of knowledge that is concerned with bringing about an alternative social reality. We've heard a lot about this sort of paradigm shift and this sort of utopian vision of a new medicine emerging out of this. And what is at stake in the paradigm shift that is being ushered in by the psychedelic sciences is a profound critique of the dominant paradigms in psychiatry, in law, in drug policy. So it seems important to me that we attend very carefully in this process to the ways in which this shift is anchored in a critical reflection on the colonial, on the racist and sexist characteristics of the paradigm that it is replacing. I feel that there's this very interesting tension at the moment in the psychedelic sciences, and this has come through a lot of the talks I've attended here in these last few days. On the one hand, this is a field that is radically questioning the dominant paradigm of science and of knowledge production. It's critically taking on the status quo. And on the other hand, it is engaged in this very delicate exercise of becoming legitimate, of building an evidence regime and validating within the hegemonic science new, well, actually very old treatments. So there's this very difficult and ambivalent agenda, right? This tension, which I think is extremely prolific and interesting. But this could take the whole venture in quite a range of different directions. And I'd like to leave some time at the end, perhaps, to come back to this and hear a bit more about what different people in the audience feel about this as they're engaging this process. One direction I see as potentially important is adopting a decolonial perspective in this process. So what would a decolonial psychedelic science look like? So we can briefly examine this by examining a very simple question by way of illustration. And this question might be, in reference to this panel, what is a plant? If we take indigenous and traditional epistemology seriously, what transpires is that plants can be sentient beings, they may have a spirit or impart wisdom, they may have agency and intention. And for those of you who were lucky to hear Laura Dev's talk earlier, she gave a beautiful exploration of what that might look like. As sentient beings, perhaps particular forms of care may be extended to them. They may form part of kinship structures. Kinship is something that we're very interested in anthropology. And their genealogies, the genealogies of these plants, may be entangled with those of the humans that domesticate and propagate them. There's been a lot of talk recently, following a publication in Nature, about the way in which the whole Amazon forest is actually made by human cultures, right? So this huge natural biodiversity is actually completely encultured. And we've known that for a long time, but the scale on which this is going on is becoming more apparent to Western science. So crucially, in many contexts, it makes very little sense to speak of plants per se. Rather, plants form part of living ecological webs of relatedness. In this respect, one cannot speak of plants without speaking of the land, the living landscape in which they can or cannot thrive, the soil, and all the living beings that live in this soil. Plants, in this sense, come with their worlds. Whereas in the West, plants are increasingly relegated to plantations or visibly demarcated gardens or parks, in Amazonia, the non-expert is often hard-pressed to see where the contours of a garden end within the profuse wildness that enfolds it. We in the West increasingly cultivate plants, including our medicinal plants, within very tightly managed spaces. As their wild habitats are destroyed and rolled back and replaced with managed tended spaces, the very essence of what a plant is transformed. There's a growing body of work that explores the ethics and politics and indeed the economics of plantations and aeroponic production. This is mainly around food production, but the questions very much hold true for plant medicine. And at the heart of this debate is a question about the difference in the way plants are conceived, either as sentient beings or as part of an ecosystem, or as extractable value. To put it very bluntly, Monsanto is equally, if differently, interested in plants as we in this plant panel are. So this demands of us that we keep some core questions in mind as we engage in this process of reflection around the psychedelic turn. What do we collectively want to see counting as a plant? What modes of production and circulation for the plants we cherish are we envisaging? Beyond the question of sustainability, which is a huge question, one which I think we have been addressing to a certain extent, is a broader question which, to use my Brazilian friend's language, is a question about the energy that gets infused in the plants. This speaks to the fact that plant medicines such as ayahuasca are, and this is an obvious point perhaps for this particular arena, but one that it's important to make in other arenas, plant medicines are intrinsically informed by the medium in which they are grown and consumed and made. That is, the medicine is very much more than the constituent ingredients of the plants, and we've heard a lot about this question of reductionism in the last few days. It cannot be explained by the molecular composition alone, but is the product of a complex interaction between the setting, the medium, and the plant, and the context in which it's been consumed. For the people I've been working with in Brazil, the nature of the relationship they cultivate with their plants as they grow them and tend to them and prepare them is absolutely fundamental to the care and the energy that occurs in their healing ceremonies. So in this sense, plant medicines remind us that healing is the product of encounters between patients and healers, between humans and plants, but also in historical terms, and this is an important point I think, the product of colonial encounters. Modern scientific medicine as we know it literally carved its authority against traditional medical practice. So as we return to science to validate this mode, we really have to, I think, be asking ourselves questions about sort of the ambivalence of that process. So I'd like to very briefly conclude by returning to another important debate in social theory, which concerns the question of sort of political change and the potentiality for creating other worlds. And in this sense, to sort of bring back the question I opened with regarding what can cultural and social anthropology bring to this interdisciplinary discussion that brings us together here. One of the core questions in critical social theory is how does social change emerge? Or to put it differently, how do we understand the tension between the continuity, the social structure, and individual agency, or the potential for change? And this is an old question for social theory, right? But many authors point to the fact that politics is where a gap emerges in the structure, which some people like Michel Serres or Elizabeth Povinelli call the open. So it's when there's a sort of space, and that space can get invested by something else. So this open is a space in which the possibility for change, or the emergence of what is known as the otherwise, the potential for change, emerges. Social projects, alternative social imaginaries, or utopias that deliberately contest the normative world have the potential to usher in the otherwise in this space of the open, particularly perhaps in the early phases when the contours of this sort of new thing are not completely set. And so the question that many political theorists and social scientists are asking is, how does the open become the otherwise? And why are we so rarely able to make the open a real and sustained possibility for cultural and political change? These are particularly urgent questions. This is Trump's America. Marine Le Pen has just been voted to the second round in the French elections. We're on the verge of a climate crisis, and there's a huge regression to fascist political agendas. So this question of how do we usher in change has never been more urgent, perhaps. Many theorists point to the fact that capitalism colonizes the open, which is a prolific space for potentiality, right? This is where surplus value is generated. So this is how the green movement or the feminist movement or any kind of social critique becomes bought out or greenwashed or otherwise profitable and loses its sort of radical potential. So a core question is how to ensure that this space of the open maintains its capacity to become the otherwise. And I'd like to close by thinking of the psychedelic science renaissance as a moment of the otherwise. This is a moment in which many different potentials could become actualized, and therefore one in which we have a huge responsibility and a very exciting opportunity to reflect collectively about what the future of this alternative could look like. And it seems to me important in this process that we decolonize our understandings of what healing is, what or who plants are and what they do, and perhaps most importantly, what we is in this discussion, who it includes, who is represented, who is given a voice, who can actually speak to this discussion. In this process, the perspective of indigenous and traditional peoples who have given voice to many more than human beings, such as plants, but not only, and who have lived through centuries of ecological and social catastrophes, may be ever more vital to our collective well-being. Thank you.
Questions? Come up here. Don't be shy, people. She was also.
Thank you for that. That was really thoughtful and raised a lot of questions for me. I'm curious, you bring up something of a contest or a bit of a sort of dialogue between Western sort of scientific authority and the sort of authority of these indigenous practitioners. And I'm curious how these very ideas about authority and sort of testimony and indigeneity should themselves be contested in this space of the otherwise, and how those very ideas and those ideologies have to be worked through and sort of question themselves as just in that space.
Thank you. That's a very important question. So there's different ways in which these indigenous authoritative voices have been constructed, and one of them is through anthropology, right, of the kind that one would like to dissociate oneself from now, which would be to view traditional cultures as quite static, and to construct the knowledge we have of them against the sort of implicit other of ourselves that hasn't always been so clear in the sort of writing of anthropologists in the past. And I think your question, one of the things that sort of this brings up for me is a really interesting series of discussions that took place in Rio Branco at the ayahuasca conference that Bia was involved in organizing. And there was a really interesting series of discussions there around indigenous women. And traditionally, indigenous cultures have not, in the sort of long history that we have known, been very favorable to representing women. And here were some very interesting women taking the stage and talking about the fact that, you know, this indigenous culture that they were representing was taking on elements of the feminist movement and was itself sort of, you know, re-traditionalizing those elements and revisiting them through their indigenous cultures. And so I think this is what I was pointing out with the notion of encounter. These things are always fluid and dynamic and interaction. And one of the sort of negative legacies anthropology has is to sort of put things in boxes, right? So the West is here and indigenous cultures are here and these things are static, whereas actually Western science is also this, and this is completely contesting the sort of previous order. So I think paying attention to those spaces of, those potential spaces of change is really important and exciting. Don't know if that answers your question, but...
Hi, my name is John. I think I understood what you said, but you're speaking at a very abstract level. And I want to throw out an example of what I think you may be talking about and just see if this resonates. I've been using plant medicines for about 17 years. I've participated in probably almost 150 ceremonies with 4 different master teaching plants. I'm a retired attorney. I have no scientific background. I've written 3 books about this experience. And at this point, I'm caught in that place in America where the use of these plants is illegal. Gradually, I've incubated a one-on-one coaching process that is now becoming shamanic, despite my great effort to avoid that, with mushrooms. It's illegal. The book I'm working on now is going to be a coming out book in which I claim my First Amendment and 14th Amendment right to use this myself and to work with a client as an individual spiritual process, not a church-based religious process. I see this as an act of civil disobedience, and I can see that unless this is all under the DEA radar, it could be a court case, and I'm looking at that prospect. Is this an example of what you talk about working in the open?
Not quite, but I'm sure we could find a way to make that converge. No, the open is really in reference to a discussion in social theory about how do we usher in social change, and why is it that when we have these moments of sort of potential transformation, they get sort of caught back into the loop of capital, some are calling it, or existing power structures. So it's the question about the open and the otherwise in social theory is more a question about how the sort of radical potential gets neutralized, if you like. And there's different authors out there who are sort of trying to theorize that. But probably moving out into the open with our practices and occupying the space, explaining what we're doing is an important part of that process. But yeah.
Emilia, do you have any comment as an anthropologist, whatever way you want to go, about, you know, the clinical trials that are being held with ayahuasca today?
I think they're extremely exciting, very important research. I think all questions are good questions. I don't want to sound like a sort of traditionalist defending indigenous perspectives. I think this is important work, and I just want to sort of bring to the table a discussion about how it is that who can actually, I mean, it's what I sort of raised at the beginning. There's this incredible tension between, at the one time, critiquing the status quo. So I see those clinical trials as really taking on the sort of the situation in mental health, which is extremely unsatisfactory, and that's an incredibly important agenda. And at the same time, my perspective is also on who's being left out of that conversation and this incredible heritage of indigenous knowledge, and trying to sort of imagine what kind of spaces could be created to have that discussion in a sort of more collaborative way. But I don't think it's about there being just one way to do it, but rather keeping the questions alive. So I think these tensions are not to be reduced, right? I don't think we should, wherever there's a tension, sort of aim to neutralize it, but rather keep it really out there in the open and keep awareness on it so that these things can get resolved.
Thank you. Let's keep the questions alive and keep the plants alive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Little 3-minute break.
Oh, you know, I never would have found that.
So this is like just hold like this and you just kind of point it in that direction. So you can the forward.
Okay. Okay, great.
You can see on the screen too your slide, so you can test it.
Oh, good.
You can test it right now. Try going forward. Yep. There you go.
Great. Great. Thanks so much. Yeah, would you? Oh, I have to sit down. That's the hard part, climbing up here.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to have your attention. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Rachel Harris. The title of her talk is Listening to Ayahuasca, New Hope for Depression, Addiction, PTSD, and Anxiety. She's just launching a book with this title, and she has like over 35 years of experience in her clinical practice, and she's also a PhD. Please welcome Rachel.
Thank you. So this presentation is based on qualitative data from a research study that was published in the Journal of Psychoactive Drugs. And the inclusion to get into the study was that people had to have experienced ayahuasca at least once in North America. So this is clearly a Western researcher and therapist looking at Westerners in Western settings. And in addition to the 81 people who completed a 16-page questionnaire, which took them hours to complete, it was filled with essay questions, which people wrote long answers to. So there's a lot of qualitative material. I also interviewed 50 people, and many of those, not all of them, but at least a dozen or so, I've been following up for now up to 5 or 7 years. So this is a really long follow-up period to see how people are doing. And these were research interviews, but often they morphed into psychotherapy sessions. And so that kind of supported my interest in what happens after the ceremony in terms of psychotherapy, if anything. But with all this talk and work about ceremonies, I wanted to start with mystery, because there are a lot of questions that are unanswerable, and there are a lot of mysteries involved in the kind of healing that happens during and after these ceremonies. So this is a painting by Pablo Amaringo, and it's called The Shaman of the Whirlpool in the center there. And if you can see the squiggly curved designs, my understanding that was given to me was that those are diplomas in the ayahuasca school. So there's some sense of progression and learning that happens as one develops a deeper and deeper relationship to this plant teacher. And also, this painting kind of opens us up to the experience of another world. There's the sense of the ayahuasca medicine being a portal that can carry us into this other world. And what's fascinating to me is I saw another painting that looked to me like another world. And this was from an Aboriginal artist, Australian Aboriginal artist. It's, the title is The Pleiades. But again, you get a sense of the dots and the quality of a cosmic otherness, that there's another world out there that is its own universe that we can be privileged enough to visit, to enter into. And there's a sense of an expansiveness to this world that expands us as well as we enter into it. And my question as a researcher and as a therapist has been, what happens when we return to this world? And that's primarily what my questions were always about, whether in the research or in talking with people. And another cultural approach to this transition from one world to another comes from a Navajo healing culture, and that is what happens after the ceremony. For 4 days after the conclusion of the ceremony, the patient is considered by family and friends as if he or she is a holy person, and given an opportunity to focus, evaluate, interpret, and experience a new self. This is, I want to be very clear that this is neurologically accurate. The ayahuasca medicine and other psychedelics as well increase neurological plasticity and generativity, allowing for new and novel connections. There's a destabilization of old neuronal networks, so it opens the possibility of new neurological connections. And what that means therapeutically is people can make new decisions and find new ways of being. They can find creative solutions to old problems. There is literally a sense of a new person returning. Now, I want to give an example of one of my failures, and that this was a psychiatrist, a friend of a friend, who was having dreams about ayahuasca, and he felt that he was being called, and I felt he was being called, and so I helped him find a circle he could sit with. And we talked about many things, but one of the things I said to him, this was my advice, don't schedule yourself Monday morning. You know, don't give yourself a couple of days for re-entry, for integration, for rest and recuperation. Well, he's a psychiatrist, so he didn't listen to a psychologist. So Monday morning, he's back in his office sitting with clients with all the old same patterns being demanded. He's back in his old setting is the best way to put it. And so no matter what happened over the weekend, he squeezed himself back into that box. So this is part of the reason when people talk about integration, they talk about giving yourself time and quiet and nature, a chance to allow the new connections to develop. And we'll talk about that again. But this is a historical way of looking at what happens in what I call the golden hours, days, and weeks after a ceremony, which is a little different than afterglow. I mean, afterglow sounds like it's just plain enjoyable. But the golden hours, they're a therapeutic opportunity not to be missed. And here's the sentence I want to read. In the golden hours is the time for allowing novel connections and creative possibilities. The habitual architecture of the personality is loosened, and the therapeutic opportunity for rewiring and reprogramming is possible. And you can see at the bottom of this slide are all the words that get used colloquially. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've heard the word recalibrate in different circles. And so there is a real experienced, lived sense of rewiring and even restructuring. There's enough distance that comes from a ceremony that we can almost consciously restructure our neural architecture, our personalities. So very important choices can get made. And what's interesting to me historically is Albert Hoffman, whom you know, reflected on LSD sessions and said that they can serve as a starting point for restructuring the person's personality in psychotherapy. So there's a real recognition of, and I hate to be so work-oriented, but this is where the work can start. I mean, I know people feel they've really worked hard in the ceremony, but there's another level of work that's possible afterwards. And that's, and I'll talk about this later, is that goes beyond just the relaxing integration days. But you'll have seen these results in other studies published or talked about here. So I want to say this is the starting point from where people are when they come out of ceremony. This is what they report is people report greater self-acceptance and self-compassion, less depression and anxiety. And with those two things working together, you can see how easily they move into reinvesting in their interpersonal relationships. The way people express it is, I'm more interested in authentic relationships. Some people said, I got rid of toxic relationships. There's a sense of wanting to nurture and develop important relationships. Health behaviors improved. Less alcohol, better eating patterns, more exercise, and there was a philosophical shift. There was a shift in worldview and a shift in the person's relationship to the universe. So if you get a sense of those two paintings that I introduced early on, there's a sense of what's my relationship to that cosmic space. And that's what begins to shift philosophically. And I think that's as important as the lifting of depression and the change in self-compassion. These are inseparable reports that people give. And one of the things that people talk about that's therapeutically and spiritually very important is people report in their own way an experience of love. So maybe it's an experience of being loved, or that the matrix of the universe is love, or that I am inseparable from love and from the universe. It's not necessarily a complete mystical experience, because there's still an I experiencing this. I felt loved. So there's not a complete obliteration. But it's, in therapeutic terms, it's called a corrective experience. That maybe I didn't feel as loved as I had wanted to as a child, and then I have this intense emotional, spiritual experience of feeling like a child of the universe. Some of you might be old enough to remember that phrase. But let me just read a quote from somebody, one of the subjects, so that you get a sense of the voice hearing this experience. You can hear something 1,000 times and still not get it. With ayahuasca, the message of being loved drops down into the cellular level, and all of a sudden you know it in your bones. And that quality of knowing something in your bones, being changed at the cellular level, many people reported that. It's that sense of, I am once and forever qualitatively different, and I know something in my bones that there's no other way I could have allowed in at that level. And that's what makes it such a corrective experience. This is just a breather. It's the waves crashing, but it speaks of the, I thought maybe you'd need a break. It speaks of the shift in the relationship to nature, that people often report a closer, more intimate relationship with nature, and they also talk about the healing quality of nature. So there's some sense of that corrective experience being available through nature. So it's not just that it happens in ceremony and it's gone. It opens something up in the person so that it becomes available to them in their lived life, and it's available to them through nature. And there's also this sense of, one phrase that somebody used is being held in the loving arms of the divine. There's also the sense of being held in the loving arms of nature, of the planet, of the universe. So it can become very real long after the ceremony. So here's the slide I was most anxious to show you, because everybody's talking about integration, and not that many people are talking about psychotherapy. Some of the presenters are talking about assisted psychotherapy with different medications or medicines. So I'm really happy to hear that, and I want to make a clear distinction. Integration happens during those first couple of days after a ceremony. Psychotherapy is an ongoing, often an iterative process. So someone might be in psychotherapy, go into a ceremony, 3 months later in their psychotherapy process, go to another ceremony. There's a sense of an unfolding quality, a sense of process that unfolds at different levels in ceremony and also in a psychotherapy office. That's a unique situation. I grant you it's not easy to find. It's obviously going to be expensive, but I don't want us to lose this. This is the psycholytic approach that was prevalent in Europe during the 50s. And it's unrealistic for research. It takes too long, it's too expensive, and there's no manual. In this kind of therapy, there's no manual to, it can't be, it has to free flow. It has to be a process between two people. It can't be standardized. So it's not going to be a part of the research studies. And so I want to very much preserve the importance of this sort of ongoing process. And part of what needs to happen in psychotherapy, I mean, among many other things, is there needs to be a stabilization of the new person that the Navajo talked about. They returned as a holy person. The new constellation inside the person needs to be stabilized, and then it also needs to be generalized into their life in behavior. How do they behave differently? It's not just enough to feel like a child of the universe. I have to behave like one in my relationships, in my worlds, in relationship to the world. But I also want to acknowledge that there are times not to seek psychotherapy. So I had the nerve to call some experiences miracle cures. And those were the people who woke up the morning after a ceremony and said, I'm never drinking alcohol again. And I've interviewed many of those people, some of whom were well on their way to qualifying as alcoholics, and they have remained sober. And this is, maybe they never even drank ayahuasca again. It's not dependent. It's a revelation that happens. And other people say, my depression lifted and never returned. And in this case, I do not recommend therapy, because you don't want anyone mucking around in that. So the theory behind it is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So, you know, and I have to say, this is part of why I started with mystery. We don't really know how this works, and you know, we should just be grateful about it. The other time is when there's a numinous experience, when it's so clearly a spiritual experience. If the therapist has not had their own mystical, spiritual inner life, their own experiences, they are at risk for downgrading a spiritual experience to a psychological one. And you also don't want that to happen. And I would say leave a therapist who does not have that inner life, who does not have their inner life expanded to those cosmic levels, because they will not understand your experience. And that's for your own safety. And respect for your inner experience. And part of what we want when we return from a ceremony is the confirmation and acknowledgement. And I think in my book I said something like, all a therapist should say when they hear something like that is, oh, wow, and no interpretations. But there are times to seek therapy. And that's when the person is using a spiritual bypass, which is a defense mechanism, and we have to call it what it is. But I love the phrase premature transcendence. It has a sexy quality to it. And that's when someone interprets their psychological issues as spiritual. And they avoid the shadow, often by upping the dose. They're going after an ecstatic experience. Maybe they're seeking thrill-seeking in psychedelic realms, and they're not doing what I call the basic family of origin work that I believe, as a therapist for 35 years, we all need to do. And if we don't do it, it means we act out our old family patterns in our lives and relationships, no matter how many ceremonies. We need help doing that. The other thing that's unusual and really unique about ayahuasca is implicit in the response to this. This was one of the research questions. Do you feel that you have a personal relationship with the spirit of ayahuasca? 3/4 of those 81 people, the number was 57, reported yes. They had an ongoing relationship with the spirit of ayahuasca, who they communicated with intuitively through meditation. So they had an ever-present perfect therapist, basically. And they described her as a wise teacher, as someone they could turn to for loving, protective support. 3 men in the group said they experienced her as a lover. I don't have much to say about that, but it's traditional. It's traditional. And so I had to ask, because of my own compulsion and my own ontological crisis, I asked two friends who are esteemed religion professors. Bob Foreman is an expert on mysticism. He's on the East Coast. For some reason, it was over breakfast with both these men. I asked Bob, so what voice am I hearing? What is the spirit of ayahuasca? Who is grandmother ayahuasca? And he looked me in the eye and he said, we don't know. And the next year, I had Houston Smith at breakfast, and I asked him, and he gave me the exact same answer, and they did not coordinate their answers. So there's mystery, and that's where I end, the mystery of the vine. So thank you very much.
Questions? Up here.
At a book reading, somebody asked me what grandmother ayahuasca told me about the stock market. I'm ready for any. Oh, come on. This is my new best friend.
Yeah, previously arch nemesis.
This is Joe Tafur, the author of, help me with the title so I get it
the
right.
book that's the follow-up. Once you've read Listening to Ayahuasca, then you check out Fellowship of the
title.
River. Not until it's Fellowship of the River. The Fellowship of the River.
The Fellowship of the River.
So since we're like in concert, I just want to know why now? Like, why did the book come now for you? And like, how do you see it fitting into what's happening now?
You know, this book is a 10-year project, and so it was a very personal project. I started when I was 60. It's 10 years, and I heard a real auditory voice. So I followed a mission. I'm one of those people, and the voice said, do the research. And I started with the research, and I continued to hear the voice, and I even had, I don't know if you came to this in the book yet, the voice even gave me consultation on the data analysis in the research. So it was very specific at times. And I felt I received help all through the writing of the book as well.
Wow. Thank you for your inspiration.
Thank you, Joe.
3-minute break for our next speaker, Dennis.
here? Great. Please do. Unless you want it right now. I want it right now. Okay. Oh, man.
Hello, everybody. Can I get your attention? Can you sit, please? It's my pleasure to introduce our new speaker, Dennis McKenna. His title of his talk is Beyond Ayahuasca, Occurrence and Biological Activities of Some Naturally Occurring Beta-Carbolines. So Dennis has a very extensive CV that I think most of you are familiar with. I'm not going to go into too many details, just say that he has been around for more than 3 decades and is a great reference to the majority of us. He's an ethnobotanist, he has a PhD, and he is currently assistant professor in the Center for Spirituality and Healing at the University of Minnesota. Please welcome Dennis McKenna.
Thank you, Mia. Thank you. Good afternoon. Could we get the first slide up? The beginning, actually, it's the one before that. Okay. So it's a pleasure to be here. This is the last ayahuasca, or the last psychedelic science conference I was at was in 2013. It seems to have grown a great deal. And it's evolving. It's rather amazing to see all these people here. And it's wonderful to be invited and meet so many old friends and new friends. So that's fantastic. Big shout out to Rick and Bia and all the other people that have been involved. Many people. Well, I guess one of the things that ayahuasca is supposed to teach you is humility. And sometimes you need a slap upside the head to learn that. I just got it as my water bottle exploded in front of me. So fortunately you can't see, but I look like I did a bad thing in my... So, there it is, humility, right? Remind you that, So anyway, I'm glad I have the podium here. It's not a pretty sight. So I'm going to talk about chemistry a bit and pharmacology. It won't be like these previous talks. It will be rather dry, but hopefully not boring. And it will be kind of reductionist, but the title of the talk is Beyond Ayahuasca, Occurrence and Biological Activities of Some Natural Beta-Carbolines. And, when we speak of ayahuasca, we know that it is a combination of beta-carbolines and DMT that's responsible for the activity. Beta-carbolines being monoamine oxidase inhibitors. Behave yourself now, please. And dimethyltryptamine, which is not orally active because it's broken down by monoamine oxidase in the gut. And the beta-carboline alkaloids are potent, selective monoamine oxidase A inhibitors. So you all know this. They protect DMT in the gut. They allow it to be absorbed into the bloodstream, and so that's what renders ayahuasca orally active. DMT by itself is is not orally active. And there are three main alkaloids. I don't know if this is working. It doesn't. Oh yeah, here it is. So there are three main alkaloids, and they represent essentially a series of aromaticity, the most aromatic being harmine and the least being tetrahydroharmine. But those are the three primary alkaloids in ayahuasca. And that's how we have tended to think about beta-carbolines all this time. They are activators of dimethyltryptamine, and there's not psychoactive themselves, and they're not really interesting beyond that. Turns out that's not the case. They have some very interesting properties on their own, and I think beta-carboline chemistry and pharmacology may be a new frontier, so far neglected frontier, that is going to attract a lot more attention. For example, tetrahydroharmine, it turns out, one of the major components of ayahuasca, it has the properties of an SSRI, a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, as well as a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. And it also has the longest half-life, so that gives us some interesting properties. One of the sensitive. Okay. Got to push the correct button. One of the results of our study with the UDV in 1993 that was unexpected was apparently tetrahydroharmine upregulates the serotonin transporters. In long-term users of ayahuasca, they have a significantly elevated level of serotonin transporters. Those are the proteins on which SSRIs work. And ayahuasca tetrahydroharmine specifically upregulates those transporters. When we made this discovery, we didn't really know what that might mean, but we thought it was interesting because it was a biochemical marker that set long-term users of ayahuasca apart from people that were not drinkers. We had a aged and sex and socioeconomically matched sample. So we didn't really know what it meant at the time. But we delved into the literature, and it turns out that there's quite a literature on pathologies related to deficits in these serotonin transporters. Certain kinds of alcoholism, early onset alcoholism, and I can't really see that well, violent homicidal behavior, suicidal tendencies, and binge eating. All of this has been linked to a deficit in these serotonin transporters. And interestingly enough, the fact that ayahuasca kind of reverses this may be part of its therapeutic efficacy. It may actually, the pathologies that were showing up in our UDV study were exactly this kind of thing. And ayahuasca had been useful for the members as long as they kept drinking it, because this is not a permanent effect. It lasts about 2 weeks. The effect is, so this may be a key to some of the therapeutic activities of ayahuasca. Not so much the intense psychedelic experience, but the longer term effects of tetrahydroharmine. Okay, so we could kind of leave that behind for the moment, and wait a minute. No, okay, yeah, we could leave that behind because this is supposed to be about beyond ayahuasca, right? So beta-carbolines, like tryptamines, are quite widespread in nature. They're not uncommon at all. And they represent an incredible range of structural diversity, as you can see here, and great complexity. Some of these are quite complex molecules. So here, for natural products people, this is a gold mine, because the beta-carboline nucleus represents a scaffold on which you can build. And as you do so, you modify the pharmacology, just as you can do with tryptamines or phenethylamines and so on. So here's a whole unexplored area of natural products chemistry and pharmacology represented by this incredible molecular diversity of beta-carboline derivatives. Interestingly, some beta-carbolines, the simpler ones, happen to be photodynamic or phototoxic. This is the publication page of the first peer-reviewed article I ever got published anywhere in 1981, I think, in phytochemistry. Totally accidental discovery that when you took beta-carbolines, exposed them to UV light, if you expose bacteria that had beta-carbolines in the petri dish, in UV light, it would kill those organisms. And if you did the same experiment in the dark, you got no effect. Interestingly, if you exposed eukaryotes, such as yeast, to this same treatment, it was totally insensitive to it. But bacteria showed this phototoxic effect. A very simple experiment to do, and we could actually do some very nice structure-activity relationships. And turns out the fully aromatic beta-carbolines were more active. The tetrahydros were not active at all, and the dihydros were somewhere in between. So interesting finding, and others have built on this. And we know now that beta-carbolines can form photoadducts with DNA in the presence of UV light. So that's an area worth looking at further. And so let's back up a bit and look at harmine. Harmine is, again, the major beta-carboline, major MAO inhibitor in ayahuasca. Very simple molecule, but it's far more than just an MAO inhibitor. It is, for example, an inhibitor of DYRK1A, which I'll say a little bit about in a minute. It also has affinity, not very potently, but it has it for things like the 5-HT2A receptor, which is the target of most true psychedelics, and the 5-HT2C receptor, and something called the imidazoline receptor, I can hardly say it, and even the dopamine uptake transporter. So, and it has a variety of pharmacological effects here. For example, antidepressant, anxiolytic. Can't even read it here, but you can see for yourself it has been suggested that it's hallucinogenic. I don't know if that term really applies. At high doses it may be. It affects dopamine release. It has a variety of effects, and it's certainly more than simply MAO inhibition. So harmine, just that simple molecule itself is deserving of more investigation. Most of you may know, but why these alkaloids, harmine, harmaline, and tetrahydroharmine have those names is because they were originally isolated from Paganum harmala. And before they had been found in ayahuasca, and in natural products chemistry, they often name things after the genus or the species that they isolate them from. So that's how these things got to have their names. Okay. There are other effects of harmine. As I mentioned, it interacts with DNA. It can form photoadducts with DNA. It's genotoxic. It may be carcinogenic. It may be anti-carcinogenic under some circumstances. It does have anti-tumor activity because of its cytotoxicity against a number of human tumor cell lines. It inhibits various enzymes, not only monoamine oxidase, but this DYRK1 that I was talking about, and other enzymes that are associated with cellular metabolism. It has antiviral activity, and it's a very good antiparasitic. I mean, in indigenous context, this may be why harmine ayahuasca is taken, because it does protect against exposure to parasites. Now, the harmine and DYRK story, DYRK1A story, is quite interesting. Let me see. I do have notes here. I actually don't have to look at this. All right. I got all these wet, so now it's a problem. You know. Sorry. Please bear with me. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, so DYRK1A is a kinase. It's a cellular element that phosphorylates things, and it's involved with a number of regulatory processes on the cellular level, as you can see here, including things like nerve cell growth, cell proliferation, the development and differentiation of the nervous system, and so on. So, you know, DYRK1A is an especially important sort of regulator at the center of many processes that are important to brain development. It actually is located on the chromosome 21. In a critical area, chromosome 21 is associated with Down syndrome, and DYRK is involved with that. And it turns out that inhibition of DYRK1 can reduce the abnormalities of brain development associated with Down syndrome, and also Alzheimer's, the loss of neuronal function associated with cognitive deficits. And it turns out that harmine, by inhibiting this kinase, may help prevent Alzheimer's, as well as help prevent some of the pathologies associated with Down syndrome. So it's a pretty significant discovery recently. There was a Brazilian group that investigated this in vitro just recently and published on it, and they reported that harmine stimulates the proliferation of human neural cell progenitors, essentially what we would call stem cells, in vitro. And at a 7.5 micromolar concentration, it stimulated growth of new nerve cells by 71%. So that's a very robust response, and that may be one reason why regular drinking of ayahuasca helps maintain cognitive function. And we're all probably familiar with many ayahuasqueros and others who are quite advanced in age, but quite cognitively competent. So they're, I mean, that may be a leap, but that's kind of how you can link the evidence. And so there's going to be a lot more work going on with these beta-carbolines and this kinase. They also interact with a lot of different receptors in receptor binding studies. This is a summary of some work that was done by Glennon's group earlier in the 2000s. They looked at a whole structural range of beta-carbolines with various receptors, and they measured the affinity for these receptors. I've really simplified it in this table by taking out highlighting the compounds that were the most active at these receptors. For example, the fully aromatic ones, for example, Harman, was pretty good at the 5-HT2A receptor, not a very strong affinity. The smaller the numbers in this chart, the higher the affinity, right? So 5-HT2A, Harman, very simple aromatic beta-carboline, was active. The dihydros, in this case dihydro-5-methoxyharmalan, was even more active at the 2A receptor, and the 2C receptor, not so much at the 1A, the 5-HT1A receptor, or the dopamine receptor, or the benzodiazepine receptor, which is another target for beta-carbolines, it turns out. The tetrahydroharman also had activity at these receptors, and the three substituted beta-carbolines as a family tend to have affinity for the benzodiazepine receptors. For example, beta-carboline carboxylate methyl ester is kind of the classic BZ receptor beta-carboline, very high affinity at that receptor, 3 as opposed to many hundreds, and this is the Ki for those of you that care about what these numbers mean. So they do interact with benzodiazepine receptors at a variety of activities, and they can cause, some of them are mixed agonists, partial agonists, or antagonists. They can be tremor-inducing, sedative, anxiolytic, as well as anxiogenic, depending on the structure. Some of them are proconvulsant. Some enhance learning and memory. And so there's a promising area, too, to look at. This compound, for example, has been found in human studies that it stimulates attention, alertness, and memory. And it works through the benzodiazepine receptors, the so-called BZ receptors. Not so much to do with MAO or serotonin. And imidazoline receptors, I can hardly say it, but it turns out imidazoline is the clonidine binding site, and many beta-carbolines bind to this receptor. And imidazoline is, we're just sort of beginning to sort out. It has a variety of functions. It mediates hypertensive effects or antihypertensive effects of this class of compounds. It's also an allosteric binding site of monoamine oxidase. So it mediates pain modulation, and it also is neuroprotective. It regulates insulin secretion from pancreatic cells, so potentially some of these may be anti-diabetic. And these receptors are emerging as therapeutic targets for inflammatory processes, neuroprotection, pain, opiate addiction, and various psychiatric disorders. And the simple beta-carbolines, the simplest beta-carbolines that we know, like Harman and pinylene from the pineal gland, very close, almost there, appear to be the endogenous ligands for this class of receptors. So beta-carbolines are structurally diverse, fantastically rich. There's very simple to very complex structures. As you can see here, it's a rich area to explore for the medicinal chemist, and you're going to see a lot more coming out in the literature about beta-carbolines. Thank you very much.
Questions? Yeah, come up. Yeah, go ahead.
Considering all my accidents, Bia, I think that's not too bad.
Hi, Dennis. Thank you so much for joining us. I wondered if you had any words about the research maybe 20 years ago that, if I recall, some large doses of harmaline were excitotoxic to Purkinje cells. And what should we be thinking about that?
No, harmaline was, I'm having trouble with my hearing aids. They're not working, so repeat.
As I recall, maybe about 20 years ago, I think it was Carl Janssen published a paper showing that in rats, harmaline, but not harmine, if I recall correctly, was excitotoxic to Purkinje cells in the cerebellum. And I just wonder what your thoughts are about that regarding the whole class of beta-carbolines.
I think it's possible. I'm really not familiar with that work, but I do remember something about it. Yeah, that it's quite possible. You know, ibogaine, I think, has similar, you know, there's a similar kind of activity with ibogaine too, you know, a cerebellar toxicity. I don't know what has happened in the field since then. You know.
Hi, this might be a little bit off topic, but do you think the 5-H2A affinity could be responsible for the purported psychedelic effects of species like Amanita muscaria that contain these sort of compounds?
They contain, but probably not, actually. I mean, the pharmacology of Amanita muscaria is not, you know, there's a lot to sort out, but they think that the main psychoactive constituents are things like ibotenic acid and muscimol, which are GABA agonists. So they work on a completely different set of receptors. But then there are beta-carbolines in it. There are probably tryptamines. It's so chemically complex. I think the consensus is that it's these GABA agonists that are responsible for the activity. which is not to say that these other things may not contribute to it. That's another gray area where there needs to be a lot more work because amanitas are so chemically, variable. There are many chemical races, and being fungi, they're affected by their environment. Whatever they're getting from their mycorrhizal partners can also show up in their chemistry. So another area for legions of graduate students to spend the rest of their lives on, and worthy of looking into. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Dennis.
Okay.
3-minute break.
Thank you.
Test, test, test.
And Carolyn Garcia. And I do this with intention because these two enormously important individuals have been bridges into two cultures that I'll be talking about. So the first I would like to ask, by default here, I'm not going to ask you to confess to something that's illegal. So I would like to have, there's over 700 people in this room right now. I'd like to have a show of hands of how many people have not ingested psilocybin mushrooms. There may be... For the record, that was maybe 7 people. All right, so my talk is on the psilocybin mushrooms and the mycology of consciousness. This is a very famous rock painting. Cat Harrison redrew it. This is the original cave art in the northern Sicilian and Jar Plateau, redrawn by Jonathan Meter. It's about 5,000 years BCE, about 7,000 years ago. Now, it's interesting, the correlation of magic mushrooms and honey was a long-term method of preserving the psychoactive properties of psilocybin mushrooms. But it's interesting also to note that the Bavarian Beer Purity Act in 1516 specifically banned mushrooms by name. And I think this is a struggle between paganism and worshiping in the forests, a struggle between polytheism and then monotheism, Christianity coming in, trying to subjectively suppress the indigenous use of sacred plants and celebration of nature. So this is on the upper left is a codolith from about 450 BCE of Demeter giving Persephone a mushroom. Upon ingesting the mushroom, this relates to the origination myths of the seasons in Greek culture. She falls into a deep sleep. She goes into the underworld to Hades, and that's the onset of winter. Upon the beginning of spring, she re-enters into the overworld, and this is been fully described by R. Gordon Wasson and Carl Ruck in a book called The Eleusinian Mysteries, where for over 1,000 years, thousands of people would embark on a journey to ingest a very potent concoction thought to be mushrooms or a fungal extract, and would have a group psychoactive experience. But I also want you to look at the way that the mushrooms are presented. Presente. This is how you present a sacrament. You don't just lay it out in your hands and say, hey, look. You go, this is it, you know? And so I think that's clearly seen with Maria Sabina. It is in the Greek culture, and this is a photograph of my brother John. Now, the Mesoamerican mushroom stones may have been like the coat of arms. They may have been symbols to invoke rain, but nevertheless, they were specifically designated as idols by the Spanish, and they were systematically destroyed by the thousands. There's about 200 mushroom stones in the world. Dusty, my wife, and I are the fortunate temporary custodians, about 18 of them right now. We fully intend to repatriate these back to the Mayan people at the right time. But the interesting thing about these mushroom stones, and I feel truly blessed. Actually, I'm so freaked out that if they break while they're in my possession, you know. So I feel it's really important that they're protected, preserved, and passed on and returned. So I want to give credit to my mentors. I always want to do this. And this is Dr. Alexander Smith from the University of Michigan. He wrote a monograph on the genus Psilocybe in 1957. Dr. Daniel Stuntz, a professor at the University of Washington. He has a mushroom species called Psilocybe stuntzii, named after him. Catherine Skates, from Post Falls, Idaho, and Dr. Michael Bug, my immediate professor and some professors of some of the people here from the Evergreen State College. They all, otherwise known as the Psilocybin State College, for those of us that are in the know. So it's very amazing that these three individuals took me under their wing when I was about 19 or 20 years of age, because this is what I looked like. Your suspicions are now confirmed, okay? So I want to pay tribute to my brother John Stamets. Unfortunately, he died several years ago. John first got me excited about mushrooms when he came back from Colombia. And he had these amazing stories of collecting psilocybin mushrooms in Colombia and Mexico and having these amazing trips. And I was really excited to hear about him. I was the youngest brother of 5 children. I grew up in a small conservative town called Columbiana, Ohio. Well, John went on to Yale University. My brother Bill went on to Cornell. My sister went on to Ohio State. And my twin brother and I, were left in this house that had a fully equipped laboratory in the basement. But John, on one of his returns from Yale, because he was studying chemistry and neurophysiology, came back with this copy of this book, Altered States of Consciousness by Charles Tart. This is around circa 1969, in that period, 1970. And I was really excited about this book. I said, John, can I borrow this book? And he goes, well, I need it for my class. I go, things about dreaming, things about vertigo, things about, using drugs. And I was like really excited. I was 14 years of age. And John goes, well, I'll lend you the book, but I need it back. So I got the book. And I'm just voraciously reading it. But my best friend, Ryan, he was tagging with me, and he was interested in the book. And Ryan goes, hey, Paul, can I borrow the book? And I go, it's my brother John's, but I got to get it back. And he goes, it's okay, I promise. So he borrows my book, my brother John's book. So a week goes by, 2 weeks go by. Ryan, where's my book? And Ryan's like hesitating. And another week, Ryan, where's my book? My brother needs my book. It's for his class. And he goes, and then finally said, Ryan, where's my friggin' book? I didn't use that friggin' word. But, and then Ryan looked at me sort of very ashamedly, and I said, I can't give it back to you, Paul. I said, why? Because my dad discovered it and burned it. And I want to state publicly that I have a debt of gratitude to Ryan's father, because that single act of destroying a book on the altered states of consciousness catapulted my interest into the forefront. So I went on to the Evergreen State College. We were covered by a Drug Enforcement Administration license. I've published 4 new species in the genus Psilocybe, Psilocybe azurescens, Psilocybe lentiformis, variety Americana, Cynofibulosa, and Psilocybe wiley, named after my good friend Andy Weil. So we got this Drug Enforcement Administration license, and largely because Michael Bugh wrote some articles and was called in for testimony fighting the DEA because of inaccurate analyses. He wrote a peer-reviewed, published article on the accurate detection of psilocybin, and then he applied for a DEA license. We got it. Now, at the time, there was a psilocybin mushroom pandemic, as it was called. There's so many people excited about the fact they could find psilocybin mushrooms in the west coast of North America. They didn't have to go to Mexico. But we got this DEA license, and I was paranoid. Everybody was a DEA undercover agent, as far as I was concerned. So I had adopted the mantra, which I still continue to this day: nature provides, I don't. Okay? To be very clear. The First Amendment protects books, but it does not protect me giving advice on cultivation or of psilocybin mushrooms or passaging of cultures. So I want to draw your attention to Psilocybe cubensis. It's the most majestic psilocybin mushroom in the world. It grows on a wide array of animal dung. And it co-inhabits with another magic mushroom called Copelandia cyanescens, a whole bunch of species in that genus, also known as Pinellus. So these mushrooms are circumpolar in the subtropics and tropical regions all over the world, from Africa to Amazonia. And it's something I think that's really important to draw your attention to. Now, consider this. Mushrooms are very enigmatic. They're temporal. They arise and they disappear in a matter of 4 or 5 days. Your experiential window of contact and experience with other plants or plants and animals is long-term, weeks, months, years. But something that comes up that could feed you, that can heal you, that can kill you, that can send you on a fabulous spiritual journey. Something that comes up and disappears so quickly, only the cognoscente, rare elite individuals of this eclectic knowledge, could carry this knowledge forward. There are 23 primates that consume mushrooms, 22 not being human. And the Golgi monkey consumes up to 12 times its body weight per year in a mushroom called Ascopolyporus, where we consume less than 3%. So when you think that 23 primates have knowledge in distinguishing poisonous from edible mushrooms, which ones are good for you and which ones not, it speaks to a very, very long genetic and evolutionary history of contact and use and the knowledge of mushrooms that are valuable. So I present this to you because I want to bring back the concept of the stoned ape hypothesis. And and this is really important for you to understand, is that there was a sudden doubling of the human brain 200,000 years ago. From an evolutionary point of view, that's an extraordinary expansion. And there is no explanation for this sudden increase in the human brain. And when Neanderthals and humans made contact about 40,000 years ago, within 4,000 years of contact, they became extinct. Our other primate ancestors also quickly became extinct. But Homo sapiens emerged as the very lead of the primates. And what could possibly explain this? Now, Terence McKenna, and I want to state for the record now that Dennis McKenna and Terence, but primarily Dennis, came up with this concept that consuming psilocybin mushrooms could expand human consciousness. Terence became the amplifier and the voice of that concept. But I think that it should be stated here for the record that Dennis and Terence co-created this concept. And, you know, when you think about suddenly being exposed to these psilocybin mushrooms, now, this happened not once, not twice. As our primates descended from the forest canopies and went across the savannas, and you're tracking animals, ungulates, what do you look for? You look for footprints, paw prints, you look for scat. The majority of primates are grub eaters. They eat insects. So you're hungry, you're with your clan, you're going across the savannah, you have footprints, you have dung. You run into what? The largest psilocybin mushroom in the world, growing bodaciously out of dung of the animals that you're tracking. You're hungry, it looks edible, you ingest it, you're catapulted in this incredible psychedelic experience, fractal patterns, mosaics, love, empathy. That doesn't happen once. That doesn't happen twice. That happens millions upon millions upon millions of times over hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years. I suggest to you that Dennis and Terence were right on. Suddenly there was an explosion of art, language, the ability to articulate, forecast, predict food shortages, store them, funeral rituals, entering into the spirit realm. So it's really not a theory. It's a stoned ape hypothesis. So let's be very clear on this. A hypothesis is an educated guess to explain an observable phenomenon. A theory, on the other hand, is a hypothesis that has been tested by science and factually supported. There is really no way that I know of or can imagine of proving the stoned ape hypothesis. It's an unprovable hypothesis, perhaps. But I want you and anyone listening or seeing this to suspend your disbelief. What other causal agent, and given the fact that of epigenetic neurogenesis, from frequent repetitive contact over millions of years of eating these psychedelic mushrooms, I think this is a very, very plausible hypothesis for the sudden evolution of Homo sapiens away from our primate relatives. So now microdosing has become an extraordinarily interesting practice, especially in Silicon Valley with coders. They realize that their imagination and their creativity is enhanced. You all know about this. It's been reported in most of the major magazines. And we know that psilocybin causes neurogenesis. Now, it causes the extinction in this experiment of a conditioned fear response, similar to PTSD. So if under the influence of psilocybin, you can overcome a conditioned fear response, an explosion, if you've been trained to react negatively to a stimulus, you can overcome that. Well, what does that suggest? Psilocybin induces courage to overcome a fear response. We know it induces kindness. Well, these are leadership skills. I wish many of our leaders, if not most of them, would take psilocybin mushrooms in order to become better leaders. So Life magazine came out in 1957, delivering a field guide to psilocybin mushrooms to the doorsteps of millions of Americans during the Cold War. R. Gordon Wasson, Daniel Stuntz, and Dr. Gaston Guzman joined in 1976 at the very first psychoactive mushroom conference in Millis State Park in Olympia, Washington. This is the group of psychonauts, myconauts that joined Dr. Gaston Guzman. Thereupon, after that conference, we went on a 2-week extensive psilocybe mushroom hunting excursion, finding many of the species that were then presented and published in Gaston Guzman's monograph on the genus psilocybe. Terrence McKenna, Andy Weil, Gary Menzer, and Stephen Pollock were some of the key people on the West Coast of North America. There are pioneers in learning, studying, and spreading the knowledge about psilocybin mushrooms. Dr. Michael Bugh, that I mentioned, was our professor. Curiously, he had 3 students, Jonathan Ott, Jeremy Bigwood, and myself. The 3 of us went on to publish 25 books on psychoactive plants. I just find that really weird because he's such a great, lovable, but nerdy professor, let me tell you. So from that, the 3 of us, then we went out, as many of you know, history then followed. So skip this, a number of books came out on psilocybin mushrooms. And a number of field guides. There was a proliferation of these books. And then Ken Kesey and the Merry Pranksters were very much involved in psilocybin mushrooms. And so the Kesey family and that clan and Dusty and I and others became good friends. And so for Ken Kesey, since he and I share a love of chainsaws, we created Sporus de Illuminatus, containing 200 million spores of psilocybe azurescens, omni psilocybe munda, So we spread psilocybin mushroom spores up and down the West Coast, part of our Mary Sprankster efforts. And then for more than 40 years, there was a number of conferences. The one here in front of Kesey's bus, the further, was at Brighton Bush Hot Springs. And then the psychoactivity conferences, then led by Jonathan Ott and others, occurred in Europe, first in the ethnobotany conferences in Palenque, and then later on in Europe. I know some of the participants here are in this photograph. So this conference that we're at today is a continuum, a bridge, literally over thousands of years, of mushroom experts and experts in psychoactive plants and substances carrying this knowledge forward. This is a thread of knowledge that's been frayed, that's been delicate, that's almost and has been broken many times. The fact that we are here today, we are becoming the body intellect, the encyclopedia of knowledge that is carrying this information forward for the future. And I think it's very utilitarianly important for the evolution and the survival of the human species. So psilocybe cyanescens, azurescens, I point this out because psilocybe azurescens, the species that I named, is a very large species compared to psilocybe cyanescens. It is my problem child. It is a species in that it is the most potent psilocybin mushroom in the world, containing up to 2% psilocybin. And I want to show you something that I discovered that's truly counterintuitive. And this is ice cube extraction, using psilocybe mushrooms when they're fresh, and chopping them up, and then putting them in contact with ice cubes, and then putting them into a refrigerator and letting the ice cubes slowly thaw. And you do a cold water extraction to create blue juice. So blue juice, great for the playa at Burning Man. Because you can make ice cubes when it's hot, so. But I want to speak to those people who are chemists here to really look at this fractionation sequence. Most fractionations are occurring with hot water or hot solvents. This is using cold water, does not work with dried mushrooms. It only works with fresh mushrooms. So this species is something that's quite remarkable because also it has a dangerous potential side effect. It causes temporary paralysis. This is something that I've been warning been warning my friends about for a long time. I had a good friend, my friend Jerry from Vermont. He was growing some psilocybe azurescens in his backyard. I told him, Jerry, this is the most potent mushroom in the world. You've got to be careful. You've got to be careful. And he goes, yeah, okay, Paul, I got it. And I go, Jerry, no matter what happens, don't call the ambulance. Don't go to the hospital. The paralysis symptoms are temporary. Just look, watch, and, in 4 hours, everything will be fine. Just remember that. So I don't see Jerry for a year. He comes back and goes, oh, my God, Paul, I got to tell you a story. I go, what happened? He says, well, we grew a whole bunch of them, and I didn't know how many to eat, so we ate a whole bunch. We ate way too many. I said, well, what happened? He goes, we were like lizard people on the crawling around, and they're like, oh, my God, this is so intense, and they couldn't move, they couldn't walk. 6 people. This is going out, by the way. So 6 people who, were all like lizards coming together, and Jerry goes, wait, I have a message from Paul. I have a message from Paul. And they go, what's the message from Paul? What's the message from Paul? He said, no matter what happens, and if this happens, don't worry, just look at my watch, and in 4 hours, everything will be fine. So they all kind of crawled up and went to the watch and went to Jerry's watch and looked at Jerry's watch, and they go, and it went, click. Click. And they went, oh no! Anyhow, but the difference between a medicine and a toxin is oftentimes dose, okay? So I bring to you the concept of neurogenesis with psilocybe mushrooms, also with a mushroom called lion's mane. Lion's mane, the genus Hericium, has some very, very potent nerve growth stimulant factors. There's been 2 clinical studies with lion's mane that are of interest. That increases mild cognitive impairment and by consuming lion's mane mushrooms over a month. Measurable, statistically significant, small clinical study. But there's 2 mice studies that are quite relevant, and I think they translate into human studies. They had mice that were controlled, about, I think, 100 mice, and it was put into an arena, into a cage. They then measured the mice when they went down a wide choice test with a tube. To the left went the food, to the right did not. The mice very, very quickly figured out go left to get food. So when they injected a cytotoxic polypeptide that removes myelin, and myelin's replaced with an amyloid plaque, which is symptomatic of Alzheimer's and other forms of neuropathy. The loss of myelin interferes with the signal transmission down the axons. Then when they injected this polypeptide, then the mice became disoriented very, very quickly, and then they very soon couldn't choose left to go to the food. It randomized equally left and right. They lost the ability of memory, short-term memory in particular. Well, they introduced lion's mane mushrooms to these mice. After consuming them, after a few weeks, the mice then renormalized and remembered which way to go. Upon sacrificing, prior to them giving lion's mane, they sacrificed the mice to look at the mice's axons. Amyloid plaque had developed, demyelination had occurred. Subsequently, to feeding the mice the lion's mane mushrooms, remyelination occurred, the amyloid plaque went away. The behavior then was measurable. Another experiment they did is far more interesting to me. It's called the novelty experiment. They put these mice inside of an arena. Again, same situation, but they put a little toy in the middle of the arena. Well, the mice are really curious. They got real excited. They went to sniff and made contact with the toy. They sat there with stopwatches, points of contact, how many times. And the mice got really excited for the first day or two, and they got kind of bored because the toy was familiar. Put in a new toy, same thing. Re-interest, in exploring something new. Well, did the same thing, injected the amyloid plaque, and then pretty soon the mice, then several weeks later, were disinterested. They had no curiosity, no imagination. Same thing, introduced lion's mane mushrooms, and then their inquisitiveness returned. They compared the data set prior and subsequently. It returned to near normalization. Upon sacrificing the mice, they found remyelination on the axons. So this was extraordinarily interesting. It's been stated as the most powerful nerve growth stimulant factor ever found in nature, called arenacenes and hericinones. So this is a smart mushroom. And it has compounds in here that I think has the ability to be stacked with psilocybin. And so the neuroenhancing properties of these compounds, changes between species, between strains, but optimally we can get it up to about, a little bit less than 1%. So I propose to you for the first time a new nootropic psi-vitamin complex. Now, before I describe this, I need to ask everybody a question here. It was well established in the 60s and 70s and the 80s. I was mostly in the 70s and 80s, and I heard this commonly. But I'd like to have a show of hands. How many people here heard that if you want to come down from psilocybin or LSD, you could take niacin? Could I have a show of hands? So maybe 30, 40 people raise their hands. You have to be a little older to do this. Well, niacin causes red flushing at high doses. It causes your nerves to tingle and itching. So I thought to myself, because neuropathy, and I'm especially interested in oncoviruses, herpes, as well as HPV, and other types of viruses like Epstein-Barr virus that has neuropathologies associated with it. When you have neuropathies, oftentimes neuropathy occurs at the endings of your nerves. So if niacin, counterintuitively, people think it would bring you down, I think not. I think that we could take niacin, because niacin is known to take GABA to take it over the blood-brain barrier. So I'm suggesting the experimentation of using niacin, stacking niacin, hericinones, and aronacines with psilocybin and psilocin in order to cause neurogenesis. This may be an opportunity for the next quantum leap in the evolution of the human species using epigenic neurogenesis by redefining psilocybin as a vitamin. So I'm glad that Dennis showed some of his slides, because he alluded to something I think is really important. As it turns out, psilocybin and psilocin, with many species, does not manufacture mycelium until exposure to ultraviolet light. So you have the mycelium here, some electron micrographs, and then the primordia begin to form. And primordia form very, very quickly in response to blue light, 320 to 400 nanometers, and primordium formation. That's why a lot of the analyses of psilocybin and cultures don't turn out to be positive by the DEA, because they're not exposed to light. Upon light stimulation, then psilocin and psilocybin is being produced. Many of you may not know that shikimic acid is the primary precursor for Tamiflu, a very potent antiviral against flu viruses and other viruses. So I'm going to take 2 minutes and I'll be done. It just turns out shikimic acid comes from the star anise, and mostly grown in Afghanistan and the Middle East. Well, it was recently discovered that blue light stimulation of oyster mushrooms creates shikimic acid, the precursor for Tamiflu. So we know that light stimulation changes. Moreover, light stimulation causes melanization of the mycelium that creates pigmentation of the mushrooms. They're blonde or white. Upon light exposure, they become pigmented. So I think there's an opportunity here for being able to use pulsing of light of the mycelium to be able to look at not only psilocybin and psilocin, but the precursors, some of which are legal for neurogenesis. The tragedy of aging is the loss of knowledge. So many of our elders have so much knowledge that's lost because of neuropathies. And I think that we have an opportunity now of being able to redefine psilocybin with niacin, and like antabuse with alcoholics, the formula that I presented, it's such that people will not be likely to abuse this, because the negative consequences, the adverse effects from trying to get high at the dosages that I showed, the niacin flush would be so irritable and so negative that I don't think there would be a propensity for abuse. Moreover, all of those in the audience that have DEA licenses, I just want to end, this is the break, but this is important for me, and I think you will agree for me to tell you. I think during these clinical studies, you should measure the hearing, especially with the cochlear nerve, and how well that you can hear frequencies that are otherwise, during the non-psychoactive state, you cannot hear. I want to just close with one short story. Bill Webb was a good friend of mine in Big Sur, California. He was a friend of Ansel Adams. He was a friend of Henry Miller's. I met him when I was 22 years of age, when he was about 75. We both tripped together in Big Sur. Beautiful place to trip. And he called me up, and it was 85 or so. He said, Paul, I'm going to tell you something. What I'm going to tell you is so important. I want you to promise me that you'll tell other people. Paul, this is extremely important. Do you understand? Are you listening? I said, yes, Bill, I'm listening. What? He goes, damn aging, I hate it. I'm losing my hearing, I'm losing my sight. But I had a big trip on cubensis, Philosophy cubensis, and I took out my hearing aid. For the first time, without my hearing aid, I could hear the ocean again. I could hear the seagulls. And he said, but I'm laying on the deck, and I hear this click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Click, click. And I was baffled. What was the sound coming from? It was quite distinct. And he's laying, blissed out on this deck. And it took him several minutes to look over, and he saw ants walking past him. It was the sounds of their footprints going by. So I respect my elders. This is a message from Bill Webb for those interested in neurogenesis and metrics by which you can measure, such as hearing frequencies, I think is a good metric to add to these clinical studies. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, we have a half an hour break now. Half hour break.
Okay, thank you.
2 and 2.
Hello. We're going to have our next speaker now. I ask for your attention and those who are standing up to please take their seats. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Jessica Nielsen. The title of her talk is Ayahuasca for Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder, Assessing Risks and Benefits Through Anonymous Community Feedback. Jessica is a research faculty at the University of California, San Francisco, specializing in neurotrauma basic and clinical research. So she's involved in both this project that she will present here about ayahuasca and PTSD, and the first steps of thinking a clinical trial with ayahuasca in the USA. Please welcome Jessica.
Thank you, everybody, for coming, and thank you for that lovely introduction, Bia. So I'm just going to give you a brief background or overview of what I'm going to talk to you about today. First, I'm going to start with how I got involved in ayahuasca research and a little bit of my background. Next, I'm going to follow up with how ayahuasca could be potentially an effective treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder. Next, I'll show you some preliminary results from an anonymous online survey I've been conducting since June of last year, trying to look at the risks and benefits of ayahuasca for PTSD. And then I'll close out with what the next steps are in terms of conducting ayahuasca research therapy in the United States. So how did I get involved in ayahuasca research? So when I was in graduate school getting my PhD in neurobiology and trauma, I attended a lecture by MAPS at the Burning Man Festival, and I was astounded at the fact that researching psychedelics could be a valid career option for me, and that there was a potential option for me to push my research forward. And so fast forward, when I actually finished my PhD in 2010, I went down to Peru to take ayahuasca, and I happened to be at a center that was focused on treating veterans with post-traumatic stress disorder. And the main thing I took away from that trip was seeing and witnessing the transformation of these people with pretty severe PTSD and the healing that they went through from their ayahuasca experiences. And so I came back to the United States to start to continue my trauma research and then see how I could fold ayahuasca into that research. So how potentially could ayahuasca be effective for post-traumatic stress disorder? So first, let me walk you through sort of what PTSD is and sort of the central hypothesis of how things can be adapted after a traumatic experience and how we can heal from that. So PTSD is essentially maladaptive coping to a traumatic event. So it's normal to have strong reactions to life-threatening situations. Normal adults will have a decrease in these reactions when the threat is no longer present. PTSD patients, on the other hand, have a persistent reaction even when the threat is gone, and that's usually because they develop unhealthy coping mechanisms that exacerbate psychopathology. And so what does that actually mean in terms of the trajectory of how people respond to trauma and how PTSD develops? So there's a whole host of factors that we can't necessarily control for that are sort of pre-traumatic that I sort of have highlighted up here. And these are things like your genetic history, things that you're exposed to in the womb or as a child, family medical history, socioeconomic status, things like that. And all of these feed into how you're going to actually respond when you're exposed to a traumatic event. And then these are the different trajectories that sometimes happen after a traumatic event. And so normal people, like I said, will have this initial fight or flight response when exposed to a trauma, but they'll have resiliency and normal adaptation, and then they won't develop PTSD. Some people that do develop PTSD symptoms, if they have access to beneficial treatments and adequate social support, will eventually recover from their PTSD. When persistent PTSD happens, it's when there's a maladaptive coping that happens in people where they will either start developing things like drug addiction or negative and avoidant behaviors that will then exacerbate the psychopathology, and these symptoms will persist, and then there's this treatment resistance that sets in. Lastly, there's this thing called complex PTSD, which is a little hard to sort of unpack and treat and manage, because it's when somebody is continually living in a situation that is ongoing and traumatic, whether it's a domestic abuse situation or they live in a violent urban area or an active war zone. And so they're continually being traumatized over and over again, and so it's really hard to get in and treat that when the trauma continues. And so what's happening in the brain and the body when PTSD is sort of setting in and developing, it involves several systems in the brain and the body. So this includes the HPA axis and the limbic system. The limbic system is basically the hippocampus, which is involved in memory, and the amygdala, which is involved in emotion. And these systems sort of communicate with each other, where a memory will trigger an emotion, and sometimes those emotions will cause a reaction in your HPA axis, which is sort of your fight or flight response. This is your sort of response to trauma, where you release adrenaline. But the system is set up in such a way that it can auto-regulate itself, so if you release a massive amount of adrenaline, it will turn this whole system off. And then you also have the prefrontal cortex coming into play, where if there is something that is an emotional reaction, you can have this top-down inhibition that can sort of let the body know the trauma is not significant, and then it will regulate this whole system and turn this off. However, when you have PTSD and you have various either psychogenic stressors or physiological stressors, then what happens is that there is sort of an overexpression and a hyperactivity of this adrenaline response, this fight or flight response, that sort of makes this circuitry very, very hyperactivated, and it causes a disinhibition and a dysregulation of this top-down control that can actually cause significant psychopathology and actual physical pathology in the hippocampus. Patients with PTSD have significantly atrophied hippocampi, and so that's a big problem in terms of just brain pathology with PTSD. The good thing is that there are some therapies that work if administered correctly. And so we have things like SSRIs, like antidepressants, which act to sort of reduce this activity in the amygdala and also try to increase activity in the prefrontal cortex. Cognitive behavioral therapy has also shown some promise. And then there's also, so that when you have these therapies that come into play, that when you have these stressors that come in, you are able to sort of reestablish normal control and have normal adaptation when you feel triggered. Exposure therapy is another one of these things, and this is where I think ayahuasca comes into play. So ayahuasca sort of has mechanisms in exposure therapy, where exposure therapy is basically activating this axis, and but doing it so in a situation that's safe, so that people can try and recontextualize the way they're responding to the trauma. But it also acts like a cognitive behavioral therapy, and as well as the SSRI. So it's kind of got all of these components in it. But this is something that we need to be mindful of in terms of people with PTSD, because exposure therapy, if not done in the right setting and not done in a place where people really have a process in place to sort of feel support, so that they don't get re-exposed to this trauma in an unsafe setting, can actually be re-traumatizing if not done correctly. So we really need to be mindful of this, especially in the context of ayahuasca for PTSD. But even still, there's a lot of studies coming out for various therapeutic potentials of ayahuasca for various other disorders that go hand in hand with post-traumatic stress disorder. So there's been some publications showing indications for drug addiction as well as depression, which are often comorbid with post-traumatic stress disorder. So a couple years ago, I had a sample size of 3 veterans that had shared experience reports with me, basically saying that their ayahuasca experience down in Peru was very therapeutic, and they were really viewing this as a medicine for their PTSD, but it was obviously, an N of 3. It was a very small sample size and mostly anecdotal. Looking at sort of more user-reported experiences up on the internet, I looked at Arrowwood, which is this great online database I'm sure most of you are familiar with, where there's a lot of these experience reports specifically about ayahuasca that are categorized based on, how they would view the experience. And so I just want to highlight that although most people are saying that the experience is very difficult and challenging, they don't necessarily consider them bad experiences, but they do consider them to be mystical and glowing experiences, which is encouraging. So because this is kind of all the data that was out at the time, and because I've actually been spending the past 6 years thinking about how to push ayahuasca research forward in the United States, and it's obviously not without its challenges and limitations and whatnot in terms of regulatory agencies and the stigma, I decided to conduct an online survey, because over the past couple of years, ayahuasca for PTSD is becoming quite popularized. There's a lot of stories out there about people thinking that ayahuasca is this magic bullet cure for PTSD, and there's actually been a lot of good and bad press about this, and so I thought there's enough people out there that have already tried this for their PTSD. Let's see if we can get them to answer some questions about their experience and whether they actually found it useful, and report on any potential risks and dangers as also benefits, the things that help them move through if the ayahuasca was helpful for their PTSD. Okay. So this is in collaboration with MAP. So this is an online survey. It's anonymous. It's actually still ongoing. If you want to contribute to the survey, the link is here. And so this is an anonymous questionnaire to gather preliminary data about the potential risks and benefits associated with taking ayahuasca, specifically in the context of treating PTSD, but I also invited people that didn't have PTSD to take the survey. So just to start off with some of the study limitations, obviously this is an anonymous survey. We're not contacting anybody directly, so we can't really sort of engage with these people and really get a sense of what's going on with them on a personal basis, like you would do in a prospective study where you're interviewing people. It's retrospective, so we're asking people to sort of remember what had happened to them after they took ayahuasca, instead of actually being able to follow them longitudinally and sort of intervene and assess the process as it's happening. And then also there's quite a lot of variability in setting, so we just kind of took all comers, whether people were taking it in Peru or taking it in the United States or Europe. So just keep that in mind moving forward with the results. So this is just the study design in terms of what data actually was included in the analyses I'm going to show you moving forward. So as of April 12th of this month, 714 people attempted to take the survey, but a little less than half of that actually completed it all the way, and so that was part of the consent, was they had to complete the survey in order for the data to be included. And then I had an additional option at the end of whether people didn't feel comfortable having their data included, and so I gave them an option to withdraw consent at the end. So by the end of all this, we have 318 people that have shared their ayahuasca experiences in this anonymous survey, and whether it was beneficial or harmful for their post-traumatic stress disorder. Okay, so there's some of the measures and some of the questions I asked in the survey. It was quite a long survey, but I wanted to be very thorough and descriptive about the potential risks and benefits of ayahuasca for PTSD. So I had things like demographics, like age, gender, education level, things like that. I had quite a lot of questions about the ayahuasca experience itself, how they would rate the ayahuasca experience, what setting they were in, what things they found to be dangerous or helpful. And then I had a lot of different questions that were associated with PTSD itself. So I had them answer questions about changes in their PTSD symptoms, if they had any, substance abuse changes, any treatments that they had been on before and how that changed after taking ayahuasca, any integration techniques that they used once they were finished taking ayahuasca, their perceived levels of social support, and an inventory that's supposed to assess resiliency and growth after a traumatic event, as well as a self-report of PTSD symptoms, depression, and sleep quality. So these are just some of the descriptives of the data from some of the completed participants that I broke down based on one of the PTSD questions was, have you ever been diagnosed by a clinician as having sort of DSM criteria PTSD? And so it was about 50-50 of people that said no, they'd never been diagnosed with PTSD, and then people that either had a current diagnosis of PTSD or claimed to have been in remission since taking ayahuasca. And so just as a sort of sanity check, we do have this sort of range. This is the self-report measure of PTSD that I told you about, where the people that claim to have a current diagnosis of PTSD have significantly higher scores on this measure, whereas those that claim to be in remission are much lower, and the people that have no PTSD are also much lower than that, which is good. And also, just like I said, depression is a highly comorbid condition with post-traumatic stress disorder, and so the patients or the participants that reported having a current diagnosis of PTSD did have higher levels of depression than the other two groups. Okay. And just getting into sort of the distribution of some of the information of who these people are and where they were taking ayahuasca and in what context. So most of the participants were civilians. The color codes here, I just broken it up by those three groups I told you about, whether they had no PTSD, a past diagnosis of PTSD, or were currently diagnosed with PTSD. So like I said, most people were civilians that participated in the survey, and most people had done ayahuasca 10 or more times. So this was sort of like an arbitrary number. I didn't want to have a bunch of these categories for the numbers. So 10 was the cutoff, but there was people that had taken it up to 300 times. So it seems like once people reach this threshold, they're doing it very consistently and very often. People were taking it in various settings. So we have a lot of people taking it in South American retreat centers, not too many taking them in South American churches, but a lot of people taking them in the United States, as well as outside of the Americas. And then there's this sort of other category where it was just open text responses, where people were saying that they didn't take ayahuasca, but they took DMT, or they were taking it at home by themselves. There was actually quite a bit of that, or in a friend circle. People taking it one-on-one with a shaman or some other indigenous community that wasn't part of the South American retreat setting, as well as places in Europe and Canada. So this is a distribution of that measure I was telling you about. That's a test of growth and resiliency following a life-altering event. And so this assesses various things like relating to others, new possibilities, personal strength. And so it's sort of like a positive measure of how people can adapt following a very intense situation. And so I asked them to answer these questions in relation to their ayahuasca experience, because there are some people that report ayahuasca itself to be a very traumatizing experience if not done correctly. So I wanted to see how people were responding to that, especially people with PTSD. And so a lower score on this measure means they were less able to do have these beneficial responses. The good news is that the people that were claiming to be in remission after taking PTSD were scoring pretty well compared to the people that had never been diagnosed with PTSD. But we do see that the people that had a current diagnosis of PTSD were performing much lower on this measure of resiliency and growth after ayahuasca. Getting into the actual symptoms, so there was 6 different questions of symptoms that I had them answer on whether 1 week after taking ayahuasca, how do they remember their symptoms changing? Were they getting better, or were they getting worse, or not changing at all? And so this includes things like re-experiencing and avoidance, negative thoughts, as well as depression and suicidal thoughts. And so for the most part, people are saying that they have reductions and they're having improvements in all of these symptoms across the board 1 week after taking ayahuasca, and this is maintained 1 month after taking ayahuasca. There was this slight uptick here in the hyperarousal state, which, if you remember, I said that ayahuasca is kind of like an exposure therapy, so it can induce this sort of activated state. But by 1 month, they report that that was no longer an issue. In terms of substance use changes, we also do see some beneficial changes here where people are reporting much less use of alcohol and prescription drug use. The one interesting thing that I noted was that people were reporting taking more psychedelics and more marijuana. But when looking at sort of the free text of these responses, it's not necessarily that they're becoming addicted to psychedelics. It's that they're using it as an integration strategy and as a way to sort of continually work on their own healing and growth after they've sort of worked with this expanded state and discovered that it was something that they wanted to, that was very useful for them. Regarding changes in medications that people were taking before and after their ayahuasca experience, so I broke this up into people with no diagnosis of PTSD versus those that had a past or current diagnosis of PTSD. And then the red bars indicate what they were on before, how many were saying they were on this category before ayahuasca, and then blue is the reduction seen after. And so you can see, just for the most part, the people that had PTSD were obviously on a lot more therapies and medications. And you do see a marked decrease in all of these, like antidepressants, anti-anxiety medicines, after taking ayahuasca. And then there's just a sort of other category of, well, what else are people using? So a lot of people were smoking marijuana beforehand, not necessarily medical marijuana. And then a lot of people just doing meditation and yoga and things like that. But there were a lot of people just after ayahuasca just saying nothing. I needed nothing. I was great. Everything is so much better now. And so that was encouraging. Regarding different integration techniques, these are just sort of word frequency categories. There was sort of categories of different things where I said, did you try meditation, yes or no? Did you try yoga, yes or no? So that's what this top sort of word cloud represents, where most people were using meditation as a way to kind of integrate and process their experience. And then there was a free text section where I said, just tell me what's your own strategy for integration after taking ayahuasca. And a lot of people were reporting that they were just doing exercise, getting out in nature, dancing, writing about their experience. I mean, they were just basically things about people, trying to engage in healthy lifestyle choices and eating better and connecting with their friends and really getting out of these sort of unhealthy, negative, maladaptive mechanisms that they had before. So getting into sort of like the purpose of what this whole survey was about was sort of looking at the risks and the benefits, and how is that different in the people that have PTSD versus don't have PTSD who are in remission. And so I asked them, did you find anything about the ayahuasca experience helpful or dangerous, either during or after? And so for the most part, during and after the ayahuasca experience, people report that most of the time there was a lot of helpful things that were beneficial in their journey, with some people sort of seeing this increase with the diagnosis of PTSD that oh crap, sorry. That, yeah, as you go sort of deeper into whether they have PTSD or not, you do sort of see this increase in people not necessarily thinking it was that helpful, but for the most part, people finding it to be very helpful. In terms of what they found to be dangerous, again, you do see that for the most part, people don't think that there's a whole lot of danger associated with taking ayahuasca, but there is some instances of people reporting that there were some dangerous aspects both during and after. And so just to kind of get into some qualitative information about this, I want to read to you some representative examples of what people were reporting as being dangerous. I'm going to start off with dangerous, because I think it's something that's important to address, that this isn't a panacea, and there are some risks associated with this. So the first is someone who still had a current diagnosis of PTSD that found that there was some danger during their experience. So he said, not having a psychotherapist available to help me deal with the absolute paranoia I experienced. I have a history of intense trauma from childhood. My experience took me to the edge of the terror in my childhood, but did not take me past it to heal it. I became overcome with the terror I had as a child, so I became a child and went into my cabin and locked myself in it, feeling like I did when I was 10 years old. And so this was someone who sort of felt that, a lot of things came up and they didn't really know what to do with it or process it, and didn't really feel that they were able to resolve it. Next was somebody who actually wasn't prepared to deal with all of the stuff that came up and fell into a 3-month-long depression and almost had to drop out of college after taking ayahuasca because they went home and just didn't know how to kind of integrate that into their life, and actually it was really problematic for her. But for the most part, that's just a small example of some of these dangers, but for the most part, these responses are very positive and beneficial, and people really do find that this is useful for their PTSD. And so here's some examples. So one was childhood trauma and sexual abuse I had no memory of, came up in my second ceremony. It all made sense in the way I had lived my life. Severely depressed and a functioning alcoholic, I went to Peru out of desperation. The first ceremony, my depression was gone. I've done 15 ceremonies and it has changed my life. I'm no longer an alcoholic, and I am working on not being isolated. I now engage in group meditations 5 days a week and am practicing yoga and qigong. It's never too late to wake up, and that's what this loving plant has taught me. Another person wrote, it took me straight to the root of some childhood trauma of mine that involved sexual interference. Without bringing the memory up in visual forms, the memory took on a different form altogether that was hard to explain, but I knew what my psyche was getting at. And so, for the most part, this seems to be useful, and so people are finding that this is a very helpful and positive experience when they take ayahuasca. It is very intense, and there is a lot of bodily discomfort, but for the most part, people don't find it dangerous, and they find it to be very helpful for their PTSD. And so just moving forward with how we're going to implement ayahuasca research in the United States moving forward, I'm working in collaboration with MAPS to develop an FDA protocol for a phase 1 study to start, looking at ayahuasca in healthy volunteers. This is going to be a dose escalation, pharmacokinetic tolerability and safety study to start. And then once we figure out the optimal doses and responses, we're going to move on to PTSD patients. And so we're hoping to submit this in the next couple months. And we're really hoping that we can start fundraising for this and move this forward in the proper clinical trial format. And we're hoping to start doing some fundraising at some point. And this was in collaboration, again, like I said, with MAPS, and this is our whole ayahuasca working group of all of us sort of having regular calls to develop the protocol for ayahuasca in the United States. Clancy Kavanaugh and Julie Megler are going to be part of our co-therapy team. And then also Ali Fiducia at MAPS, who's been a great help in helping me develop the protocol. And also just want to invite you all to an event we're hosting on Tuesday with some of the speakers that we have here from Brazil, as well as nationally, to sort of talk about the logistics of doing these studies in the United States. Thank you. What? No question? Okay. Okay.
So we're just going to have a few minutes break, and then we have our next speaker. Hello, everybody. Are you still here? We have our next presentation is also a colleague from Brazil. The title of the presentation is Biological Effects of Ayahuasca in Human Neurostem Cells and Mini Brains. That was the research I mentioned in my opening remarks. The presentation will be given by Steven Rein. He's a stem cell biologist. He's professor of the Institute of Biomedical Sciences at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro and head research at the Dor Institute of Research Education in Brazil. I think that the world has not quite seen so much, the importance of his work and has not made yet the whole impact that it has to unfold. So I'm very happy that he's presenting this here. Thank you.
Hello. There's a dog there. Okay. So, Bia, thank you very much for the invitation. It's my pleasure to be here. I'm some kind of a beginner in this field, so I'm very honored to learn things here over the last days. And what I'm going to show to you in the next 20, 25 minutes will be some of our recent results using the systems that we have in the lab. One of them is the mini brains that I'm going to explain to you in more details in a few minutes. And we apply the ayahuasca compounds and some of the entheogens in these systems. First, I'd like to acknowledge the sponsors of my lab. Without funding, it's impossible to do science, so I'm very thankful to these guys for helping and supporting the work that I'm doing in Brazil. And of course, I also would like to thank a lot for my team, my crew. Of course, I'm just here representing them, and this is basically the work of all of these guys. And specifically in the case of the studies with ayahuasca, I'd like to acknowledge Juliana Minardi, Daniel Martins de Souza, that they are from Unicamp in Brazil, and especially Vânia Dakish. Vânia is a former student, a PhD student in my lab, and I'm very grateful to work with her for like 3-4 years, and I'm sure that all of you know her. She's not here right now, but you guys know her because she was in all of the advertisement of this psychedelic science. She was there, so you guys know her. This is Vânia, and she is the PhD student who did the work that I'm going to present to you now. Okay, I am a neurobiologist and neuroscientist by training, so I'm interested to understand the brain. I'm interested to understand the development of the brain. And as you know, there are several different models that you can use to understand the brain. For example, you can work with getting blood samples, and then using the blood samples, you can try to infer what's happening inside the brain based on the alteration in hormones and proteins and things like that. You can also work with post-mortem tissue, and then with this post-mortem tissue, you can try to understand a little bit more about what happened in the brain of that person. You can work with animal models, and then with this mammalian brain, you try to understand what can happen in the human brain. And you also work with neuroimaging, and we saw several talks here using this very cool technique to understand the live brain. In our lab, we used a different approach. That's basically what we do. We create our own neurons. So we create human neurocells in the lab. And how do you do it? We basically use the technique that was developed by this guy, Shinya Yamanaka, 10 years ago. He gets a piece of the skin, and with this piece of the skin, he's able to make these cells behave as embryonic stem cells. And when you have an embryonic stem cell, this cell can give rise to any cell type of the body. Besides using his skin, we also can use the urine. So you can get urine of anybody, and there are cells that go with urine. And then we get those cells, and we reprogram those cells, and make them, for example, as neurons. Just an important note is that Shinya Yamanaka, he won the Nobel Prize in 2012 because of this technique. So with this technique, we are creating a biobank of cells from donors, from patients with mental disorders, with neurological disorders, and then we are reprogramming those cells and make them as these induced pluripotent stem cells that then we can use, for example, to create neurocells, to create cardiomyocytes, or to create other cell types in the body. We are basically focusing in the work that I'm going to present to you today in the creation of these human neurocells, that they have exactly the same genetic background as the donor that gave us the skin or the urine. So this is just for you to take a look on how these cells, they look like in a dish. So these are human nerve stem cells that we created based on the skin or in the urine from the patients. And here you have in blue, it's the nuclei of them, and the rest is what we call the cytoplasm of those cells. Another way that we can also use to work with these cells is creating what we call these human brain organoids. They're basically brain tissue that can grow in the lab, okay? And then they grow to this kind of these pieces here that you can see better in this way. So they have the structure and the cell types and the neurotransmitters that are presented in the real brain. They are actual live tissue, human tissue, that this is a tomography of one of these mini brains. So it's a very powerful technique if you want to understand what's happening inside the brain without having to open the head of anybody. So imagine we can test different substances, we can test different conditions, and then we just take this piece of tissue that's brain tissue, and then we examine what's happening there. With this technique, we were able just to show that they have all of the markers that are present in the real brain. And with these techniques, I'm just going to present to you one of the things that we did. We combined this technique with state-of-the-art high-content screening strategies and proteomics to understanding the human brain. So this is just to show to you that using this kind of approach, we can do research very fast. We can get the brain tissue, we test this brain tissue, and then we compare the different situations. So I'm just going to present to you in the few minutes what we did last year in trying to make the connection between the Zika infection and the microcephaly. That was a huge problem in the world, especially in Brazil. So using this kind of technique, first we show that like these are these nerve stem cells that they are infected by the Zika virus, and that also you are able to decrease the size of the brain organoids, suggesting this link, this association between having infected cells with Zika virus and having the decrease in the growth of the cells. This paper was published, and now it's a new model to understand the infection of the Zika virus that's being used by other labs in the world. With the same kind of approach, we were able to identify several proteins that are altered by the infection with the Zika virus. And it was very important to publish this a few months ago, because with this kind of technique, we were able also to propose new drugs to be used by the pregnant women. So this work was done by different groups of labs in Brazil, very talented people, and we helped them with our approach to provide the efficacy of these two new drugs, these two drugs that can be used as new drugs in the case of pregnant women with Zika. That said, let's move on to the kind of work that I relate with ayahuasca. I know Siddhartha and Raul for quite a long time, and in the other psychedelic science meeting in 2013, they invited me to come here and to learn a little bit more about the psychedelic science field. And I became very excited about what we maybe could do to contribute to this area using our models. So using these neurocytosystems, these nerve stem cells, and the brain organoids or mini brains, we decided to see what would be the change that would happen in these cells when they're exposed to some entheogens and other ayahuasca compounds. So basically the goal of this line of research in my lab is to offer molecular mechanistic insights into the nerve cells, the neural changes that are produced by the ingestion of these entheogens. And we started with the ayahuasca. As you know, it's a mixture of two plants. One is rich in dimethyltryptamines, and the other is rich in beta-carbolines. Dr. McKenna, he just gave a brilliant talk describing in more details about the dimethyltryptamines, especially the beta-carbolines. So these dimethyltryptamines, for them to reach the brain, they need to be protected from the degradation by the monoamine oxidase. And the beta-carbolines, they are inhibitors of the monoamine oxidase. One of these, the main one, is the armine, that's a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. That, like, it's known that protect the DMT from being degraded, and then the DMT is able to reach the brain. But we decided to see what would happen with the nerve cells if they are exposed to armine. And this is what we do. This is what I'm going to show to you in the next slides. So this is the workflow that we did. Basically, we have those cells in culture in a dish. We added the armine waited a period of time, and then we checked what happened using all of the platform, the high content screening platform that help us to understand what's happening there, changes in the expression of proteins, morphology, etc. So again, just for you to take another look in these beautiful cells, and then this is the kind of analysis that we do. We are able to identify the expression of different proteins. And the first thing that we notice is that the Armine is not harmful for those cells. It not induce cell death or DNA damage. What's good, right? And but more than that is that when when I started to study a little bit more about the work of Draulio, among others, and the connection between the potential therapeutic use of ayahuasca and depression, I reminded that about this neurogenesis hypothesis, that like the formation of new neurons, especially in the hippocampus, it's involved with the etiology and with the treatment of depression. So, in other words, you have like new neurons starting to be generated, and this neurogenesis is required even for the beneficial actions of antidepressants. So, if that's the case, the hypothesis that our mind would be increasing the number of neurocells if they are exposed to, if the cells are exposed to this beta-carbolene. And we did exactly this experiment, and the answer is yes. Actually, you increase the number of new neurocells when they are exposed to our mind. These green cells here, they are cells that are dividing, and you can see that we increase the number of those cells with our mind. I present to you before that, like, basically it's known that our mind is a monoamine inhibitor, but also as Dr. McKenna mentioned this earlier today, it's also an inhibitor of this DYRK1A enzyme, kinase, right? It's an enzyme. And then we decided to ask, the effect of our mind creating new neurons in our system is dependent on the monoamine oxidase inhibition or in the inhibition of DYRK1A. And the answer is that it's related with the inhibition of DYRK1A, okay? So the inhibition of DYRK1A makes more neurons, and it's caused by our mind in our system. And there's a lot of very interesting biology going on because of that. Because it was also mentioned by Dr. McKenna, DYRK1A is associated with Down syndrome deficits, and also it's a risk factor for Alzheimer. And it was also shown recently that it's able to increase the number of beta cells in the pancreas. So there is lots of interesting experiments that we can do trying to make this connection and trying to see the effect of our mind in these models. So to maybe eventually in the future would be able to have our mind or to have ayahuasca being used for this kind of conditions. But of course, we need more research at the time. More than that, our mind also increases the arborization of these cells, which means that like these cells are making more processes, and it's a characteristic of neurogenesis. You have the formation of new neurons, and these cells are also starting to differentiate. So to summarize this part of my presentation, we propose that our mind is able to induce neurogenesis in the brain, and it could be associated with its antidepressant effects. This paper is published, and if you guys are more interested, you can read it. It's available online. Okay, now let's move on to the study that we did using checking the effect of dimethyltryptamines in our model. As we know, ayahuasca is rich in the NN-DMT and also 5-HO-DMT. It also has some of the 5-MeO-DMT, depending on the mixture that it's done. But 5-MeO-DMT is very present in the venom of the Colorado River toad. The 5-MeO-DMT is analog to serotonin. It has a functional analogy also to the NN-DMT and to 5-HO-DMT. We had in the lab 5-MeO-DMT, so we decided to see what would be the consequences of the exposition of nerve stem cells, human nerve stem cells, to 5-MeO-DMT. The first experiment that we did was similar to the one that we did with our mind, but in this case with 5-MeO-DMT. And let's see what happened with these cells. Basically, nothing happens. In other words, 5-MeO-DMT is not able to induce proliferation of those cells. It doesn't also kill the cells, doesn't induce DNA damage, but also doesn't do differentiation or proliferation, right? And then we started to think, this is the isolated cells, right? Then we thought, maybe it's the consequence, the fact that like you just have the sigma-1 receptor expression there. You don't have the serotoninergic receptors being expressed in these isolated cells. And then because of that, we decided to move to the brain organoids. Because with the brain organoids, we know that it's much more complex kind of approach in which we have these cells being connected to each other in the layers similar to what we have in the brain. And what we found is that, yes, it's correct, we have sigma-1, but also the 5H2A and 5H2C being expressed by these cells when they are in these mini brains. So we decided to see what happens with those cells within the mini brain when they are exposed to 5-MeO-DMT. We used a very complex and very elaborated approach to do this. We used this shotgun proteomics, that's the work of Daniel Souza in Unicamp, that's our collaborator. So basically, we got these organoids, we add 5-MeO-DMT, and then after 24 hours, we got all of their proteins. Basically, everything that cells were producing, they were expressing, we were able to identify using very high complexity techniques of bioinformatics. To make a very long story short, we found that there is almost 1,000 proteins that they are changed when the neurocells are exposed to 5-MeO-DMT. And what's interesting here is that orange means that like there's a huge change, right? And basically all of them are changed. All of these processes here, all of these functions, they change it in the mini brains after the exposure to 5-MeO-DMT. Okay. Of course, I'm not expecting you guys to read the proteins here, but this is just to show that using these bioinformatic techniques, we are able to basically decipher the pathways that are changed by 5-MeO-DMT. So one thing that's very interesting that we found is that in the brain, at least in the mini brain, we are able to inhibit the inflammation process using 5-MeO-DMT. We also found that like the pathways associated with neurodegeneration and cell death, they're also inhibited by 5-MeO-DMT, as well as the reorganization of the dendritic spine morphogenesis and the cytoskeleton. What's interesting because it's related with learning and memory, as well as long-term potentiation that they are modulated by 5-MeO-DMT. So there's a lot of plasticity going on in our model that is caused by the exposure of those human nerve cells to 5-MeO-DMT. So to finish my talk, I'd just like to summarize our results. So first, we propose that like the effects, the antidepressant effects of ayahuasca, at least part of them, depends on the effect of Armine inducing neurogenesis in the brain. And the second part of the talk, I suggest that like the tryptamines, the dimethyltryptamines, they are able to change the plasticity of the brain. They are changing proteins involved with learning and memory, at least in our model. So, summary, again, the data, Armine induced neurogenesis, 5-MeO-DMT changed learning and memory, at least the proteins associated with learning and memory in our model. One data that I didn't mention before is that there's a downregulation of the glutamate receptors. It's interesting because there are lots of descriptions about the effect of DMT in the rewarding process of drugs of abuse, and we saw a downregulation of a glutamate receptor there, and also pathways associated with cell death are also reduced. So the take-home message of my talk is that we combining these human nerve stem cells and mini brains with high-content screening and proteomics, we have a powerful strategy that can improve the knowledge about the molecular effects of psychedelics in the human brain. So now we have this platform, and I'm very open and very interested to collaborate with all of this community to try to decipher in the molecular level the effects of different kinds of DMT, psilocybin, ibogaine, MDMA, and LSD. And I think that maybe it would be helpful for all of us to understand a little bit more about psychedelic science using this kind of approach. So to learn more about our work, first paper was published, second one is submitted, but it's shared as a preprint, and it's available online as well. That's it. Thank you very much.
Questions?
Thank you, very nice talk. Have you tried the 5-MeO-DMT or the Harmalin in mouse models of degeneration and see if there's any effect in terms of behavior recovery, for example, in water maze testing or any cognitive function?
No, we never tried. The lab is basically working with these cell models, but it's definitely something interesting to be done. In our lab, we haven't done it yet.
And then the other question is, your mini brains, you said they have the layer formation that you have in the development as well. Do you have, are you taking those stem cells and differentiate them to like a more rostral part of the nervous system, or have you tried caudalization of the cells, and would they then more resemble spinal cord architecture if you have them in culture?
Yeah, there is some limitations, of course, in the kind of model. We can't really discriminate the different areas of the brain. What we have there, we have the neurotransmitters, we have the synapses, we have the layers that are much more like the cortical plate and the ventricular zone. And there are a lot of people in the world working, trying to improve this approach. The challenge now is really to put blood there, to put the vessels there. If you put vessels there, you can increase the size of the mini brain. So far, it doesn't go beyond like 2 millimeters because they start to die in the center. So it's useful, but there's limitations. And of course, there are lots of stem cell scientists trying to make it bigger and more useful for the kind of question that you made.
Stevens, I'm going to ask this to you as if you didn't know, but because we always talk about this. But, you know, if all the people that came to me from the ayahuasca churches telling me that the brain blossoms on ayahuasca were here today and were not afraid of molecular biology, there would be a rave here. People would be so happy to learn what you showed us. But when people see molecular biology, or when they see math sometimes, or when they see something that is not familiar, they tend not to see it. What you told us here is that ayahuasca, or at least specific components that may exist in ayahuasca, depending on how it's cooked, because B is looking at me and saying, well, it depends. But typically, components that you find in ayahuasca will make, you have new neurons, and those neurons will have new synapses. What do you expect when you mix the two?
I think that I go back to your talk. The entourage effect, we definitely should try to work here. When we began this work, we used the ayahuasca itself, but the process to get the lyophilized compound, we have to mix with other things that contaminated the product. So we were not able to identify the effects because we have other compounds that are needed to make the lyophilization part of the procedure. So, but definitely we have to mix them now to see what happens in terms of neurogenesis and what happens in terms of the proteomics. And I go in your line and definitely with you that like probably we are going to see things that are even different if they are together.
Thanks for the great talk. I was wondering whether with this technique you could also look at different types of neurons, like dopaminergic neurons, different morphologies, phoneconomo neurons, and so on, that are differentially affected in different disorders and diseases.
That's a very great question. We are able to produce glutamatergic neurons, dopaminergic neurons, and it's this kind of experiment that you're proposing. It's feasible to be done. We haven't done it yet, but we can test the effect of these compounds on different cell types and see how they behave. And then we can go back to the mini brains and see how they interact. So it's possible to be done. We haven't done it yet.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the great talk. Just wanted to ask you about, so you talked about 5-methoxy-DMT, but what about 5-hydroxy-DMT, bufotenin? Is there a reason you decided to go study the changes with the 5-MeO over the 5-HO, and can you predict anything that would, can you predict anything from the results of this that would apply to that as well?
It's a great question. As I mentioned, like we are interested to test all of the psychedelics that we can have in our hands. We started with 5-MeO-DMT because this is what we had in Brazil, and sometimes it's tricky to import substances in Brazil. Despite the fact that we have the substance there, we can't import to do research there. It's tricky part. Now we are solving this problem, and we definitely would like to test different kind of substances in these models, and I hope it's going to be useful to understand a little bit more about the psychedelics. Okay.
Thank you, Stevens.
Thank you.
A 3-minute break. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the last talk of the plant medicine track before we move into the final plenary. This talk will be closed the track will be closed with the participation of a very important researcher in this area that has set much of the knowledge that we all share about ayahuasca today. His name is Jordi Hiba. He's from Spain, and he has a PhD in pharmacology. He leads the human neuropsychopharmacology research at the Sant Pau Institute in Barcelona. And he has published more than 40 articles and chapters, and he's a great reference to all of us. Please welcome Jordi Hiba.
So thank you, Bia, for the introduction. Thanks, everyone, for being here for this presentation. I'm going to talk about a psychoactive that it's not everybody's cup of tea, but I find especially interesting because it induces very profound modifications in the state of consciousness, and I hope I can show you some mechanisms that we've measured that might explain why the effects of salvinorin A do not quite fit the effects of the classical psychedelics like psilocybin, mescaline, ayahuasca, and so forth. So first of all, to give you an introduction, salvinorin A has a structure, a chemical structure that's different from the usual alkaloids you've heard about in the course of this symposium. It doesn't have nitrogen on its structure. It's not a basic compound. It's what's called a terpene. It's obtained or present in the leaves of this plant, Salvia divinorum. And Salvia divinorum is used or has been used traditionally by the same indigenous groups in Mexico that also use psilocybin mushrooms. That's the mazatecs. So for several decades, it's been known that in addition to psilocybin mushrooms, for certain occasions, certain rituals, they use the leaves of this plant. So some years ago, it was discovered that it contains a family of terpenes, these non-nitrogenous compounds, and the one that's present in the largest concentrations is this substance here. It's called salvinorin A. So this was thought to be the active principle present in Salvia divinorum and potentially the one responsible for its psychotropic effects. So to give you some background, we were interested in Salvia divinorum in the mid-2000s because many people were experimenting with this drug. So we conducted a survey. We administered a series of questionnaires that we also used in the lab, and we gave them to people who spontaneously bought Salvia divinorum extracts and smoked them. And what we found, based on their responses, was that the profile of subjective effects induced by Salvia divinorum was somewhat similar to that induced by classical psychedelics. It has profound effects on perception. But in contrast to more classical drugs, it induces what's called a very intense derealization. The connection with external reality at certain doses can be completely lost. And the participants were also intensely impaired during the acute effects of the drug. So when you take ayahuasca, you're still able to interact with your surroundings. You may stand up, go to the bathroom, maybe dance, sing, whatever. With Salvia divinorum, at certain doses, if the dose is high enough, this is completely impossible. So then there was a first lab study in 2012, and they described the effects of salvinorin A when administered in vaporized form as being psychotomimetic and inducing dissociative effects, like the person lost touch with the physical body. And then the research group at Hopkins also replicated these findings. They described the effects of salvinorin as having a partial overlap with classic hallucinogens, and also that the compound induced very intense dissociative effects. So classical psychedelics are known to interact with the serotonin 2A receptor. So the greater the affinity they have for this receptor, usually the more potent they are in animal models and also in humans. The more affinity, the lower the dose you have to take to get psychoactive effects from these compounds. But in a screening that was conducted in order to assess the affinity of salvinorin A for different receptor types, and this is what's shown on this graph on the right-hand side of the slide, it was seen that salvinorin A virtually only interacts with one receptor, and this is the kappa opioid receptor. So we have endogenous opioids. These endogenous opioids interact with mainly three types of receptors, the mu, the kappa, and the delta, and they found that salvinorin A was very selective for the kappa subtype. So the kappa receptor is involved in pain sensations, and it was also known to be responsible for what were the not so pleasant or dysphoric effects of classical opiates like morphine, buprenorphine, and similar compounds. But salvinorin A basically didn't interact with the mu or the delta receptor, only with the kappa. So in our lab, we conducted a first study, a dose-finding study. We published this in 2015, and we saw that at a high dose, you could get a complete blockade of external sensory perception. So we had participants in the lab. They inhaled various doses of salvinorin A, and when they inhaled 1 milligram of salvinorin A, they completely lost touch with external reality. They could be there with their eyes open. They wouldn't see the experimenters. They wouldn't see the room anymore. They wouldn't hear external sounds. So external sensory information was completely blocked, and they also lost the connection with their own body. This is what we call depersonalization, or a dissociative state. So we replicated these findings that other labs had already described. And we did, in this dose-finding study, we also measured the time course of effects. Here you can see the scores on a visual analog scale. In this visual analog scale, we asked the participant how intense are the effects. So we got a response from them. They had to rate the intensity of effects from 0 to 100. You can see here that at the low dose, you can get a response. The peak effects are attained between 1.5 to 2 minutes after inhaling salvinorin A, and the effects completely disappear after 10-15 minutes following the dosing. And at the 1 milligram dose, most participants were unable to give a response. They were unresponsive. So what we did was, if we didn't get a response from the participant, we rated the intensity ourselves as being 100. If you look at the highest dose, at 1 minute after dosing, the average is 100. So this means everyone lost contact with external reality. Again, that was published in that initial dose-finding study, and after that we wanted to test whether indeed in humans the effects of salvinorin A are mediated by the opioid receptors. So we don't have a selective kappa antagonist that we can use in humans, but we have naltrexone, and naltrexone is a drug that you administer orally, and it is an unselective opioid receptor antagonist. It blocks the kappa, the delta, and the mu receptor. And in this study, we demonstrated that naltrexone was able to completely block the subjective effects of salvinorin A. We also administered ketanserin. Ketanserin is an antagonist of the serotonin 2A receptor, and serotonin did not reduce the intensity of effects induced by salvinorin A. So here are some graphs for you to see. The violet bar shows the intensity you obtain when salvinorin A is administered alone. The blue bar on the left is the placebo, the yellow is the naltrexone, and the pale blue is the combination salvinorin A plus naltrexone. So what you see here is a very large decrease in the intensity of effects when you administer this combination, or it was rather a pre-treatment. We administered naltrexone 1 hour before participants inhaled salvinorin A. So you had a very large decrease in the intensity of effects, and the effects of the combination are not different from placebo in this subscale of the hallucinogen rating scale that measures perception. The same pattern of results we obtained for the subscale measuring cognition, and again, same results for the subscale of the HRS that measures affect. When we used ketanserin instead of naltrexone as a pretreatment, there were no differences between salvinorin administered alone and the combination of salvinorin A plus ketanserin. This means that ketanserin did not have any effect on the intensity of the salvinorin A-induced subjective effects in any of these three scales I showed you earlier. So we did also an EEG study. So we placed electrodes on the scalp of the participants. We recorded spontaneous brain electrical activity. We used this technique in many studies with psychoactives. We've done this with ayahuasca many times and many other substances, psychostimulants, benzodiazepines, etc. So what I'm going to show you here is what we call the scalp topography. So these are statistical maps. The colors indicate statistically significant differences versus placebo, and the cold colors indicate decreases in power in a certain band, and the hot colors indicate increases versus placebo in another band. So the graph on the left-hand side shows you the effects induced by salvinorin A. That's the green graph. The red graph is the placebo. So after 1 minute after salvinorin A administration, so we measured we did 2 baseline assessments. There's no differences there between the green and the red lines. 1 minute after dosing, you see these large decreases in the alpha band. In this standard rhythm that you get when people are with eyes closed, and that have its main generators in the posterior cingulate cortex, in the medial aspects of the parietal cortex, where the key structure of the default mode network is. So what we saw after salvinorin A in this band, in the alpha band, was a very large decrease. You see that this is significant in almost all electrodes that we placed. It's 19 in total. But we found really an unexpected result with regard to the delta band. We had done studies before with ayahuasca, and with ayahuasca we found broadband reductions in power. So there were reductions in the energy associated with these spontaneous brain electrical oscillations in all frequency bands. But in this case, in salvinorin A, what we found here was a very marked increase. You see that the graph, the green line goes up, and the red colors or violet colors you see in this scalp topography indicates that there's a very large increase in the energy of this band, and you can see this all over the scalp. So here I'm subdividing, showing you results for salvinorin A, looking for what we call current density. So that was over the scalp. Here what we did was localize which brain areas were contributing to these results we were seeing after salvinorin A. Specifically in the alpha band. So this is subdivided in what's called the alpha 1 and the alpha 2 subbands, and as you can see, the areas that have their energy decreased are these regions in the medial parietal cortex. In this area that I told you is the key structure in the default mode network, and we also found decreases in areas involved in the processing of visual information. So this replicated results we had previously obtained for ayahuasca. This was a repeated dose administration study. We administered the first ayahuasca dose. You can see results in current density for the alpha band at 45 minutes, 60 minutes, 90 minutes, 120 minutes. So you see these reductions. This would be similar to what we obtained with salvinorin A. And again, when these effects eventually disappear 4 hours after dosing, if you give a second ayahuasca dose, the same pattern emerges again. So this would be a common finding with that. I mean, the results for salvinorin A would be in line with results obtained for a classical psychedelic such as ayahuasca. Other researchers using magnetoencephalography or MEG that measures the magnetic component of the electromagnetic signal have found also analogous results for the alpha band. So this is a study with psilocybin. It was published in 2013. And again, in the medial aspects of the parietal cortex, you see these large decreases. And also, more recently, this has been published for LSD. So salvinorin A has in common with classical serotonergic psychedelics. These marked decreased in the alpha band. This would be in common with them. But when we look at delta, these sharp increases we observed on the scalp, if we try to localize this on the brain surface, we see that there's a sharp increase in delta at 1 minute after dosing, and these delta increases are observed all over the cortex. So this is very unusual. This is not observed for the serotonergic psychedelics. This goes totally in the opposite direction. Normally, this delta rhythm is associated with a depression of the cortex. It has been observed as well with substances acting through an anticholinergic mechanism, like scopolamine, an antagonist of the muscarine receptors, induce this kind of changes. There's a large concentration of kappa receptors in the thalamus, so maybe these increases in delta are reflecting this inhibition of the thalamus, and maybe this is what is causing this loss of contact with external reality that we obtain with salvinorin A, and which is not at all a characteristic of the classical psychedelics. So to summarize, salvinorin A at 1 milligram led to rapid and significant changes in the EEG power spectrum, coinciding with a peak of subjective effects. The main EEG effects were suppression of the alpha rhythm and increased slow delta activity. Similar to serotonergic psychedelics, alpha suppression was localized in the posterior brain regions, including the posterior cingulate cortex and visual areas. And delta increases were massive and were observed all over the cortex. So salvinorin A shares with serotonergic psychedelics the alpha suppression effect. However, it displays a typical enhancement of delta activity. And we postulate that salvinorin-induced increases in delta may underlie the intense dissociation and loss of contact with external reality that differentiates salvinorin A from the classical serotonergic psychedelics. And with this summary, I conclude my presentation. Thanks for your attention.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. Quick question: is it possible to reduce the delta wave activity with certain drugs or certain procedures? So could you isolate when you give the alpha savanorium that you only have the alpha increase, but can reduce the delta increase?
I didn't quite understand your
Is
question.
there a way that you can maybe pharmacologically inhibit that the delta stimulation is increasing?
Maybe if this is somehow being mediated by cholinergic neurons, like you're blocking their activity, because this is similar with what you get with drugs like scopolamine. Maybe if you administered some muscarinic agonist, maybe you could prevent this effect or block this effect.
Okay.
That would be my guess, but I really don't know.
Hello, and thank you. What's the subjective experience? Like, if they're not able to communicate, can they tell you afterwards where they went?
Oh yes, they went to a parallel reality.
Was it nice, or is it scary?
It was special. So we've met many people who have tried salvinorin A once and decided they didn't want to experience that again. But it was also interesting that in this those findings study we conducted initially, we recruited people who had extensive experience with psychedelics. Not all of them with salvinorin A, and we gave the doses in increasing order: 0.25, 0.5, and 1 milligram. So when they finished their participation, we asked them, if you were the researcher, which dose would you use in the subsequent study with 24 volunteers and EEG recordings, etc. And they all said the high dose. So maybe it was strange, it was weird, etc. But I don't know, maybe they were sensation seekers, I don't know. All of them coincided. They said, 0.5, you get a glimpse of this other reality, but it's better to just go there and experience it.
Thank you for sharing this data. In 2005, I did EEG of salvia, acute smoked inhalation, and found the same things: alpha suppression, delta elevation. In addition, there's hypercoherence in high beta, and it's reversible. And it was just published as a conference paper. My colleagues didn't follow it up. I introduced it to Jorge Gonzalez in Mexico, who I think you cite there, and I turned him on to salvia, and we did the EEG with him and all that. I have a poster here on DMT effects, EEG, and there's amazing overlap. Alpha is suppressed. There's another lab that has reported exactly the same thing. Gamma is elevated. It's nice to know that. So, yeah, salvia is a whole different animal. But
and what do you see with, in the delta band with DMT?
Suppression.
Suppression as well.
Yeah,
okay.
But sometimes hypercoherence in delta. Some subjects show that.
Okay.
Yeah, there's suppression of all the slow bands, and the elevation, you see it in the high beta.
I would like to see this conference paper you mentioned.
The early one, yeah,
on
it's published.
Salvia, maybe you can email it to me.
Yes, of course, I can make that available to you. Thank you. I'm glad it's been followed up. It's a fascinating compound.
Hi, thank you very much for the talk. So I feel like the most connected to salvia. I've had the most profound experiences with salvia. I've only smoked it. I've really wanted to experience the more traditional chewing. I also want to I'm getting transcranial subdermal implants, and a lot of these are going to be EEG contacts. Would you be interested in having a subject like me in a study to look at my brainwave patterns with an enhanced clarity given by a subdermal implant?
And why are you going to get these implants in the first place?
I think it's going to look fucking cool, and I want to shock my brain.
Okay, yeah, just call me. I'll be glad to. I'll be more than happy to do some intracranial recordings.
Thank you, very inspiring talk. You mentioned the increase in delta, which we also observe in loss of consciousness due to sleep. For example, deep sleep, the delta waves increase in power. And as far as I understand, these subjects lose touch with external reality, but they...
Which population was that? I didn't hear that.
So in general, I think there are quite a few publications showing increased delta in deep sleep, like loss of consciousness.
In deep sleep,
so, but in this experience, they lose touch with external reality, but they are still conscious, as far as I understand.
Yeah.
Do you know about the mechanisms, or would you speculate what is causing the difference between like being conscious of the self but not external reality versus being fully unconscious?
If you look at the raw recordings, at the raw EEG recordings during sleep, you can see these slow wave sleep, these delta rhythms, and they are huge. You can visually identify them. So you don't get these large increases in delta amplitude after Salvinorin A. You cannot see this visually. It's after you do this power spectrum analysis that you see the increases. So there's already a difference there.
And a quick one, yeah.
Okay, after implants negotiations and parallel realities, I invite you all to go to the East Hall for the closing plenary. And thank you, Jordi Riba.
Thanks.